end is nigh, and the end begins today. No, Nostradamus, not the end of the world, the end of VCT Philippines Split number 1, where we are going to find out which of these teams are going to be heading to the Masters to face off the rest of the Titans in hopes of maybe going to the champions at the very, very end of it. And here to sing the song of the hometown heroes that are going to be representing the flag of the Philippines is me, your bard, Ilustrado. And then joining me in these merry band is of course going to be the rest of the squad, Trix and Viminal. How are you guys doing today?
Howdy, Mr. Bard. I'm doing incredible today. Very, very excited as per usual because out of all the weeks that we had, this one is bound to be the closest.
And finally, we're not seeing Bren here, so I'm thinking that the matches are also going to be a lot closer. So it's going to be good. There are a lot of matches I'm looking forward to, especially tomorrow's match with Hashira playing up on the field. I know that DreamFyre is going against ArkAngel too, so looking forward to that.
It's going to be a really interesting week, and I think we've talked about this before, how the power level, so to speak, of the teams are just so close. I mean, from number 1 in the Philippines, which is Bren, to number 2, the gap is pretty wide.
Yeah.
But it's growing, or rather shrinking, smaller and smaller each passing day. But from 2 to, I'd say, the rest of the teams, the gap is just so narrow that anybody could come out on top of this. So we have a lot of teams that we're going to be seeing today that could be the next representative of the Masters, and it could be anyone. It could be ArkAngel, it could be Hashira, you know, it could be TFO. It's just a big toss-up here. But I'm going to ask you before the entire thing starts at the very, very beginning. Give me a dark horse who you feel like we don't, you know, who might have a pretty good chance of taking this whole thing.
Start with you, Trix.
A dark horse.
Dark horse.
DR Esports.
For me, the dark horse is definitely, DR. I'm going to have to agree with you on that.
I mean, solid performance last time.
Yeah. And is it because of the fact that they just were the only team, the first team to actually take a map locally off of Bren in a very, very long time?
I would say yes, it is that, but also just the growth of the players, how much they're improving, and how much further they can come as well. I think they've got a good chance of taking it to the whole way. But it really depends on how much they have practiced.
Well, you mentioned DR, and we're going to be seeing them play tomorrow as we show you right now the match schedule of when they're going to be playing. It's going to be up against Hashira. That's going to be on Saturday, but before we talk about their story, it's going to be the stories of Atlas, TFO, Empire, and OG already right off the bat here. We're going to be starting off with these games, and we expect all of these games to go the mile. You know, a lot of us are predicting 2-1s. Hardly any of us are expecting 2-0s, and all of our predictions are very varied, honestly, on this test, on this desk, on the not just the caster side, but also the analyst side. It just goes to show how close these games could very well be. And we're really expecting a lot of crazy things that these teams have been preparing during the week or 2 break that we've had since the last time here. Now, let's go ahead and talk about the first match that we saw last time in the semifinals. It was Bren versus Oasis. And let's give you a little bit of a flashback, a little bit of a backstory before we talk about any more. And it was one that we were expecting Oasis to do a little bit better, maybe take a map off of Bren. But in the end, Oasis did actually show up and show massive, massive improvements.
I think just Bren, again, it's just a team that can't really... You can't say that they're not going to win. You know, as much as I enjoy the fact that there are some teams out there, especially teams like ONF, or sorry, now DR Esports, that was able to take a map decidedly off of Bren, it just feels like there's so much to the gap, as you've mentioned earlier. The gap is just way too large and other teams really have to step up and pick up the pace there.
Yeah, and they have been. The gap has been, I'd say, shrinking day after day, but it's still pretty significant though. But we have started to see teams taking maps off of Bren here. We've seen ArkAngel actually take game 1 of the best of 5 up against Bren, and we actually saw NFO, and well, now known as DR Esports, they took a map off of Bren as well. Now, this is going to be interesting as we get closer and closer to the Masters as well, because one of these teams could suddenly show up and close that gap when it comes to the Masters itself. But let's talk a little bit about OG themselves now. We talked a bit about Bren, and now Viminal, a lot about these guys. They have been settled in their boot camp. It's been a couple of weeks already. You think that this, and they look better after they were settling in their boot camp. Do you think this trend is going to continue? Are they going to keep improving, and will they, be more polished this week, you think?
I think definitely having the boot camp is a huge factor in terms of their team chemistry and team synergy.
Yeah.
They're a team that's always been on the cusp of greatness, and I think those little improvements, actually having a boot camp is a huge improvement. It's going to push them further and just maybe cross that edge to achieve what they're truly capable of. And I'm really impressed with their new 6-man, and I'm pretty happy that we're seeing a lot more rotations with their roster.
I think definitely being on the receiving end of a boot camp and having that kind of experience, it helps consistency as well. Just being able to see your teammates and show your frustrations to them as well, and for them to show you just support based on just their actions, it helps a lot in game.
Yeah, I agree. And let's not even begin with the technical things that you can solve by being in a boot camp. You're all together, you're on the same internet, you're all, on the same, power grid. That at least no one's going to suddenly drop out. It's just a massive improvement overall here. But enough about those guys for now. Let's talk about the let's talk about the head-to-head, rather, excuse me. Borkum versus Brain Freeze. As you can see, these two MVPs of their squads. And a little bit of a wide gap, as you can see, between the both of these guys. 2.6 KDA versus the 1.2 of Brain Freeze. Safe to say it was not the best map of OG. And Bren having Haven as their best map really shining through.
Yes. I just think, I'm not sure why when playing against Bren you would actually leave Haven open.
Yeah.
Because that
Straight
is...
up ban Haven.
Yeah, that is their
Bren, right?
best map, and they've mentioned it.
I think it's because teams would really rather avoid their worst map rather than ban out Bren's best map, which honestly... in a best of 3, you can't let them have. I mean, sure, maybe in a best of 5, you can let Haven slip through. I take it as a loss. But in a best of 3, you just need to ban out their Haven and hope that your worst map isn't that bad.
Yeah, that's fair. You're picking there between, the two lesser things.
Evils, yeah.
So it is very hard, but I would say really just don't play against Bren on Haven, because whether or not it is not your worst map, it's going to become your worst map.
Against Bren, exactly.
Yes.
Because the way that they do it, it's just so fluid. It's just so natural. And it shines every single time they come out to play. A little more stats on the screen for you guys right here. 11.8k damage versus the 9.9. That's a little bit of a world of difference here. And the round itself on Icebox, this is the game that was fairly close, and we saw... I'm surprised. Well, Beats was amazing on this, but let's not forget how great Young Pork was on not just the offensive side, but especially on the defensive side, really locking down that B site with that Viper.
Definitely had multiple clutches to his name during this match, and really a shining moment for this player. And this is by the time we realized that how much this guy needs to be on the field when it comes to OG Chimera, and definitely impressed by his performance here on Icebox.
Young Pork has been showing up consistently recently in terms of performance in the maps. So I do hope to definitely see him a lot more on Oasis Gaming's matches.
Yeah, I agree. But one really quick, I do want to talk about the sort of international setting right now that we're seeing ourselves, because Bren just got the first qualification, the first golden ticket to the Masters in, and they're going to be going up against the regional teams. Now, one thing I do want to talk about is another regional team that just got into the MYSG, the Malaysia-Singapore qualifier, Just Lose. They are a team that have been strong locally. They came out of nowhere. Nobody really knows the backstory of these guys. And suddenly they just come out of the woodwork and just wreck everybody. Now, they just got their qualification, and they're going to be having to go up against Bren, who they also defeated in a 2-1 series in a recent tournament as well. How do you think this is going to go for Bren that Just Lose and other international teams are coming into the play?
I think, Bren is a team that is pretty much learning from experience as they go. And they don't take each loss very lightly. They try to adapt and overcome as they go. They try to evolve as much as they can. And trust me, we're not the only ones asking this question. Of course, they're asking, what are we going to do against Just Lose this time around?
Yeah, and especially against other teams that are coming out from the region as well. We talked about other teams like Paper Rex, who have been showing up a little bit shaky, but still a lot of star power on their squad. One of the top teams in the region. And, a lot of the other teams are going to be coming out here and showing, because we haven't had that much showing of, power levels in the region itself.
Yeah.
And come the Masters in a week or two, that's when we're really going to be able to find out which of these teams are going to be worthy of being called the Masters of SEA.
I think it's difficult to say that as well because every country actually has their own play style. They all play very differently. You see it when you hop onto the Japan server, when you switch to the Hong Kong server, and you go to the Singapore server. It's all very different. And a big part of that is just because it depends on what those regions decided this is what we're good at, and we're going to start honing on to that.
I agree, but one example of a team that plays rather differently from other teams, especially in the country, is Hashira. Let's take a look at their recap here with ArkAngel as well. I know that both these teams, not exactly the freshest, especially ArkAngel. They're sort of an old squad as well, but Hashira, one of the young bloods in the country as well, definitely showing up and making their name here in the VCT. Definitely a team to watch out for as well, with their duo of Jeremy and Hatred really surprising us and what they can do against other really veteran teams here. What do you think about how this semi-final went, this ArkAngel Hashira?
It went about as much as I expected it to, I would say. Hashira did a good performance. I was actually surprised with how well they performed. But as I mentioned last time on panel, I do think that they have to work on a good default. They're very easy to read because they have a lot of these great set plays, but relying on set plays like that against a team that is able to read those plays and react accordingly, it makes it very difficult.
And that's definitely something that they have been working on in the back scenes, back room, excuse me. But definitely, I think that they have been showing massive improvement lately, and I know from an inside source that there are a lot of role changes coming up here for the side of Hashira. I mean, admittedly, I've been coaching these guys for a minute now, and the massive improvement that we've started to see from them, hopefully they can improve and maybe change things up as we go later into the tournament. Now, let's talk about ArkAngel for a bit. You've been with these guys as well, but I'm going to pass it on to Viminal first, and I definitely think that there's a lot you wanted to talk about with these guys.
Now, ArkAngel is a team that was, of course, perennially looked at as the second best team in the Philippines. They've proven it time and time again. They've secured the final slot, time and again here in many other tournaments as well. And a squadron that has a lot of experience. But they didn't have the best of runs during the week 1 and 2 qualifiers, although we saw such a huge improvement, especially during their matchup with Hashira over here. Just a lot of the fundamentals that we come to expect from such an experienced team was ironed out.
Yeah.
There's just something about ArkAngel that just has this magic element to them. That just when they're in dire need, they maybe summon their plot armor and we're ready to go. We're back on our feet, and then suddenly Josh S wakes up and just starts fragging everybody. There's just something about ArkAngel that's just so exciting to watch. One day they're just in the slump, and then the next day just suddenly the best team in the Philippines. It's sometimes they can be.
It's true. They have that potential that. And they need to figure out how. I think a lot of teams actually need to work on this. It's getting into the zone, and it's getting into that player zone where nothing else matters except how you perform, and that's when every player will be at their peak. But again, something that's very difficult to train, especially for teams that are working online. If you have a boot camp, it's somewhat easier to train because you have usually a routine that you do with your team in order to get to that area. I
agree. And I think getting into the zone is something that ArkAngel has been known to do. They can be unstoppable once they are in that zone. And it's just one of their biggest strengths and weaknesses, I'd say, as a team, that they can be so emotional and so momentum driven. You just don't know what to expect from them. One day they're hitting all of their shots, and then the other they just miss everything. It's just, once they find that consistency, I definitely think we'll see a lot more top place placements from these guys in the near future. But let's look at the stats right now. Coming into this semi-final recap, it is Cypher's, Envy Cypher rather, versus Ching's Raze. Now, if you can look at this, Envy on that Cypher, on that Sentinel with a KDA of 3.0. A far cry from other Sentinels also. One of the few Sentinels that you can see who really likes to go out and get those kills, as he is also a young blood here, versus Ching's Raze, only on a 0.9 KDA. And this was surprising because this was ArkAngel's map pick.
Now, here's what we're talking about. ArkAngel's performance being somewhat of a there's dual side to it. Sometimes you're absolutely on point, and then the next map, not really. And this is exactly what happened during that series. They were on point during the first map. Second map went to Hashira's way, and this is something really surprising. And I do believe that ArkAngel will be able to work on this issue. But gotta commend Invi here for such a stellar
Great performance. Hashira honestly performing very well. On the flip side, it's rare to actually see both teams lose on their map picks. Hashira losing on their map pick as well as ArkAngel losing on theirs. It's not common in all of these, in any title really, for a team to just kind of flop.
Yeah, I mean, and especially on their map pick, this is, I'd say, one of the biggest flops that we've seen, not just all weekend long, all tournament long, all season long, and definitely them waking up later on, especially after a big crushing defeat like that, to come out 13-8 against Hashira. Very, very big improvement. It's like they just slapped themselves, in the face and be like, hey guys, wake up. And it seems like that's exactly what they did. They just started playing as a unit. One of the biggest, I think, problems that we noticed on ArkAngel was, I think, confidence in not just themselves, but in each other. They weren't holding crossfires. They weren't, I think, trusting each other as a team. And that's something that was evident, not just to, even to us viewers, even to us as analysts and casters, but it's something that they, out of nowhere, seems to have patched up. They were holding crossfires, they were playing defaults together, they were trading kills efficiently. What on earth what on earth happened there? And I know, Trix, that you have a much better insight on this than anyone else. How did they wake the hell up after that game?
It would just be a matter of brushing off the pressure, and this goes for any team, any player that's coming into the scene. It's about having the mental strength to just say, it's over, it happened, move on. Every round should actually be that way for you. You have to think that the score is still reset every time, and you go into it thinking that you could do absolutely anything you want with that game. And ArkAngel just really showing that they were able to bounce back, that they were able to figure out who they are as players. And to me, watching them for a while, it felt a lot like an identity crisis.
Yeah, and it seems like they have found their new selves very, very recently. But enough about those guys for now. We're going to be taking a look at the grand finals, the granddaddy of the last meeting. It was, of course, Bren versus ArkAngel. The two top teams in the Philippines ended up in the grand finals together, a little bit surprisingly so. And it started out with a really, really good game, with ArkAngel taking the first game in a very decisive fashion, really showing it, really showing up and making a name for themselves against Bren, taking a first map against those Titans. How do you think that went? I'm going to start with you, Viminal, here. What went down here, and how did ArkAngel let that slip?
Coming in here from ArkAngel, I really do believe that people like Ching and perhaps Motsuki as well, they've been absolutely stepping up, and it's great to see players like Ching have their potential unleashed on the duelist here. Definitely a big factor to ArkAngel's success here. But of course, in the end, when Bren Esports had that extra layer, that extra dimension of skill when it comes to their synergy in terms of utilities and ultimate economy as well. Yeah. So really, that's the secret ingredient, the X factor of Bren, that a lot of teams here in the Philippines don't have.
I think, honestly, at some point, they just started hitting their shots, and when they do, they just steamroll. Yeah. Do you feel like Bren are like this, Trix? Like, they can be out of it sometimes, but when they hit their shots, boy, do they hit their shots.
I think, when I think of Bren, I actually feel they read their opponents more so than they're reading their own team. Because you see that they're all confident and comfortable in so many roles, but you also see them change it depending on who their opponents are. And I feel that's actually Bren's X factor, the fact that they can change depending on how their opponents are playing and how well they understand their opponents, whether it be mentally or just through the game.
I agree, but at the same time, they do have these specialties on their team that they can really, really tap into when the going gets tough. And one of those, and I think that we need to absolutely talk about this, Jesse Vash on that famous So Vash. An amazing performance from him, just absolutely breathtaking, especially in those last, games. Why is it that these guys shine so much on their selected agents? Like, it's like they live and breathe their roles.
Now, I remember when Jesse Vash started out as a Sage main, and he would play nothing but Sage, literally. And he would learn everything there is about to using the kit in terms of utilizing it in different areas of the map. And I feel like this is the sort of mastery that we've come to expect from Bren. You know, they spend a lot of time grinding on a particular agent until they can confidently say they mastered it, as opposed to being a jack of all trades, master of none type of thing.
Yeah, I agree. And it really appears that they want to go for a certain level of mastery over not just their agents, but also their opponents. And as we can see right here, the first map, as we go into the first stats, ArkAngel versus Bren, it is 13-10, one of the best performances that we've seen from ArkAngel, I'd say, ever, honestly. The success that they had on this first map against Bren, on a map that Bren has been known to be good at, was a really shining example of what ArkAngel can do.
I mean, I'm not sure if I would say Bren is known to be good at Ascent. They're known to be decent at it, but they're like, you know, really known to be good on Haven.
I mean, no, they're really great on Haven, but I get nuances, whatever, semantics.
No,
but
I
still.
just mean a lot of people would argue that Bren's least good, like, you know, least skilled map is Ascent.
Well, I'd say, okay, I see where you're going with that, but I definitely think that recently, I think they've been struggling on Bind as much as Ascent.
Actually.
Yeah, but historically speaking, I'm going to agree with you completely. Ascent hasn't been their biggest success map. Case in point, the stats that we're seeing right now here, which is interesting to see because Ascent is such a map made for a strong team that has good fundamentals.
That is true.
Why do you think that, the pieces should all fit, but why do you think Bren has been struggling on Ascent so much?
Struggling on Ascent, it might just be the fact that because it's against two teams with great fundamentals, the attacker side can capitalize on those mistakes more. Any over-aggression that Bren might push because they are confident players might just get punished, and then, the other team will just capitalize and say, okay, this is our site now.
Also, a lot of Filipino teams locally, they're pretty good at Ascent in terms of map knowledge, in terms of set plays, and basically just knowing what to do in the map. Again, it's a map that is catered to a lot of good fundamentals, and a lot of teams here have good fundamentals. So Bren's sort of edge or X factor can't really be played to its full extent on that map, simply because a lot of other teams in the Philippines know how to play Ascent very, very well.
Yeah, I guess their strength on it is somewhat attenuated because of the fact that other teams are just starting to shine on it as well. Case in point, OG, who has been known to be phenomenal on it. And especially with Young Thor coming into the picture even more so now. But let's focus on the rest of the maps here. Haven was unsurprisingly a Bren win, 13-5. And looking at the damage, 13.3k versus the 9.8k of Bren. And I just think that we should just use this time to echo the statement. Just don't play Haven against Bren, guys. Just don't do it. Just ban it.
Yeah, ArkAngel did very well on Haven against Hashira, but still goes to show how much better Bren is at that map.
I mean, it's like so natural to them. Like when they get on Haven, they probably barely talk. Like, do that thing. Okay, yeah, I'll do the thing. I mean, I'm sure they communicate more about when they want to trade and whatever, but a lot of the things come natural to them on Haven. And surprisingly, as on Icebox as well, where they were also, I'd say, tested multiple times. A lot of teams thought that they could take Bren on Icebox, only to be proved wrong time and time again.
And only for Bren to change their lineup only against ArkAngel. It's one time they pulled a different lineup, and I was like, wow. To me, that just showed Bren's respect as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've been using that whole no duelist composition against a lot of teams during these past few weeks. But of course, against ArkAngel, as you said, a great show of respect as they went to a more sort of regular kind of team composition with duelists this time around.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you because, I think the respect really comes into play here, especially on maps like Icebox, where they may be a little bit shaky. They didn't really perform that great on Icebox lately, but they have been eking out those victories. And, I think one of the reasons why a lot of teams still go up against Bren on ArkAngel is because admittedly, it's a tough pill to swallow that even on Icebox, Bren can still absolutely wreck you. So I think the strategy for a lot of teams was to take them on an Icebox, which may have leveled the playing field a little bit more, but look at this, it just doesn't. But, in the end, the stats, they don't lie here. 2.8 KDA versus the 1.1 of Ching. Dubstep really shining through as that duelist, as Raze here on Bren. Surprisingly, he didn't go for the Jet because it's so good on a map like Icebox, especially getting on top of Tube and all the positions off angles that you can play. Just decided not to do that anyway and still made a really good performance here up against Archangel's Ching, who, safe to say, didn't really do as much as well here on Bind now as we take a look at the recap for Bind. You know, despite them struggling on Bind here, Bren still shows that they were the more dominant team.
I mean, the fact that as Vimino mentioned earlier, the ultimate economy that Bren has, especially with Borkum on that Phoenix, they know how to abuse the Phoenix ulti. And how to really use it to open up the sites to get all that intel, or really just the fact that let Borkum go at it and he's going to get all the kills.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, the Phoenix is such a powerful pick because it only has 6 ticks until you get that run it back. And he can definitely abuse it, especially in the hands of Borkum. He frags out all the damn time. He has ult up all the damn time. So it just makes so much sense. And I really think that people are undervaluing the ultimate of the Phoenix. And I wish that people would sort of take note of this.
I mean, it's one of the cheapest ultis in the game. Like, you get a kill on the first round. You get like 2 kills on the first round and you die, and you get a spike plant. That's like 4. That's like you're like 2/3 of the way, and you have your ultimate. You'll probably have it on the next round if you get a couple orbs. Like, it's just so good to be using. And one reason why I think this really shines through, this really works, is because they always have set plays on what to do with those ultis, and they're so effective. Every time that the Phoenix ulti is up, they know what to do with it, how to use it, and it's up a lot of the time, like you guys said here. But enough about that grand final. That's enough for our recap, excuse me. For the meantime, let's talk about the bracket. We're going to be coming up and taking a look at the story, at the journey of the teams here today in the VCT Philippines. Now, it's going to be an interesting one, I'd say, and I don't think it's going to be I don't think it could be any closer. Like, this is probably the best bracket we could have possibly hoped for. We're starting off with Atlas and TFO, definitely 2 teams that I'd see very similar power levels to. And Empire and OG, who are virtually on the same level. DreamFyre and ArkAngel, that's probably the one that might go to 0, maybe. But even then, DreamFyre is even looking better. And at the very end, it's DR versus Hashira, who I think are also basically pretty much on the same level as well in terms of power level.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at this, we all discussed backstage over the past week or so that basically any team here is capable of taking that master slot. I mean, of course, we have our favorites, but there are just so close in terms of power level, as you said.
Yeah, it all comes down to how much have they practiced, how much have they learned from their previous mistakes, and what have they read about the other teams.
I'm going to call you out right now, guys. I'm going to put you guys on the spot and ask you guys to pick your favorite to win the whole thing.
Okay. Can I go first?
Of course.
All right. My pick to win this entire shebang is going to be SE Atlas. Such a powerful team.
That's true, yeah.
Such a powerful team, and they've always been sort of barred by Bren Esports. But this time around, my friends, Bren's not here. Who's going to be top dog now?
Can the cat come out? I mean, can the mouse come out to play now that the cat is not around is the question. What about you, Trix? Who is your top pick, I'd say, for this whole thing?
Well, I think Archangel's got a pretty good shot. They've been performing very well, as they showed us last week of Stage 1. So I think if they continue with that performance and build on it, they're set.
Okay. Well, I mean, a little bit of a low-hanging fruit and the easy choice, I'd say. But yeah, I'll give it to you anyway.
You asked me my opinion. I gave my opinion.
Fair enough. But, in terms of my prediction, obviously I got to go with the Hashira boys. But if I got to pick someone that's not Hashira, I'm going to say OG have a really good chance at this. I think this is the week. Hear me out. I believe this is the week that OG finally wakes up. That's my prediction. But let us find out what Astra is all about. The newest thing, for real this time. The newest thing, the newest Agent Astra. What you got for us? Magicking it on your screens right about now.
Where you at? Yeah, where you come from? Who you wanna become? Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. Tell 'em what I want, across the air like a wave.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
Miss the bullseye.
If you want to be able to unlock Astra as soon as possible, the best way to do that is, aside from grinding your ass off, it's going to be buying her open with Valorant points. And we're going to be allowing you to do that with this giveaway that we're having on our screens right now. I'm going to pull up to you how you're going to be able to do that. And it's really rather quite simple. Just stitch and do it Azurai's TikTok video of casting challengers week 2. Post it on the PPGL Facebook page. And post the video on either Facebook or TikTok with the hashtag PPGL, just do it. So if you want to show off your casting skills and maybe go toe-to-toe with Azurai, as your co-caster, please do it, of course. And you might just be one of the 10 lucky winners to win 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. And you can get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now via CodaShop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. Also, don't forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page, facebook.com/PPGLGG. And subscribe to our official YouTube account. It's over here. It's bit.ly/PPGL-YT, or simply search PPGL on YouTube. And of course, you got to make sure your post is public so that we can see it, because a total of 10 winners will be selected, plus 1,500 points of Valorant points will be made available to you guys. Now, if you want to watch, the languages in your preferred language, if you want to watch in English, if you want to watch in Filipino, this is how you're going to do it. Pulling it up on your screens right now. English commentary is on Twitch. It's twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, as well as on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken, bit.ly/PPGL-YT. And if you want to watch Facebook, it's facebook.com/PPGLGG as well. So in whatever language you prefer to hear your commentary in, we've got you covered. Well, either English. Okay, that's only 2 languages. I realize that now. But either Filipino or English, we got you here as well. So again, and we're going to take a short break, though. When we come back, it's going to be the first series of the day. It's going to be one heck of a fight, and we could just see the new champions emerge out of this first series because it's going to be so close. But in the meantime, we'll take a short one. My name is Illustrato. I am your host, and we'll see you for the first game in just a second.
You watch me do my thing. Reinvent the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. And you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, nobody should know something. It's your you watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Welcome back to VCT Philippines, and we're giving away 1,500 plus points in Valorant. And all you gotta do in order to do that is coming up on your screens right now. Easy peasy 1, 2, 3 Stitch and Duet Azurai's TikTok video casting challengers week number 2. So go toe to toe with your favorite shoutcaster Azurai. Maybe your favorite shoutcaster. He's not my favorite, not at all. Sometimes. Anyway, just go toe to toe with him and maybe try to keep up with his pace and see what you can do. Share that with us on Facebook or TikTok and use the hashtag PPGL. Just do it. And 10 winners are going to be selected at the end of the day to win 1,500 plus points of Valorant points. And you know, what can you do with that? Maybe you get the new battle pass. Maybe you unlock Astra right up. I know I'm going to unlock Astra like straight up. She's just too strong to be passing up. They're going to nerf her pretty soon. I'm 100% sure of that. But get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now via Toda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And also, do not forget to stay tuned to our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page. It's facebook.com/PPGLUG. And subscribe to our official YouTube account at bit.ly/PPGL-YT or simply search PPGL on YouTube. Now, if you're here trying to catch this broadcast in English or in Filipino, we got you covered. This is how you can do it right now. Pulling you up on our screens, all the links you need to tune into your favorite language, either English or Filipino. Here for English, head on over to twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. Or for our fellow countrymen who want to watch in Filipino, it's facebook.com/PPGLGG. That's all you got to do, ladies and gents. And of course, the entire panel, which is us, is going to be in English. And we're going to be on both streams because we all know that we're the true stars here at VCTPH. Everybody knows that. Am I right, guys? No? No? Okay, fine. Fair enough. Anyway, my name is Illustrado. I'm your host here, and you're rejoining us on this discussion, on this panel segment. Joining me is going to be the amazing and not as cool as me, Trix and Viminal. How are you
I mean,
guys?
I think I'm pretty cool, but, you know.
I'd say we're cooler than Illustrados,
Okay.
so that's why we're not as cool.
That's just like your opinion, though.
Yeah, my opinion matters, though.
I mean, there are such things as wrong opinions, but whatever.
Okay.
That's a totally different discussion.
But speaking of opinions that actually do matter, let's go ahead and talk about our first matchup here today. It's going to be one heck of a fight. SE Atlas versus the First Order, and we've been wanting to talk about this head-to-head for quite a bit. SE Atlas finally coming into a tournament and not going up against Bren. They must be breathing a sigh of relief when they must have been breathing a sigh of relief when they saw those brackets come out and they saw that, hey, we're not going up against Bren in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, when have we seen them totally unleashed in a matchup that's not against Bren?
I think
when was the last time we
First
actually
Strike.
seen it?
Yeah.
That was quite some time ago.
Yeah.
And this is basically their shot to show everyone what they're truly made of.
Yeah, on the other side, of course, it's TFO, who they did take a big loss up against their, I'd say, rival team, OG, at the very last time in week number 2. And now they're here with a vengeance, trying to prove that they are still the dominant team, and especially up against a team like SC Atlas. That's not going to be, it's not going to be an easy thing by any means at all.
I just wonder about the consistency TFO is going to bring to us today, because I do know that they're not always the most consistently performing team. They do well, and they are very skilled, but I just find that Atlas had that consistency all the way since First Strike.
Ever since. They've just been so good
And
ever since.
they always seem to manage to perform. And of course, getting gatekept by a team like Bren, it makes it very difficult for them to come up to the stage right now that we're on here. But it just makes me wonder how TFO is going to perform against Atlas.
I mean, I was a fan of SC Atlas when I first saw them in First Strike, just Tim's on that battle stage. I'm hoping they bring it back, because you and I and the other talents, the other casters have been wondering, you know, where the heck has Tim been on the, the battle stage? Because it's been so good, and I'm hoping we see it here again. So let's take a quick look at the Atlas, roster itself. Here we go. No? Guy, come on, production. Get on the level. Thank you. There we go. Y-Mons. A couple of changes here, actually. Y-Monster, Brywood, Dre, Yoshi, and Kidlat. Where's Tim's?
that is the first question that I asked myself.
They have done a bit of a role swap in recent times, so that must have something to do with it, I guess.
Yeah, well, it might be that, or maybe they're just throwing us a curveball here. Who knows? Because when we see these photos, you never know if it's the 6-man coming up just for this first match.
Right.
So it could be just like the whole Young Pork thing, where it's actually Young Pork going to be playing. We don't know, guys. So hopefully it's just them throwing us a curveball. We never really know anyway. But let's talk about this roster here. SE Atlas. I just think that they're a good team. I think that they're going to take this 2-0. I know it's early, I know it's premature, but 2-0 Atlas, that's just how good they look lately.
I don't know. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt for the first row. I think it's going to be 2-1.
2-1 first order?
Yeah. No. I mean
2-1 Atlas.
Yeah,
2-2. I think everyone on this desk is favoring Atlas right now.
Yeah.
We've seen them perform before. They're performing in other tournaments as well. So even checking out their VODs, I've noticed that Tim, I don't think he does play the battle stage anymore.
Yeah.
They've opted for something else. But still fantastic to watch Atlas play. I wonder how TFO will fare, but I'm giving them that they'll probably win their map pick.
Yeah, let's find out here as we talk about the other team on the other side. TFO right now, the first order. We're pulling up their roster right now on your screens as well. Now, this is definitely a more veteran squad also. You got Coco, Courtesy, Marky, Miko, and the other Tricks.
The other Tricks.
The other
Imposter Tricks.
The imposter.
Tricks Prime.
Tricks Prime. Oh no. Bizarro Tricks.
Anyway, I do think the first order, really good shot. We know them to be the sister or rival team of Oasis Gaming, which has struggled to perform consistently in every map. But I do think that TFO will give a hard time to Atlas, but I really don't think TFO has enough in their kit.
Here's the thing. TFO, such a talented team.
Yes.
A lot of potential to work with. Usually barred by a lot of technical difficulties, unfortunately.
Well, that's honestly, technical difficulties it's such a big thing because there's nothing you can do about it. You can't improve
There is no counterplay when you disconnect or when you're lagging
or when your power just shuts off.
Yeah,
there's nothing
there is no counterplay.
It hurts when that happens.
And unfortunately, it can get in your head.
Yeah.
And it just affects your performance all throughout a tournament. Sometimes that's how it is. But hopefully later on in the year when, all of this pandemic has, sort of died down a bit, maybe we'll see them exactly. Maybe we'll see them, perform on LANs and maybe they'll kick ass. Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm excited to see the LANs. All teams perform extremely different.
I think we're all like ridiculously thirsty for a LAN at this point.
Yeah.
Like literally everybody I know just misses a crowd and the feeling of being in an arena with like thousands of people. There's just nothing like it. There's just nothing like it.
It's different.
And some teams do better on it, and some teams suck.
The one time I was at a LAN, I couldn't even play well because my hands were shaking simply because it was a LAN and everyone was there. It's
I've had
so
that
different.
experience.
It's so different.
Yes.
So one of the best LAN experiences I've had was I don't get stage fright at all. So the last time I got on stage in a LAN event was with a lot of, obviously a big arena filled with people, and I just yelled to the public, and you can just hear thousands of people roaring right back at you, and you can't hear anything. It is impossible that that does not get to you, especially as a player with everything on the line. That kind of stuff is going to make you shake. But
it does. It's like shaking the table.
But it's so hype. I mean, the energy, the electricity in the air. It's
definitely. But in terms of, it affects everything. Maybe even your one-on-ones, maybe even your head-to-heads. But let's talk about the player head-to-heads right now as we go and take a look at who the key players are for both of these teams. We got Yoshi and Courtesy right now. And as you can see, ACS 205.5 to 171.4. Not really a giant difference between the both of these guys, considering the roles that they do play.
Has Yoshi switched from the Sova to the Breach? Because I'm seeing the Breach up right now, but I remember Yoshi having those amazing Sova plays.
They have been known to be sort of flexing or changing their roles quite recently. And maybe that's why they've been even more successful than in the past.
Wow. Yeah, I can definitely imagine that.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, being flexible is something that, these teams have been known to do have been known to be, excuse me.
Yeah.
And especially with a team like Atlas, who are really quite capable of changing up the mix whenever we see them. But let's take a look at where they're going to be fighting today, as we're bringing up the current map vetoes right now, pulling it up on your screens right about now. And we're going to be seeing where we're going to be facing off here. And let's see. It's going to be Icebox, Ascent, and Bind. All right. So a little bit of a surprise that we're seeing Icebox especially picked by TFO first. Ascent is going to be picked by SE Atlas. No surprises there. And Bind is going to be the final map. And, you know, honestly, I think at SE Atlas, they won the drafting here. I think they won the drafting straight off the bat because they picked their Icebox, which they're good at. They're also decent. Everyone's decent on Ascent. And Bind is really something. It's a good map for SE Atlas as well.
I feel like Icebox was picked by TFO though. So I'm wondering what TFO has actually come with to, and it just feels that a lot of times after what happened with Bren's consistent Icebox efforts, it feels a lot of the Philippine teams have decided we're going to focus on Icebox now. And I'm seeing a lot of teams starting to practice it and starting to pick it out as their first map pick too.
I'm calling it right now. It's going to be the new Ascent for the Philippines.
Yeah,
Everyone's going to be insane on Icebox.
honestly, I like it. I love Icebox. There's so
Me
much you can
too.
do with it.
It's a fun map.
It's a
I
fun
like the map. I do.
It's an aim map. It's a set play map. There's just so many things you can do with it.
Yeah.
But before we go into the game itself, I'm gonna ask you guys right now on my desk. What are your predictions? Last chances for predictions to change your predictions. Is it going to be a 2-1? Is it going to be a 2-0? What do you guys think?
I vote for 2-1 in favor of Atlas.
I'm starting to think it could go 2-1 to TFO because of the Icebox pick. I'm not sure if Atlas is going to be expecting it.
Okay.
So let's go TFO.
All right.
Let's go.
And I'm going to still say, you know, I still 2-0. I'm going for a 2-0 right here for Atlas. I just think that they're just too strong. When we come back from this tiny break, we're going to be starting with the first series of the day. TFO versus Atlas is going to be the first series to open things up. Who is it going to be advancing closer to the Masters? We'll find out once we return.
Ano ba naman itong mga to?
Oh, uy, Denki, para bang malalim yung isip mo?
Oo, in-game ako eh. Teka, may tanong ka ba?
Oo, kasi what's next for PPGL?
Good question ah. Good question. Teka lang, focus ko lang to. Alam mo, kilala na ang PPGL as proving grounds for Filipino gamers to take their A-game, hindi lang dito sa Pilipinas kundi sa buong Southeast Asia. Kaya this year, aspiring Pinoy agents will take their shot at glory sa global Valorant esports scene with PPGL bringing you the 2021 Valorant Challengers here in the Philippines.
Wait. Ano naman ang Valorant Challengers?
Sige, explain ko. The Valorant Challengers is a regional competition that will serve as a qualification path to Masters as their respective regions representative. Of course, leading up to the Valorant Champions.
Okay, can you please elaborate?
O sige, explain ko mga mabuti. Kumbaga, yung Valorant Challengers, yun yung LCS ng Valorant. Yun namang Masters, yun yung mid-season invitational. Tapos pagdating sa Valorant Champions, yun na yung Worlds. All of this is part of the 2021 Champions Tour, or VCT.
So, what's at stake here?
Okay, sige, explain ko. You can only join and qualify the Masters through the Challengers. So kung gusto mo ng slot para makapasok sa Valorant Masters and eventually sa Champions, you really have to join the Valorant Challengers.
So, iba pa ba dun sa first strike?
Yes, the first strike kick off yung Valorant esports sa Pilipinas last year. Pero ngayong 2021, Valorant Champions Tour na tayo. Basta isipin mo na lang yung Challengers, yun yung gateway mo from regionals and eventually sa global Valorant esports.
So, sino-sino ang countries naman involved?
Okay, the 2021 Valorant Challengers in Southeast Asia will involve the following countries: Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore, and of course, focus tayo sa Pilipinas.
So, pa-explain naman sa akin how the roadmap works.
Okay, ganito yung hatian. The 2021 Valorant Champions Tour will be 3 splits long, ranging from January to September. Each split will be 6 weeks long, alternating between 3 open qualifiers and 3 challengers tournament. Let's break it down even further. Week 1 will be the open qualifier number 1, kung saan 8 teams, 8 teams will be moving for week 2 para sa Challengers Tournament number 1, kung saan yung top 4 will be directly seeded para sa Challengers Tournament number 2. Oh, still following? Follow lang, kaya pa natin yan. Kaya lang ano na ba tayo? Okay. Week number 3 will be the open qualifier number 2. Pero this time, 4 teams na lang yung babalik para sa Challengers Tournament number 2 kasi kasama nila yung 4 na seeded teams noong Challengers Tournament number 1. Mainit na yung laban dito kasi whoever gets the first place will be directly seeded. Nasaan na ba tayo? Okay. Kaya lang yung makaikot. Week number 5 will be open qualifier number 3. This time, 5 teams naman yung mag-move forward kasi kasama nila yung 3 seeded teams, yung 2nd, 3rd, at saka 4th noong Challengers Tournament number 2. This time, ito na yung huling Challengers Tournament natin for this particular split. Okay, dito na ang huling chance natin para makuha yung huling slot para sa Valorant Masters. Okay? Okay, so for this particular VCT, 2 slot ang makukuha ng ating Pinoy teams para makatapa sa International Valorant Scene. Ayos ba yun? Basta isipin nyo na lang, itong Valorant Challengers ang susi natin para madala ang ating skills at makita globally.
Okay. So, where can we get more info on the 2021 Valorant Challengers?
Okay, sige. Well, simple lang naman. Kailangan mo lang like and follow ng ating PPGL page para lagi kang updated sa mga happenings for 2021 Valorant Challengers. Registrations will be posted sa PPGL page, kaya make sure na naka-like and follow ka, baka hindi ka mapag-register. Alaro na ako. The road to Masters starts here at the 2021 Valorant Challengers. Brought to you by PPGL. Unpause. Let's go! B-side. Ay, di pala ako rin ito mga kampi ko.
Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat mga manonood at kami nagbabalik dito sa Valorant Challengers Tour Week 3 Day number 1 and we are your cast for the day. Ako nga pala si VIL at kasama ko si Ray dito sa aking tabi. Ladies and gentlemen, itong araw na to is sobrang espesyal para sa inyong mga manonood because this is gonna be SE Atlas versus the First Order and I really can't wait about this.
Week 3 na at sabi ko nga, ito na yung week na to kung saan sino kaya ang team na kasama ang Bren Esports papuntang Masters ngayong week na to. Malaman natin yung makakuha ng golden ticket once again.
The golden ticket once again, ladies and gentlemen, and itong week na to is sobrang exciting din sa mga players natin because yun nga, wala ng Bren Esports dito. Pero pag-usapan muna natin ang first match between SE Atlas and syempre the First Order. Okay, para sa akin, it's gonna be so hard for me na malaman kung sino bang mananalo dito because pwede nating sabihin na they're like literally on par with each other. So, a game number 3 is highly possible for sure.
And at the same time, alam naman natin na marami pang ipapakita sa atin ng TFO together with SE Atlas. Pero Vil, para sa'yo, sino bang sa tingin mo mananalo dito?
It's gonna be so hard. Pero actually, sa totoo lang, ako, ang pinredict ko dito is 2-1 in favor of TFO, the First Order. Because of their performance sa mga nakaraang weeks natin, we've seen TFO kung paano maglaro and I really can't wait kung ano ba mangyayari after like more than like 3 weeks or a month preparation. This is it. Maglalaban-laban na sila. So, upon checking the first map, it's actually Icebox like what you've said. Icebox apparently, ito naman gusto kong pag-usapan. Icebox, pwede nating sabihin na sobrang taas ng pick rate ni Viper doon. But, sobrang baba ng win rate ni Viper sa Icebox.
And Eto pa, no, knowing na si TFO ang pumili ng Icebox, I'm sure na marami silang plans beneath their sheets kung ano man papakita nila against SE Atlas. But ako naman, Vil, kung ikaw ay TFO, ako sa tingin ko 2-0 in favor of SE Atlas. May nakas ako na napakaganda ng performance nila, and ngayon throughout sa mga bracketing, sa mga nangyari sa SE Atlas, I think ito na yung oras nila talaga para mag-shine.
Hashtag oras na, and hashtag ngayon na mga kaibigan, maglalaro na sila between. This is the match between SE Atlas versus the First Order. SE Atlas getting that defender side and TFO on the attacker side. Map is Icebox. And like what we've talked about a while ago, na pag-uusapan natin lagi na every time na merong Icebox, auto-pick ang Viper. Pero as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, wala nang Viper pick ngayon.
Kaya most likely, itong mga teams na to, instead of Viper, magfo-focus sila sa kung ano talaga yung agent na comfortable sila gamitin. At the same time, yung magiging workable para sa team nila. Hindi lang naman kasi si Viper ang nag-iisang agent na kailangan yung gamitin sa Icebox. Meron tayong Sage, meron tayong Sova na napaka-importante para sa information. There's a lot of control agents that can literally do better than Viper here in this map right now. As you can see, for SE Atlas, they're getting Killjoy, Raze, Omen, Sova, and Sage. Meanwhile, dito naman sa TFO, we have Sova, Jet, Sage, Killjoy, and Omen, mga kaibigan. At kitang-kita rin natin na parang ang pinagkaiba lang nila is isang agent lang. Medyo slightly mirror match lang ang mangyayari sa atin. We have a lot of information. We have a lot of information dito sa SE Atlas and sa TFO. We have Killjoy, we have Sova as well. And ito yung gusto ko talaga eh. Ano kaya ang mangyayari dito sa Sova pick nila? Mangyayari pa to like, is this like yung nangyari kay Jessie Vash back then na sobrang explosive na ginawa ni Jessie Vash dito? I really want to see as well kung ano ang magagawin ng mga Sovas ng dalawang team na to. And here are the agents now, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, this is the first map of the first day of week number 3 ng ating Valorant Challengers Tour. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Ray, let's get into it. Looking at that, Vil, we have yung isang duelist lang para sa mga teams. Raze versus Jet plays tayo ngayon. Walang same sa mga duelist, and I am really expecting, especially with the Bren, alam naman natin na siya talaga yung key player also for SE Atlas, going up against Marky. Ito yung mga players na kailangan nating abangan dahil at the same time, hindi lang sila yung parang as their duelist, kundi sila din yung mga may kitaan natin ng magagandang plays.
In terms of magagandang plays, I would like to talk about Yoshi of SE Atlas. Nung first strike Philippines, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen how explosive yung Sova ni Yoshi. And I really can't wait kung ano ang magagawa niya dito. We have courtesy as well as TFO's Sova, and let's see kung sino ba ang mas solid na Sova dito. And by the way guys, if you guys are watching right now, ang patch na ginagamit natin is 204 na. So ibig sabihin is 500 na ang Frenzy, 1,100 na ang Spec. Spec tuloy, ang Stinger, at saka 1,000 na ang Marshall. So talaga makakita rin tayo ng mga ibang strategies here for sure. At medyo hindi din tayo makakita ng first by Frenzy dito sa round number 1. So solid talaga ang pwedeng maging outcome and the changes ng ating mga teams. And now we're now seeing Coco trying to plant the spike already, and nice smoke coming in for the Omen of SE Atlas, but serve there. Taking down SE Dre with that headshot as well. Pero this is the push coming in para sa SE Atlas. Mabilis ang pagdidefuse nila dito, but however, Trix is up top trying to kill that guy, but Carol with a follow-up kill. But Coco is just waiting patiently, taking courtesy down, pushing this to a 1v1 situation. This is gonna be Sova versus Killjoy. Who's gonna win this? The clock is ticking. Trix coming in dito sa may kanan, mga kaibigan, pero won't gonna be enough to kill down Yoshi as well. Yoshi pushing in, trying to catch someone off guard, but Trix trying na i-delay pa yung pag-defuse ni Yoshi dito, getting that first point of the game.
What a great performance. Knowing na low na din siya doon, talagang risk it out na lang ni Trix. Nag-buy ng time against Yoshi. And at the same time, looking at the meta na meron tayo, wala nang nagfe-frenzy, puro ghost na ulit. Bumalik na ulit sa dating ano.
Bumalik na tayo sa dating kinabihasnan, something like that.
Kinalalagyan.
Kinalalagyan or something like that. Bumalik na tayo dun sa dati and uy, look at that. Have you seen it, Marky, with that first buy Vandal dito? Galit na galit siya dito. If ever matalo man sila dito sa round na to, sobrang expensive na round na to for sure para sa TFO. He is really that confident to buy that Vandal out. So let's see if that's gonna be worth it for him. But apparently dun sa first game natin, I mean sa first round natin, it's all about kung paano i-utilize ni Killjoy yung mga nades niya. He used that time wisely and did that para madelay lang yung pag-defuse dito ni Yoshi. Pero hold that thought, we're now seeing TFO plant the spike already here in B again and again. This is like a deja vu of what happened a while ago. But look at that. A Spectre gun here coming in para sa isang player ng TFO.
And looking at that, they just planted sa open kaya para lang bigyan na ng alanganing posisyon ang mga taga-TFO. Pero dalawa na lang sa kanila natira. Pero di nagpabaya ang TFO sa force buy nila dahil magiging worth it lang ito. Dahil si Trix lang ang nakuha at bagada yung naging plans ng TFO to risk that. Kahit sabi nga ni Vil, napaka-expensive. Pero sabi ko nga, ang expensive na to ay nagiging worth it talaga.
Yeah, parang ang nangyari dito sa TFO is actually mainly kay Marky. It's actually a high risk, high reward. High risk of buying that Vandal kasi pag natalo siya dyan, wala talaga siyang pera for almost 2 rounds. Pero hindi. Nanalo sila and nakapag-plant pa sila. And apparently, isa rin yun, isang rason din yun kung bakit bumili din si Marky ng Vandal is para sigurado naman sila na makakapag-plant naman sila ng bomb. So secured agad yung 300 nila. Pero I think there's gonna be a change of pace coming in para sa ating mga players because they will push out A site na rin and Killjoy already doon somewhere right there dun sa may maze. Pero look at that, Yoshi up top from Raptors. Pero that Sage is really doing a good job blocking out all the players of SE Atlas.
I think they actually go for the ano na lang for the post plant. Yun ang plano talaga ng pinapakita ngayon ng TFO against SE Atlas at nahihirapan talaga ang SE Atlas so far sa pag-retake pero just some trades happening at isa na lang natitira si Kakarot pero 2v1 pa to at may chance pa siya pero out in the open ang Spike at kailangan niya talaga pumitas bago siya makapag-defuse.
Kung napapansin mo ang Sova ng TFO talaga nag-aantay lang dito sa may belt but serve again dito sa may maze and Jolban taking down Kakarot here with a 3K as well through 3-0 clean sweep para sa TFO. Checking sa scoreboard talagang equally distributed ang kills ng TFO. Lahat sila is talaga nagko-contribute sa frags and itong SE Atlas hopefully manalo sila dito. All of them literally bought 1 sheriff and 1 half armor. Hopefully it's gonna work for SE Atlas right now. But courtesy to just using that drone down below, Marky take it on 1 though. Marky with a tailwind, but it won't gonna be enough to take down that raise of SE Atlas though. That Bribe will be down as well. Tama spray and pray na sa serve dito because there's someone right there sa snowman, ladies and gentlemen. But look at that, nakapatay na si Yoshi. But this is gonna be a 3v4 situation. 3v4 retake coming in para sa ating SE Atlas. And ito yung maganda sa TFO is talagang alam talaga nila kung ano yung titignan nilang mapa. Alam nila kung ano yung titignan nilang point of the map rather. And it's all about objectives. Ano ba yung objectives dito sa game na to? 1, plant the bomb first.
And speaking of, alam naman natin na map-pick to ng TFO and pinapakita talaga nila sa atin kung gaano sila ka-confident in their playstyle right now sa Icebox. Alam naman natin na may mga teams pa rin na iwas sa map na to. Pero the fact that pick nila then they've been doing really well, that itself is something na TFO has been telling us. They are well prepared for this map. Pero ang ganda ng ginawa ni Kakarot, he took out 1 para gumastos pero tatapusin na kagad ni Zerv. At this round goes to TFO's hands once again.
TFO doing the job done, making it so hard para sa SE Atlas na makakuha pa ng any points to win. But apparently, at least magandang round na rin yun sa SE Atlas using those sheriffs, and nakapatay pa rin sila ng kahit konti lang dito sa side ng TFO. And this is a full round by gun round na talaga to ulit for the second time around para sa dalawang teams na to. And hopefully, may magbago sa SE Atlas mga kaibigan. Actually, dalawa lang yun eh. And I think this is gonna be like the change na gagawin ng SE Atlas dito. Pwede silang mag-change ng pace, which is ginagawa na nila. Which is nagiging mas aggressive sila, unlike dun sa first 4 rounds natin.
And looking at that, parang gusto mo na lang, let's take them on to... Isa-isahin muna natin ang mga membro ng TFO, and speaking of, they actually took out one. Sayang ang naging Blade Storm kagad ng Jet ng TFO, but then Trix, they still want to contest here at A. Kailangan nila makapitas para makapukaroon ng opening. And speaking of, nakakuha kagad si Zerv ng isa, takes out Tim. 4-4 tayo.
4-4 indeed. Pero ang problema dito, wala na ang Sage ng SE Atlas. Kailangan ng SE Atlas yung Sage niyan just to block out the vision and the entry points of TFO for sure. But apparently, nawala na rin yung main fragger ng TFO. But hold that thought. Coco just reviving that Jet. Puno na naman. Buong-buo na naman ang koponan. Pero hindi, look at that. Yoshi, ladies and gentlemen, with a 2K. Again and again, taking down Jet and Sova of TFO. So this is gonna be a very good round for SE Atlas. They need to make it work. Kailangan nilang i-improve lahat ng kung ano meron sila. Just at least manalo lang sila ng isang round dito, ladies and gentlemen. 30 seconds left in the clock. Kyoko just planted the spike already, and Yoshi patiently waiting though, but Trix is right there. Talagang alam na niya na mag-trade off yung TFO, but SE Atlas knows what's up already, taking down the remaining players of TFO as well. Okay na, yes, na-plant nila, pero yun nga lang, sobrang important din talaga yung pagka-2K ni Yoshi doon, taking down that Jet and that Sova. Walang information ang TFO that time.
And ina-expect nga talaga natin that Yoshi will be doing some insane plays ngayon sa Icebox. And speaking of, great start for him. Siya na ang top fragger ngayon sa SE Atlas. And if this continues, pwede na lang matayang score actually.
Let's see if makakapagtay pa siya. Well, apparently maaga pa naman eh. So, nasa early stage pa lang naman tayo ng mga matches, so change is inevitable. It's really up to them on how will they make this work. But that is the lockdown para sa SE Atlas. They know what's up already. Alam nila nandito ang TFO. It's really up to them if magpupush ba sila o hindi. Pero apparently, hindi pa sila gumagalaw at all. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, hinahanap nila kung nasan ba yung lockdown, and for sure, nasira na nila and makakapagpasok na ngayon. That is the lockdown of a TFO rather. And ang ginawa ng SE Atlas dito, they have no way para masira ito, so they just backed off and gave that post-plant advantage for them. But that is Kakarot and Bri all the way from down below. But Bri, however, being that really aggressive though, won't gonna catch someone with that showstopper. But Courtesy with a trade. But Courtesy again and again trying to kill that guy with that shock dart. Won't gonna catch someone though. But Kakarot with a 3K already. But Dre finishing everyone off, taking down Courtesy.
You don't deserve my
2-4, slowly but surely nakakabawi na ang SE Atlas.
And look at that, 4-2 na ang score natin right now. Pinauna lang nila actually ang lockdown ni Trix at sabay na lang sila mag-retake. Alam na nila, in-expect nila na most likely they'll go for a retake na lang, and that's an insane race coming from SE Atlas.
Nice lockdown there for SE. For TFO. Pero we can say now na medyo nahihirapan ang TFO sa A. Well, let's see if ever makakabawi sila dito sa B. And apparently, ang pwede lang nilang gawin dito is play for picks muna tayo. Play for picks and start from there. Which is ganun ngayon ang gagawin ng TFO for sure. Pero Tim, however, nandito lang sa may garage pero won't gonna be able to revive that guy because there are a lot of agents waiting patiently para dito kay Tim. And for sure, he's gonna see one taking down that Sage as well. 3 versus 4 situation right now, ladies and gentlemen. And for sure, Marky, is he gonna commit? There's gonna be a big commitment for Marky if ipipick ba niya si Tim dito. And yeah, he will not. I'm just gonna play for tamang safe play lang. And maganda ang ginawa ng TFO dito. Tamang fake B, and now they're in the A site already. Tim will be reviving Dre now. 45 seconds left in the clock. No movements at all para sa TFO. Nasaan ba ang SE Atlas, mga kaibigan? And look at that Kakarot. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be finally seeing all the players of TFO for sure. Alam niya na meron tao dun behind, and yes, tamang wallbang lang, but Yoshi is right there waiting patiently, will be taking down that Omen. So it's all up to Marky, but Dre says no.
And good take coming from TFO, but then ito na nga yung we've been all waiting for about SC Atlas eh. Kapag naging comfortable na sila to what their enemy has been doing, kapag alam na nila usually yung magiging strat nila parate, and yun yung parating pinapakita na TFO sa kanila, we already have our cards showing up against our enemies.
And this is a big retaliation para sa SE Atlas, no? Medyo nabasa ng SE Atlas yung galaw ng TFO, and they are just using this card, tulad na sabi mo, for their advantage. Well, apparently, for TFO, they need to save up as much as they can. But because kailangan nila yung economy para makabawi dito sa ginagawa ng SE Atlas. But TFO has been revealed already dito sa may bilong, and Courtesy, however, just using that outdoor to get some knowledge and some information kung nasan ba yung mga ibang players ng SE Atlas. Courtesy sees one already, and now that is the push coming in from TFO. They're really gonna commit here in B. Bry, however, let's see if meron mga babawasan nun. Ooh! Medyo wala ata nabawasan yung pain shells, and as well, yung shock dart dito, and this is a 4v5 retake para sa gagawin ng SE Atlas. Puno-puno pa sila dito, but Marky is being revealed. Yoshi, let's see if meron pa matatamaan yung recon bolt, and yes, meron nga. Pero Bry, however, nandito lang, taking down Coco, but Kakarot with the refire, taking down Marky as well. Serve very, very low on HP together with Sova. 2 versus 2 situation, pero that is the ultimate coming in. Uy, mamapatay pa dito, pero Tim just dodging that ultimate from Sova. Pero yun nga lang, Tim with that wallbound taking Courtesy down. Sobrang sayang talaga yung opportunity na nami-miss ng TFO dito. Sobrang silang nahuhuli ng SE Atlas because of Bry, because of Kakarot. And look at Kakarot right now with 13 frags.
Alam mo, ito na inaabangan ko kay Kakarot eh. Even if siya ang Killjoy, even if siya yung sa Ascent nila, he makes sure that he'll be able to go to a place kung hindi siya ine-expect ng mga taga-TFO. Parati siya nakakapag-lurk in, parati siya nakakuha ng kung nasaan sila, and yan yung performance na inaabangan ng lahat kay Kakarot.
And this is the power of information, mga kaibigan. Talagang iba talaga yung feeling na nalalaman mo kung nasa yung mga kalaban mo. I mean, with that turret, with that alarm bot, sobrang huge factor talaga if you are playing as a Killjoy na nagde-defend. Pero at least, just SE Atlas doing the job done, making this game on a tie with 4.
Speaking of, alam nyo ng alarm bot, nandito na kagad si Tix at Nest. So, ibig sabihin may idea na ulit na naman ang SE Atlas that they might be going to A. But still, Coco, naka-sheriff lang sila right now. Pero pwede naman nilang ma-utilize actually yung mga meron silang ults right now. May revive sila, may blade storm pa sila. But then Yoshi, speaking of,
Yoshi na
okay.
Nakita na ni Yoshi na sumisilap dito ang Sova ng TFO. Pero hold that thought, we're now seeing that Sage. So, nag-heal na rin. So, apparently, kailangan mag-ingat ang TFO dito kasi wala silang heal para sa Sage na yan. Pero look at that. That is Jet just finding his prey now, being that Apex Predator here. 3v3 retake now. para sa ating mga players. Pero meron pang isang tao dito sa Snowman, but Marky says no. If no one nang papatay na daw. 2v1 situation. It's all up to Kakarot. Let's see who's gonna win this. 71 HP onto Marky. Meron pa siyang ultimate as well. Pero si Serve, ladies and gentlemen, knows kung nasan si Kakarot dito. Very low on HP. So this is gonna be hard for Kakarot for sure. Pero ang maganda dito, punong-puno pa ang armor at buhay ni Kakarot. So meron pa siyang slight advantage dito. Kakarot sees the head of Marky. So it's all up to Serve. 1v1 situation right now. Pero Serve taking Kakarot down. Sobrang sayang yun. If ever lang na Vandal yung ginamit niya doon, he will surely take down Serve.
At that 6 HP at may oras pa para makapag-defuse si Kakarot. Napakasayang. Maybe kasi unexpected nga naman na magtatago siya behind that green boxes.
Actually, totoo yun. Medyo unexpected. Tsaka feeling ko kaya talaga na nilabas yung kaya nilabas yung classic niya kasi i-burst niya if ever malapit lang, which is really really smart for Kakarot. Pero yun nga lang, the damage is not enough for him to take down Serve.
Sayang lang din, and but still a good play coming from Zerv himself from TFO. Pero at the same time, guys, kailangan nyo kasi i-stop yung momentum ng SC Atlas dahil kapag nagsimula na naman yan once again, magiging unstoppable team na sila against FO. But still, dikit na dikit ang laban within these teams. Alam naman natin na this victory talaga, yung mga lineups ng teams na meron tayo ngayon, talagang most likely 2-1, napakadikit na mga matches talaga.
Scanning ahead.
Sobrang dikit na matches indeed. So, at least, meron na rin Hunter's Fury dito. Si Yoshi, at least meron na rin revive yung TFO, and meron na rin ultimate yung ating Omen. So, in terms of flexibility and kung paano sila makakapag-move around the map, TFO ang meron noon. And with that slow orb coming in from that Sage of TFO, SC Atlas knows what's up. Alam nila na baka meron mag-commit, alam nila na meron mag-push, narinig na nila yung mga footsteps ng SC ng TFO dito, and SC Atlas just using that nade dun sa may area na yun, really really smart because it's like 100% of the time na nasa B sila, that is the only placement of that spike. Dun lang talaga.
And alam naman nila na pinaplan sa open, pero si Marty nakapag-lurk in na, and now they actually took out 2 already from SC Atlas, pero medyo natamaan ngayon si Marty at 83 HP na lang. Still, 5 pa rin sila, and may pag-asa na sila dito against SC Atlas. But look at the drone given to us by Yoshi. Tries to take out some information as to where he is. Kita na nila kung nasaan si Marty ngayon.
Like what we've said, may ulti si Omen dito. Si from B, they went to A para lang lituhin ang SC Atlas, and that really worked for TFO. Pero tamang fake lang. Pero ang problema dito, 4 pa ang buhay sa TFO, mga kaibigan. And just using that shock dart just to deny that plant. Pero look at that! Through the smoke, ladies and gentlemen, Kakarot sees Serve. But Marky with a kill onto Kakarot as well. But Trey,
1 enemy remaining.
the time is not enough, and just we can say that TFO is just too much for SC Atlas on that round.
Sayang yun, nakalahati na actually ni Yoshi yung defuse. Kung pinagpatuloy lang niya yun, tapos winatch out lang siya ni Bren together Kakarot, kaya pa. Pero may dalawa na pala together with Marky. So, talaga nga naman makita natin na di nagpapatalon TFO.
Look at that. From Marky, ladies and gentlemen, he tried to delay, and medyo hindi na talaga nag-work ng sobrang bilis because it's just naghahaantay lang talaga yung Omen dun sa baba. But still, it's just 4-6 anyway. Maaga-aga pa dito. Maaga-aga pa to. But Kakarot taking Marky down. He tried to be super aggressive here, pero yun nga lang, medyo kinarma ata yung pagka-aggressive na dito, and Kakarot will be taking him down, and tamang slow push lang. It's all about how slow you push, and it's all about how aggressive you push. Ganoon lang naman ang ginagawa ng TFO dito, and ang problema dito ng TFO, SC Atlas, they have the lockdown, so they can stop the push of TFO for sure. Courtesy, however, leading the way. Kakarot just waiting patiently onto the black hole, and lockdown is now placed. Coming in for Kakarot, but Serve taking Tim down. and overseal is over. Pero yun nga lang, ang limang players ng TFO is nandun lang sa may yellow though. Naghahanap lang na pwede mo patay dito mga kaibigan. Pero Showstopper coming in from Rai will take down Morky, but Kakarot again and again with the right place, on the right time, taking down
Last round
4
in the half.
people. We can say that Kakarot is on a roll right now, doing his job just to carry out the wins of Team SE Atlas.
Kanina, he's just waiting yung perfect opportunity dito, Vil. Pero yun yung kanina, narinig na niya, pero hold up, hindi pa tayo maglalahak down muna. And then, just wait a few seconds, then he started it. Na lahat ng members ng TFO nag-alangan, and at the same time, they're out in the open kung saan sila i-expect ng mga taga-SE Atlas.
Ang ginagawa lang ni Kakarot dito is nag-aantay lang siya ng huge opportunity bago siya lumabas. Pinapauro niya yung mga kakampi niya. Then after nun, pag alam na ng information, dun na siya magpapasabog ng kanyang mga explosive shots. O, di ba? Munti pa nang magpasabog ng mga mukha pero hindi pwede yun. Pero going back here, ladies and gentlemen, however, trying to lead the way and trying na gawin kung anong ginagawa ni Kakarot dito. But look at that, Kakarot taking 2 players down. 4v2 situation right now, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy. At saka ang killjoy na lang natitira dito sa TFO, this is gonna be so hard for sure. Pero at least, yun ang problema dito. Sobrang on point din talaga yung mga recon bolt ni Yoshi. And kitang-kita niya kung saan ba talaga pumupunta yung dalawang players ng TFO. Courtesy, very, very low in HP. Trix, alaman ng SE Atlas na nandyan lang si Trix. Hindi siya umaalis at all dyan. Pero pwede silang umikot. Pero yun nga lang, baka mahuli sila ni Omen ng SE Atlas. But the Hunter's Fury of Courtesy is right there. Let's see if he's gonna take down someone though. But Bry, very low HP. 14 HP coming in for that try. But Yoshi, being aggressive, taking Courtesy down. The score is tied up again. And what a crazy first half para sa dalawang team na to.
Napakadikit talaga ng laban between TFO and SE Atlas. Sabi ni-expect talaga namin na pwedeng 2-1 to, and at the same time, napakadikit. At speaking of, ganun na nga ang nangyayari. But remember, look at Kakarot with 22 frags already. First half pa lang yan, Vil.
Yeah. I mean, this is actually super crazy for Kakarot. Nag-gym ang kuya mo, pero hindi. And actually, ang ginagawa na talaga ni Kakarot dito is just using that huge opportunity, those information na alam niya bago talaga siya lumabas dito. Look at that. Hindi na mapapatay yung unang agent na yon if talagang it's not for the recon bolt. And he used that information of the recon bolt. Then after nun, bigla siya lumabas. He knows already kung nasan yung agent na yon, and just killing him flawlessly. 6-6 apparently. Tulad nga ng pag-usapan natin kanina, this game is gonna be super close. Which is nangyayari ngayon. And ladies and gentlemen, and talagang tactical pause muna tayo. And we need to talk about kung ano ba yung mga pwede nating gawin sa mga susunod nating mga rounds for sure. Well, magpapalitan na sila eh. So, let's see kung ano ba ang meron ang SE Atlas sa attacker side. And ngayon mga kaibigan, at least matututunan natin, may experience natin kung paano ba maging bagahe.
Ano ba? Na-experience mo na ba maging bagahe, Vil?
Hindi, every time na may tactical post dito sa Icebox, nararanasan ko eh kung paano maging bagahe. yung mga buhay ng mga penguin sa taas sa mga gilid-gilid neto. Yeah, it's really interesting though. At saka I really can't wait sa mga bagong mapa. Actually si Astra, siya mga 2 to 3 weeks siyang hindi pwedeng gamitin dito sa tournament natin. Well, actually ginagrind ko na si Astra ngayon kasi gusto kong matutunan kung paano gamitin si Astra. Well, actually, out of my 10 games, isang beses pa lang ata ako nakakalaban ng Astra sa Spike Crush pa.
Spike Crush pa. Siguro
Crush
lahat pa ng mga tao ngayon, they're just still testing the waters kung saan si Astra. Kasi alam naman natin, very complicated, na very effective.
Tulad yan, tinan mo, magkasama yung dalawang penguin. Yung isang penguin andun lang sa may Gedli. Kasi ex niya yun dati. Tapos tinitignan niya yung...
Tinitignan lang niya, sinasabi niya, alam ko ano? Sana all.
Sana all. Sumasana all lang yung penguin na yun. Pero... I want to be a penguin if ever may chance. Pengville or something
Pengville,
like that.
bagay. Sa akin, pangit eh.
Peng. Yeah, hindi bagay.
Pengville ang bagay. Ba't
Oh,
ganun kapag Ville talaga yung pangalan, bagay lahat?
Oh.
bagay maging penguin, bagay na maging tiger. Tigerville.
Inaantay lang naman natin mag-start to, guys, and I hope you guys are really enjoying the first match. So once again, it's gonna be SE Atlas versus TFO. We have 3 games for today, so chill muna tayo. Tomorrow, tomorrow dun ako excited eh. Dun sa laban bukas. So kasi bukas DR, di ba? DR. So this is gonna be later on. It's gonna be AA versus DreamFyre, yeah? So really can't wait for that match. Sa totoo lang, gusto ko na mapanood yun. And going back here sa ating game, tamang technical pause muna. Ikaw ba, Rere? Ikaw, Rere. Playing here in Icebox, sino sa tingin mo ang pinaka-solid na agent dito?
Napaka-complicated ng tanong mo. Pero kung ako talaga yung siguro yung vital, hindi yung sa pagiging, sa kumukuha ng frags, kundi yung amount of information. Sova talaga ako eh.
Yeah. Actually, it's Sova and Killjoy. One of the best agents dito sa mapa na to. Ang dami na pwede magawa. Anti-flank and with those nades, knowing na medyo claustrophobic din tong tong map na to, lalo sa A kasi puro masisikip yung places, which is yun yung perfect na placements onto that nades ni Killjoy dito. And if you want to utilize Killjoy, use it dito sa Icebox. And the Sova as well. Sova, why? Because of the open space dito sa B. Sobrang daming possibilities with those lineups, tulad ng ginawa ni Jesse Vash back then. Sobrang daming possibilities din sa A kasi medyo masikip nga. So pwede mong i-clamp up yung mga kalaban mo and just gonna use that Hunter's Fury to take down all those remaining enemies na meron na sa game nyo. Well, apparently sa totoo lang, when I talk about Astra, well, Astra, marami siyang possibilities combo-wise. Why? Okay, combo-wise, yung skill niya na is gonna suck up all the players in the middle. Ano pwede mo magamit dun? Marami. Number 1, pwedeng Hunter's Fury. Number 2, pwedeng Showstopper. Number 3, ito number 1. Yung number 3, Orbital Strike, di ba?
Ano masasabi mo dyan, whoever is making snowmen stop?
No, I will not stop. I will not stop. Yeah, because I haven't been to a country na merong snow. So if ever nagkaroon ako ng opportunity to go to a country na may snow, I'd love to go there. I'd love to make a lot of snowmen and penguins. I'd hug penguins there for sure.
Ako, Bill, may gusto akong pangarap eh. Hindi ko alam kung pwede tong gawin eh. Pero gusto ko kumain ng snow na may kasamang chocolate syrup.
Oh, okay. It's like literally, you want a snow cone. Okay. Well, actually, ang snow kasi hindi siya masarap. Sa totoo lang. Hindi siya masarap. So all you have to do is just use a crushed ice. I'm just gonna put some chocolate syrup or any flavors out there para mas sumarap lang siya. And speaking of masarap, alam kong masarap ang laban natin ngayon between SE Atlas versus the First Order. Who will win this first map, ladies and gentlemen? This is the second series. I mean, this is the second half of the match already. So let's see if sino ba ang pwedeng manalo dito. Is this like a deja vu of what happened a while ago? Sobrang dikit lang ba ng laban? Or magkakaroon tayo ng sobrang durog? O kunyaring who will be super ahead dito sa dalawang teams? So that's gonna be a huge question for sure. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, the main fragger of TFO, main duelist, which is siya lang naman ang duelist, Jet, is now down.
Remember, kung nakakita kayo ng battle stage, dito kayo makakita ng battle Killjoy at si Kakarot ang pinakauna ng first-hand experience kung paano siya gumalaw bilang killjoy sa attacking side. And now, nagsimula na nga kaagad ang SE Atlas into planting the spike. Same lang naman ang lineup kung paano nagpa-plant ang spike ang TFO earlier. But then ngayon nakapag-plant, aabangan na lang nila ang pag-retake galing sa TFO.
The retake is now on for all these players, ladies and gentlemen. So it's really up to SE Atlas kung paano ba nila i-deny and i-delay yung pag-defuse ng TFO, mga kaibigan. But now Tim taking down Coco, but Gray with that A-tech is served down. But Kakarot just taking every damage dito sa side ng SE Atlas, mga kaibigan. There's gonna be... I mean... They tried so hard, pero we can say just SE Atlas is really that on point onto that first round. 23 frags onto Kakarot. At least nakapatay siya ng isa, pero yun nga lang, sobrang dami rin talagang bumabaril dito kay Kakarot. It's hard for him though. He tried his best, but it's not that worth it. But at least they won that round, and for sure will get this the second round advantage onto the second half. Pero SE Atlas, they have the advantage. They have that economic advantage as well. It's really up to them on how will they utilize this. Yoshi, however, is gonna use that recon, that out-drone to gain some information kung nasan ba yung mga players ng TFO. But Yoshi with that huge shock dart taking tricks down. Pero Bray, ayaw pa ng tigilan yung mga shock dart dito para lang hindi makapasok ang TFO sa inside, mga kaibigan. But Marky with an updraft won't be able to take down the players of SE Atlas. Yun nga lang, kahit ulo na yun, pero it's not enough. But serve there with a shorty, taking Dre down. Courtesy, however, trying to be so alive, but Yoshi says no. Bray finishing everyone off. 8-6 SE Atlas bumabawi na. Ito na ang ganti ng api from 0-4 to 8-6.
Kahit naman na kitang-kita mo na may isang duelist lineup na. Actually, yung gantong agent lineup na meron tayo ngayon, it's a safe pick talaga for Icebox. But then, nakita nyo naman yung differences between the frags that Kakarot has versus sa frags na meron right now si Zerv. And from the looks of it, talagang yun yung plano ng SE Atlas. Since alam nyo naman na si Killjoy ngayon, it doesn't have that much to do except with his nano swarms and alarm bots. But now, Coco, as he pushes through mid, di magiging posible yun dahil merong boombot sa nalabas kagad si Bray against him.
He's using that boombot for their information though. SE Atlas, in terms of infos, they have a lot of infos. Why? They have that boombot of Ray, Sova, and Killjoy as well to get more information on that recon bolt and that alarm bot and that turret as well. And it's really looking so good for SE Atlas right now to prevent the possible defuse and the possible delaying tactics of TFO for sure. SE Team, however, being really aggressive here. Siya ata ang magiging entry fragger dito ng SE Atlas. But Trix knows what's up already. He knows na nandito lang si Tim. He knows na nandito yung mga ibang players ng SE Atlas. But Trix waiting patiently. Nandito lang sa may backside, mga kaibigan. But that paranoia is really on point. Taking Trix down. Courtesy, however, with that retaliation, taking Tim down as well. But the spike is planted already.
And now, nahabangan na lang ng SE Atlas ang pag-push na retake rather ng TFO. Pero 3-3, nakapag-trade lang ngayon. But once again, trades lang pangyayari, but we still have Marky in. And now, he uses Cloud Burst, takes down Yoshi. And we only have Dave, pero remember, losing Marky and Courtesy wins that round. And great start coming from TFO dahil unti-unti na din silang mabangon galing sa second half na walang panalo, and 8-7 na between these two teams.
Courtesy with 9 HP left na sa kanya, finally taking down the last player, which is Dre ng SE Atlas. At ito na rin ang pagbawi ng TFO. Let's see kung hanggang kailan pa magagawa ng TFO ito. For SE Atlas, they have everything para mag-surround. They have economic advantage. They have that gun advantage because of that vandals and stuff, because of that using all the ARs na meron sila. But for TFO, pwedeng mag-save actually dito si Jet. Just gonna use that Blade Storm, which is ginagawa niya ngayon. Tama, hindi ata siya bumili ng baril, I guess. Just isang armor lang, full armor lang in that Blade Storm. Actually worth it na yan. Goods na talaga yan for him. Pero he needs to make it super worth it. Yoshi seeing Jet and that Omen na nag-aantay lang dito sa may bilong, mga kaibigan, plus that Boombot para lang at least to get more information if ever meron pa bang nag-aantay dito sa may bilong as well. Pero I think wala na ata. And we're just actually waiting for that huge rotation para sa gagawin ng SE Atlas dito. And now, that is the push, but serve! Taking SE team down! Pero yun nga lang, wala nang napatay dito si Mark. It's gonna be so hard for him to make bawi na for sure. Kasi isa na lang ang smoke niya. And the medyo konyo yung sinabi ko, pero okay lang yun. Pero Bray trying to back off, and that is the rotation coming in from SE Atlas, mga kaibigan. Dre leading the way here para sa SE Atlas. Pero yun nga lang, andito pa si Trix, mga kaibigan. Super patient lang talaga.
And looking at that, talagang 20 seconds left para sa SE Atlas para makapag-plan sila, and wala na silang oras kundi pupush na kagad sa pilo. And look at that flare coming from Kakarot. Takes out Zerv. But remember, 10 seconds left at makakapag-plan pa nga si Bren ngayon. Di nila hayaan makapag-push at all ang mga taga-TFO. But then that shot start lineup. Buti na lang hindi na take out si Bryden. Konti na lang at saktong-sakto sa kanya, Vid.
Sobrang konti na lang indeed, and this is gonna be a 4v4 retake coming in para sa TFO, mga kaibigan. Just using that ultimate para lang at least to get advantage, para at least hindi siya ganoon ka sobrang aggressive dito sa may unahan ng mapa na to. Pero yun nga lang, andito pa ang TFO. Courtesy, however, taking 2 players down. Kakal with the refrag there. Marky, however, seeing 1, but Kakal is the only man remaining here. Coco with that Bulldog taking it down. The game is now tied up again and again.
Kanina leading na ang SE Atlas.
Look at that. Look at the pattern, man. Look at the pattern. 4 panalo ng TFO, 4 din ang SE. 2. Look at the pattern. Talagang kung ilan yung pinanalo nung kabila, ganun din mananalo yung isang team. Parang wala lang. Ang ganda ng tignan ng scoreboard natin. I mean, we really can say na talagang sobrang dikit lang talaga ng team na to. It's really so hard for us to know on who's gonna win this. Because like kung anong sinabi ng panel natin at saka sinabi din ng mga ibang casters and namin as well, sobrang at par sila sa isa't isa.
And I mean, wala akong masabi sa Sovas ng both teams. Yoshi and Courtesy are really doing their jobs sa pagbigay ng info sa mga teams kung paano yung magiging plano nila sa pag-retake. And wow, what a great start with that paint shells coming in from the race. But then, aabangan lang talaga nila pagpunta, ba't kinakain na siya ng Nanas War, pero nasakwag pa siya ngayon ng shock dart. And now, we only have 3 left for TFO, and they're just gonna be waiting for them to come in. But
no Hunter's Fury from Courtesy, so will be spotting out one player, pero yun nga lang, Bray, very low na HP, but it's not over. Pero ito na ang sagot ni Bray, mga kaibigan. Naghahanap na pwede mo patay with a showstopper. 5 seconds remaining dun sa may ultimate niya, pero meron pa siya mahuhuli dito, and he needs to release this already, pero hindi ito mababawasan. And the Bray, mga kaibigan, Diyos ko po, full damage! Na full damage pa siya, namatay sa sarili niyang talon, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, 1v3, but this is the answer of Yoshi. Let's see if he can deny and stop the defuse.
But then nakakalahati
TFO
ni Courtesy at wala na talaga na much. And look at that retake coming from TFO. At ngayon, kanina silang dehado, ngayon sila naman ang makakapagtaas ng kanilang score. 9-8. At din, alam mo kung ano na-expect ko dito, lalo na't Icebox yung mapa. Tingin ko lang magkakaroon tayo ng overtime, knowing sa mga scores nila, napakadikit. Salit-salit lang sila nagkakaroon ng rounds against each other. Talagang napaka-incredible plays coming from
forward.
an overtime in a game number 3 is highly possible. It's really up to them kung they will really stay dun sa ganung strat or anything. Well, isipin mo, best of 3 naman to. So we can say now you have 3 choices on everything. If ever hindi ka nanalo sa game 1, well, we still have game 2 and 3. Pero yun nga lang, ang pumili nitong mapa na to is actually the first order. TFO ang pumili ng mapa na to. So they need to pull up something out of their sleeves para at least mabawi man lang na to. If you have any pocket strategies, just use it now.
And knowing na yung same sets lang, same pag-utilize ng mga skills nila, yun lang yung paulit-ulit na ginagawa ng teams na to. Ngayon na yung time para i-showcase nila kung ano pa yung merong cards na kailangan nilang ipakita. But looking at mga agent ults ngayon under TFO, look at that, meron silang lockdown, so napaka-importante yan. And most likely gagamitin nila sa round na to para makakuha na sila ng 2-round advantage against SC Atlas.
In terms of ultimates right here, TFO has everything for them para at least makapag-retake sila dito. Number 1, syempre, with that lockdown of Killjoy. Pero yun nga lang, andito rin naman yung ultimate ni Omen para at least ma-express yung mobility niya dito sa mapa na to if ever lang na biglang nag-rotate yung kalaban, at least mababawi niya agad yun. So nakikita natin ang bundok ng tralala dito sa Icebox and just waiting for them to start this already though. Pero Trix, you need to use your lockdown wisely. At least for TFO, hopefully hindi naman pwedeng sabihin na manalo or anything, pero at least hopefully makabawi sila dito sa first 2 rounds na ginawa ng SC Atlas. And for SC Atlas, hopefully mabawi rin nila itong round na to na kinuha ng TFO, which is, well, apparently yung last round.
I mean, we're expecting talaga na napakadikit, and remember, itong Icebox talaga yung defining moment para sa 2 teams na to, especially next map, magiging Ascent. So, technically, all teams are really familiar with the Ascent map. But looking at Icebox, napaka-game changer nito kasi dikit na dikit yung laban. Knowing na kahit pick to ng TFO, SC Atlas still has their sleeves coming up at them. And now we're just having a technical po. So sa mga nandyan guys, like and share nyo na yung live stream. Talagang comment down below yung mga teams na gusto nyong manahalo. And at the same time, check out ang oh, yan. Starting na kagad at nakakagulat naman. Tapos na ang technical pause at Yoshi will be deploying his out drone, seeking out kung saan niya pwede makita ang mga taga-TFO. But then, minsan na ng mga TFO ang pag-push nila. But Kakarot, ito na si Kakarot, takes down ang Marky. Pero, re-revive lang ni Coco si Marky. 5v5 pa rin ang mangyayari.
Tamang chill lang sila dito sa may med. Pero yun nga lang, nahuli agad yung Jet.
Right here.
Pero at least nabawi naman ng TFO yun. Just using that revive just to maintain those 5 players ng TFO. But Marky will be dead again for the 2nd time already, mga kaibigan. Kakarot with the 3K, with the 4K coming in from the ace. But Courtesy says no onto Kakarot though. The clock is ticking. The lockdown is now over. Pero yun nga lang, Tim has the huge position here and has a huge advantage here because of that vision na nakikita niya. Courtesy is now gonna be dead and nabawi na agad ng SC Atlas yung game na yon. Kakarot, actually sobrang ganda na position ni Kakarot doon lang sa may spawn nila and just waiting for Marky na mag-pick out doon sa baba ng tube. And yes, nahuli agad ni Kakarot si Marky, pero yun nga lang, Coco using that ultimate to revive Marky. Pero ang problema doon, hindi nakagawa ng damage doon si Marky kasi napatay ulit siya for the 2nd time around.
And looking at the Yoshi and Kakarot connection, yun talaga yung na-observe ko kanina pa. It's taking off, right? Takes down Trix now. Nagiging aggressive na dito si Trix para to get maybe information or to get that ult orbs most likely. And speaking of, Yoshi gets a good info na naman kung nasaan ang mga miyembro ng FO, but Marky uses his Blade Star, picks up Kakarot already, but then he's really low. Yoshi talagang nakapag-plant na ng spike, will just be waiting for that retake, and now going with the shock darts in, baka sakaling meron siyang makuha. And now, yun yung ginagawin ng SC Atlas, maghihintay na lang ng retake. Apat pa sila, pwede pa nalang i-revive si Kakarot to get more money, but then Marky also very careful.
Really careful dito mga kaibigan, and with that brainstorm, let's see if kaya ba niya ubusin yung apat na players ng mga kaibigan, pero missing those couple of knives. Pero at least meron siya mapatay na isa, but it's not enough for him to take down all the remaining players of SC Atlas though. 10-9 is the score. Once again, TFO picked this map. So we can say na dapat meron silang slight advantage dito kasi kung sobrang confident sila dito sa map na to. And pero yun nga lang, medyo sila ata ang nababawian dito.
Looking at the force buy already coming from TFO. All in sila for this round. But remember, may lockdown ngayon si Kakarot, and definitely he'll utilize it to the advantage ng team niya. Now, Bren just looking out for the first gun. So ano pwedeng nagawin? And remember, tong Aldro na naman ni Yoshi na maraming mangyayari. And now, looking at that, Kakarot started the lockdown para magkaroon sila ng advantage. Palalayuin nila ang mga miyembro ng TFO against them. And now, team will be able to plant a spike. Hihintayin na lang nila ang retake. And just going with the slow orbs, utilizing all their abilities para hindi sila ma-retake kagad ng TFO. But
pero yun nga lang, maganda ang position dito to serve all the way sa spawn mga kaibigan, taking Yoshi down. At hindi talaga siya umalis at all. But Dre will be picking him up. But then, however, with the revive onto Yoshi. So, yun nga lang, nabawi ni Coco yung kill na yun, pero at least hindi pa naman tapos na mga kaibigan. 2-4 situation right now. Sage, very low on HP. It's all up to the skills, it's all up to Tim. Pero can he clutch this though? That's gonna be a huge question. But Marky says no, and again, mababawi ng TFO yung round na yun.
And looking at that, even if hindi ko magets yung naging wall ng TFO, it was still a worth it round, tying up the games against SC Atlas. And if this continues, most likely overtime ang makikita natin. These teams are already showing up everything. Talagang ano na lang to, aim, battle, and perfect timing ng mga abilities nila. Kung paano nila gagamitin pag entry, kung paano nila gagamitin pag retake.
Well, you talk about Kakarot mga kaibigan. 32 frags already. Sobrang sumasabog ang kuya mo. 32 frags? First game mo? Wow, that is really something. And looking forward as well sa game number 2 if he can do that again. And SE Atlas is pushing out A already. Meron siya nakitang isa. Pero yung nga lang, Dre, dito lang din. And nice wallbang, taking down Trix as well dito sa may A side. Pero they're just not gonna commit really fast and just gonna use that kill as their advantage just to gain possession and gain the distance dito sa A site mga kaibigan. So that is rotation para sa TFO. Can they spot out team Atlas is gonna be so hard for them because of the man advantage though. This is a 5v3 situation and Sova lang ang meron. Yes, merong Hunter's Fury, may smoke, may wall, pero walang revive and more smokes coming in for SE Atlas just to block the possible view of TFO. Courtesy knows what's up. Baka meron siya makikita sa middle, pero yun nga lang, narinig siya ng Sova ng SE Atlas for sure. And this is a perfect decision for SE Atlas. Hindi nila kaya i-retake to. Wala silang pera next round. So all they have to do is just save those guns na meron ang TFO. And number 1 na pwede nilang gawin, exit frags. Which is gagawin nila ngayon.
Yeah, and speaking of, they already got Bren in. And di natin alam kung may nakuha pa sa kanila. Most likely, nakapag-save ng maayos ang SE Atlas ngayon going up against TFO, and our score is 11-10. Sa mga nanonood dyan, alam ko napaka-intense talaga ng team sa tayo. Most likely if nakaltasan kagad si Kakarot or maybe si Yoshi or Bren, it's gonna be hard ulit para sa SE Atlas to push within a side.
11-10, ladies and gentlemen. one round away para sa match point ng SC Atlas, mga kaibigan. Let's see if they're gonna get it again and again or ipupush pa natin to sa overtime. That's gonna be a huge question for all these teams though. Pero Dre, however, with a perfect angle, let's see if he can take down him. But it's gonna be hard and won't gonna catch him agad. Di ba? Pero yun lang, Marky being that aggressive, taking down Yoshi. So one leg down ngayon para sa SC Atlas. Yung kailangan nila, which is si Yoshi, medyo nawala pa. Pero that is Bri being aggressive though. Let's see if he can take down the players of TFO. Courtesy, meron 30 seconds on that recon. Pero serve with a telly, taking down team of SC Atlas, mga kaibigan. Courtesy is just right here. 20 seconds on that recon bolt, pero meron pa siyang out drone dito na pwedeng gamitin though. Online naman ang kanyang Hunter's Fury, so kung he can use that. Pero let's see.
Pero knowing na outnumbered ang SC Atlas, this may be going to their hands. And speaking of trade lang, connect kay serve once again. And
30 seconds
if he
left.
actually takes out 2, pwedeng maging ace to. Okay, so pwedeng that's a possibility. But then walang choice ngayon ng SC Atlas kundi tanimang spike ngayon. And speaking of they will be planting, but then he tries to fire up here in this green blocks, but nope, that won't be possible. Fake TP lang siya, goes with the paranoia.
4v1.
But then
11, ladies and gentlemen. Sobrang sayang nandun. Perfect retake para sa TFO. Hindi pa nila nagagamit ang mga ultimates nila. So, the perfect time for them to use it is now. You need to secure that match point already.
And look at that, walang choice ngayon ng SC Atlas kundi mag-all-in na rin. Dahil nga, kapag ito nakuha na naman ng TFO for the next round, that's gonna be it. It's gonna be their match point. But then, remember, looking at their monies also, kahit matalo ang TFO, meron pa rin silang reserves.
Ang TFO, if ever matalo sila dito, kompletos recados naman yung nila, yung ulti nila. Some of them is dalawang orb nilang, isa yung iba online na, yung iba isa na lang. So they need to deal damage or at least kill one for SC Atlas para at least masecure nila yung mga next rounds, mga kaibigan. Pero Marky is right here. Pero yun nga lang, Tim is just waiting patiently, and Marky is now down 4. So this is gonna be a huge problem for Team TFO. Pero showstopper! Pero let's see if he's gonna kill one, and he will not for sure. But Bri, tamang spray and pray lang onto that smoke, but not gonna catch anyone here. But 4v4 situation right here, ladies and gentlemen. The spike is planted already. The smokes are now trying to be activated here dito sa may A site, mga kaibigan. Online ang revive, online din ang Hunter's Fury dito ng SE Atlas, mga kaibigan, which is si Yoshi. Pero ang gagawin lang ni Yoshi dito for sure, tamang i-ano na lang delaying tactics na talaga ang gagawin na dito. Pero Sir will be taking out, pero it's not yet over. 2v2 situation, SE Atlas, and that is now the Hunter's Fury of Yoshi, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, kaya ba na mapatay? And yes, na-half ba? Hindi na-half. Pero yun nga lang, hindi na kaya ng TFO na ma-defuse tong spike na to. And that round goes to SE Atlas, and match point coming in from SE Atlas, mga kaibigan. Pero ang problema dito ng SE Atlas is tatlong ultimate ang online ng TFO. They have that Omen, they have that lockdown and the revive as well. Ang ginawa ni Coco dito, talagang sinave lang yung revive niya para dito sa round na to, and hopefully it's gonna work for them for sure.
And looking at that, ang magiging plano ngayon dapat ng SE Atlas is they need to take out Killjoy specifically sa parte ng TFO so that yung retake
safely yan.
Posible. Okay.
It's gonna be alam na ng TFO yan for sure. Magsi-safe play lang sila kasi one big mistake lang or one small mistake lang sa TFO,
that's over.
It's over. It's gonna be over for TFO for sure. And tamang turret lang, at least alam na rin ng TFO na magro-rotate dito ang SE Atlas, mga kaibigan, and that will be finally running all the way to A, and the rotation of TFO is now on. Pero yun nga lang, double lockdown coming in from from TFO and ATL mga kaibigan, and more smokes, more slows, and more nades are now coming in for both of these teams though. Pero meron bang ma-detain? Wala namang ma-detain. Uy, dalawa ang detain ngayon!
Nahuli si Kakarot, and that's gonna be my disadvantage right now. Ang SC Atlas, nahuli si
30
Kakarot sa
seconds
pag-tip. Wala silang choice kundi pumunta sa kabilang side. And now, meron pa namang revive. Pwede pang ma-revive, but then they're just waiting for them to come at A. And now,
Pero actually maganda yung ginagawa ng Omen ng SC Atlas dito. Naghahanap lang siya ng mga frags dito sa may kitchen daw. Pero Marky, we're gonna miss that operator. Pero yung server being that aggressive. Pero yung dito si Bray mga kaibigan waiting patiently. Pero hindi siya na-trade. Sayang, hindi na-trade ang kuya mo. 5v2, 4v2 situation right now, 4v1, and I think Wilbur is gonna push this to overtime, pero hindi pa tapos to. Nandito pa si Yoshi, tamang recall lang para malaman niyo yung mga ibang players, but Trix with that kill on si Yoshi will be pushing this first round onto an overtime. And hindi ko alam kung ba't tumayo na yung partner ko. Ako nakaupo pa rin kasi medyo sigurado ako na mag-overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Alam mo, Bill, sinabi ko na most likely may overtime.
Oh, sabi ko naman.
Kaya tumayo lang ako, sabi ko, ito na talaga eh. Ito yung real deal, the overtime match between these two teams. Alam nyo na, mas magiging complicated to. The pressure is up for the both of teams. At mukhang, sabi ko nga, if I started it with the overtime, it ends with the overtime. Look at that.
Wow! Ano ka, Nostradamus? Ganon.
Alam ko na yung prediction.
Well, yun din naman talaga yung nasabi na pag-usapan natin kanina. Highly possible din naman talaga. Kasi nga tulad nga na pag-usapan natin sa kanina panel, medyo at par din talaga tong teams na to. So, an overtime is highly possible and nangyari na rin talaga to sa dalawang players. Pero that slow and not made combo will not gonna damage anyone here. Safe play lang talaga ang dapat gawin ng dalawang teams sa to mga kaibigan for TFO and SC Atlas, knowing that this is just the first round, first match, first game ng ating araw. Lahat first to ng lahat, first overtime as well. Simula pa lang, mainit na agad. Marky, wala siyang tailwind dito. Isa na lang yung smoke niya. Kailangan na makapad dito mga kaibigan para at least magkaroon siya ng opening para going inside the B side. Pero yun ang problema dito. Ito ang ginawa ng TFO for a lot of rounds already. For the first 4 rounds, dito sa mapa natin, this is the thing na ginawa ng EFO. Pero ang problema, alam na ng SC Atlas kung paano kontrahin to. Kasi for 4 rounds in a row, na-kontra rin sila dito though. But Dre, taking courtesy down, but it's not over. 35 seconds left in the clock. They need to plant that spike already. Siege na dalawang isip pa siya. Pero Kakarot with the perfect placement onto that turret. Nalaman na agad niya yung mga possession ng TFO for sure. Coco, tamang fake lang. Pero they need to make it work. Pero just gonna deny that beacon bot, so hindi alam ng SC Atlas yung mga ibang position ng TFO for sure. But yun nga lang, serve very low HP with 13 HP left. O yun nga lang, wow! From 2v4, from 2v3, and now 2v1. It's all up to Dre.
Now, Dre, 87 HP, may low pa. And inaabangan na lang niya. Pero remember, may Blade Storm right now si Marky. And remember, Marky also is on fire. But he needs to be careful. Goes with the TP in. May kinamuna niya ni Marky. And kitang na 1v1. Pero low siya, very low. But Serve takes a good clutch against Dre with a 13 HP. Mangunguna ng TFO at match point na silang agad against SC Atlas.
For SC Atlas, at least, look at that. They have that 2-round advantage nung ating second half, mga kaibigan. It's really up to TFO kung paano ba nila mapipigilan ng SC Atlas dito. Noong dalawang rounds, hindi nila napigilan ng pag-push ng SC Atlas. So let's see dito sa second round if mag-iiba pa sila ng strat or uulitin lang nila kung ano yung ginawa nila. They need to make adjustments dito, mga kaibigan, for it to be that flawless sa pagpasok ng mga site natin dito. Pero Marky, however, just using that operator just at least to get that advantage ng konti. the Pickers advantage syempre para if ever meron siyang makitang isa, matik, -1 agad para sa kalaban. Pero ang tanong, gagana kaya?
Let's see if yun kaya yung magiging something na mapapakita also ng both teams na to. Remember, match point ng TFO puts a big pressure sa SC Atlas ngayon at so far throughout the second half, si Kakarot medyo nahihirapan na siya with entering for his teammates. Syempre wala naman siyang flashes na pwede niyang itapon against TFO, is just open. But remember, kapag ito magandang naging set for Kakarot, he takes out early frags from TFO. This once again goes with the second overtime between these two teams. And now, kanina nagkaroon ng tactical loss, so maybe ito billion time para i-showcase na nila ang all-in nila para sa very first match here in Icebox.
This is gonna be a different one for TFO right now. They can stop the push of SC Atlas because of Marky with that operator, and sobrang ganda na position dito ni Marky, mga kaibigan. And if ever man mag-push ang SC Atlas sa A, at least -1 agad ito para kay Marky. Pero let's see Marky being aggressive here and might see Tim, and yes, that's it. Like what I've said, ladies and gentlemen, a perfect angle, a perfect kill para dito kay Marky. But SC Atlas needs to adjust everything that they have, they have on their sleeves para at least lang mapatay nila or ma-trade off nila si Marky dito. Alam nila na wala ng tailwind si Marky, so pwede nilang ma-trade off to. Coco being that aggressive, being that cocky though. Let's see, but we're not gonna see anyone dito sa may aiming, mga kaibigan. Dre, slowly and surely, is he gonna go dito sa may 2 papuntang kitchen? Pero yun nga lang, merong nagbabantay dito na Sova, and masaspatan agad siya dito for sure, because this is the thing na ginawa nila kanina dun sa second half, mga kaibigan. Andito lang si Dre, naghahanap na pwedeng mapatay, and yes, Dre taking courtesy down. Still a 4v4 situation right here. Wala nang information ang TFO, pero Drex went ahead, taking Dre down, pero serve
30 seconds left.
nag-aantay lang na pwedeng mapatay. 2v1 situation. It's all up to Dre with that 2k already, trying to plant a spike, pero he needs to be very cautious. Andito pa si Jet with that operator. Nandito lang si Sage, pero yun nga lang, at least wala na ring wall. Wala na rin sa pinches dito, mga kaibigan. I mean, meron pa naman isa though, pero uy! Coco denying that showstopper.
That's over. It is for TFO
Defenders
getting that very first round. Look at that, napaka-open kasi ng ni Bri against sa Coco, and he doesn't have that much of a choice left but to stop that and deny it.
Indeed, and congratulations for TFO for winning that first match dito sa ating best of 3 series though. And now we've seen, pag-usapan na i-breakdown natin konti yung last round na yon. Andun si Marky, nag-aantay na pwedeng mapatay, being that aggressive. Nakita niya agad yung Sage ng SC Atlas, tamang tailwind lang, pero si Dre slowly and surely naglalakad lang siya papuntang tube, pero yun nga lang, nag-aantay din ang mga players ng TFO doon. Pero napatay rin ni Dre, and tamang refrags lang, tamang trade-offs lang talaga yung nakita natin dun sa ating last round. Pero sobrang clutch move ng ginawa ng TFO doon, just denying that showstopper. Sayang na eh. Yun na yung opportunity for them to win. Si Bri getting that 3k already. So sobrang sayang lang, but still TFO getting that first round. We really can't wait for the second round.
Napakalupit ng first match natin here at week 3. Looking at that, on par ang mga teams. But then, sabi nga ni Vil, ang next match natin is gonna be at Ascent. So very exciting between these two teams, knowing na lahat ng mga teams familiar sa Ascent, sa mga pwede nilang gamitin against each other.
Well, apparently, it's Ascent, right? It's Ascent, and we really can't wait for this, though. Well, we can say na they can still use the same agents na pwede nilang gamitin. And one of the most explosive na nakita ko dito for SE Atlas is actually Yoshi playing here in Ascent. And I really can't wait for that here. And dun sa ating game number 1, TFO just won that. And let's see on who's gonna win this game number 2. Once again, my name is Phil. Alongside with me is Ray right here. See you after the break.
Here comes the party!
Hey, I like this game.
Enemy spotted.
Rest.
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from. Cause I'm red and blue lights, I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at, yeah, where you come from? How
Lost
is
enough.
the phone, who you wanna become?
You dead.
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. Tell me what I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
At kami nagbabalik dito sa Valorant Challenges Tour. Of course, we are casters. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Ray right here. And the first match goes to TFO, mga kaibigan. 1-0 there in Icebox. Well, apparently, today is a different, well, not today, and now is a different map na rin. It is actually Ascent na pinili ng SE Atlas. So, really can't wait if ever kung sino ba talaga ang makakakuha rin nito. Just a breakdown of what happened nung first game namin. Nung first game natin, okay, nag-usap-usap kami ng mga casters na tao lang, and we've just literally told each other that game is super complicated, mga kaibigan. It's extremely complicated. To be honest na tao lang, one of the hardest games na kinast ko so far dito sa VCT. At totoo yun, mga kaibigan. Isa sa pinakamahirap talaga. Because parehong, tulad nga na sinabi ni Dax kanina, parang silang big brain niya, parehong sobrang talino talaga. At kung napapansin mo, talagang balikan lang talaga sila ng pagpatay. And dito naman, kasi ano yun, Icebox yun eh. Medyo nasanay tayo sa Icebox na sobrang fast play. Na sobrang fast paced. Well, binili din yon ng TFO, which is, buti na lang, nanalo sila. Pero yun nga lang, this is Ascent already. Which is, pimili naman ito is SE Atlas.
And if this goes to the hands of SE Atlas, most likely we're expecting a tiebreaker match between these two teams at Bind naman. So, pero ngayon focus muna tayo sa Ascent. These teams are working well, especially sa SE Atlas, knowing that they're actually confident with this map. But at the same time, the first order, we've seen a lot of good plays by these teams also sa Ascent.
Indeed, and this is Ascent already. You can do a lot of things dito sa mapa na ito, mga kaibigan. You're gonna go mid to B, mid to A, or let's try na be really cocky, or just gonna rush B, rush A, or anything. It's really up to you though. And mga kaibigan, mukhang this is gonna be a really interesting move na rin para dito sa mga players natin, because if pinili to ni Tropang Kakarot, isa to sa mga pinakaunang, hindi naman pinakauna daw, pero unorthodox, yes. Kasi kukunin nila ang Yoru. Well, apparently, wala pa namang masyado gumagamit ng Yoru. And really can't wait dito. And apparently, dito for TFO, this is the first time dito sa patch na to na makakakita tayo ng Reyna na pinili na ni Trix, which is arguably pwedeng buff, pwedeng nerf. Hindi eh. Actually, Riot made him super balanced.
Choose your agent.
And at the same time, Vil, alam mo ba, I've already seen Kakarot playing Yoru. May kinasakot sila na isang previous tournament, and knowing what they did there, talagang napakaganda ng performance ni Kakarot as Yoru.
Indeed, and hopefully talagang mas solid ang performance dito. There's a lot of smokes coming in from SE Atlas right now because of that Brimstone, and together with the first order as well. 2 smokes on that Omen and that Jet, pero at least they have flashes, and they have a lot of killing potential din dito, and information as well dito sa dalawang players, dito sa dalawang teams na to for SE Atlas in the first order, because of that Killjoy and Sova. Tulad nga na napag-usapan natin kanina, pwede talagang gamitin yung mga same agent lineups nung game natin kanina, which is ganoon ang ginawa ng the first order. Ang naiba lang is wala silang Sage. Diba? Parang this is like a deja vu of what happened a while ago, but it's really up to them on how will they execute this.
And looking at that, looks like may mga slide changes tayo. Magpapalitan ng slides yung mga teams. So, wait lang kayo sa mga nanonood. Alam ko napaka-excited na kayo kung magkakaroon ba tayo ng tiebreaker match or wala. But just then, stay lang kayo ngayon, stay on put. But as of now, while we're waiting, check out yung pinned comment. Vil, ano bang meron sa pinned comment ngayon sa live stream natin?
And of course, if you want to check out the pinned comment, andyan lang yun. If you want to win these awesome Valorant points, mga kaibigan, andyan naman si Tropang Asoray para tulungan. Kasi actually napanood ko yun kanina. Gusto ko sumali. Kung pwede lang ako sumali doon, why not? Diba? Malay mo, baka manalo. Ano yun? 1.5 din yun. And yun nga lang, if you want to win 1,500 worth of Valorant points, all you have to do, i-do it nyo lang ang si Tropang Asoray na ginawa niya sa TikTok, which is actually kinas niya yung game ng Bren actually sa Icebox. Icebox and i-do it nyo lang yon. Because sa totoo lang, manunood din kami. Gusto namin panoorin yun mga kaibigan. And post that video on your Facebook or TikTok account and with the hashtag PPGL. Just do it. And don't forget to make your post sa Facebook na naka-public. And yung mga nanonood dyan, 10 winners will be winning. 10 winners will be winning 1,650 plus Valorant points. So please stay tuned for that. And so totoo lang, 1,650 plus. So pwede natin sabihin siguro mga 1,700 or anything. Or let's see. Pag kayo pa ang nanalo dun, syempre, pambili ng Battle Pass, pambili ng Prime 2.0. There's a lot of possibilities na pwede niyong mabili yung gamit ang Valorant points na yan. Though, well, actually, ikaw ba? Meron ka ng Prime na bago?
Pinag-iisipan ko pa nga or hihintayin ko yung next bundle or sana maganda yung magiging lineup ng mga baril sa store. Kaya yun yung hinihintay ko. Pero at the same time, bumili muna ako ng Battle Pass, syempre. Yun yung pinaka-importante.
Oo. Pero mga kaibigan, ito! If you want to watch our English broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to watch them, pumunta lang tayo sa mga nakikita sa screen ngayon. Siyempre, andyan sa screen. Yung mga links natin, if you want to watch the English broadcast and if you want to watch the Filipino broadcast, andito lang tayo. Pinapanood din na kami ngayon. And a big shout out to all the people na nanonood ngayon. I hope you guys are really enjoying this because this is the second game of the best of 3 series of SC Atlas versus the First Order. I really love their name, man. The First Order. It's like there's some Star Wars thing there, the First Order. I mean, I love that. I'm a big fan of Star Wars. And just hearing the word the First Order,
powerful.
It's like sobrang powerful. Parang mga players mo, sila Kylo Ren, yung mga tropa. And I really can't wait for this game numbers because Ascent is one of my most favorite map talaga. And mga kaibigan, this is it already. This is the game number 2 of our game, SC Atlas versus the First Order in just a few minutes or seconds. Basta mag-antay-antay lang kayo. In terms of prediction, Ray, who do you think will win this?
Tingin ko, I'm still going for SC Atlas. Kaya medyo na-shaken na tayo doon, 2-0 and expect ko for SC Atlas. But then, I think it's their time naman to shine here at Ascent. Especially ito yung map pick nila. So, maybe kapag nanalo ang SC Atlas dito, we're expecting the tiebreaker match sa Bind. So, very complicated map kasi lahat din ay familiar with the Bind map. So, it's gonna be, once again, maybe a tiebreaker match and at the same time, magiging tayang scores, magkaka-overtime na naman tayo siguro. Yun yung ina-expect ko. Napaka-big brains talaga coming from these two teams.
Indeed. And para sa akin, okay, SC Atlas, napaka-flexible na mga players din for SC Atlas and hopefully talagang magawa nila ng paraan to para lang at least matayo lang yung score sa 1. Well, tulad nga ng predictions natin, medyo hati tayo eh. Lahat ng talents hati talaga. Yung iba sa SC Atlas, yung iba sa TFO. So, it really depends sa kanilang execution on how will they execute all their strategies into this game. And actually, for TFO, I haven't seen them or casted them dito sa Ascent. So I'm really excited kung ano mang pwede nilang ilabas nilang pasabog dito sa mapa na to.
Ako naman, knowing from the SC Atlas side, yung huli kong cast sa kanila ay sa Ascent, na nahalo sila doon against ArkAngel. And what they showed me is that isa kami sa mga teams talaga na gusto naming patunayan that we are also getting that ticket to master. So I'm very excited for this team's outcome. Pero at the same time, remember, match point na ang TFO against them. So kailangan nila to have a good reset, have a good comeback ngayon sa Ascent.
And ladies and gentlemen, I think it's now on already para sa ating game, mga kaibigan.
And looking at that, we're gonna be starting. So sa mga naghihintay siya, ito na ulit ang laban na inaabangan nyo. And here it is. TFO versus SC Atlas on the second match sa best of 3 series ngayon here at Now here it is. Talagang may nag-force kagad ng Sheriff, and that's gonna be Dre from SC Atlas taking in with a Killjoy. Nagkita natin siya ng moment, pero ngayon, he chose to be Killjoy right now at this map, knowing na sila ang nasa attacking side. And now they will choose to go at P, and what a great start coming from them with a blind hit. But remember, may bangak, nano-swarm na nakatanim coming from Coco, and nakap sila. Speaking of, that's what happened. Tatlo na lang ang natitira ngayon sa SC Atlas, pero they actually opened already the site at maghihintay na lang nila ang hiti galing sa TFO.
Enemy tag.
I'll don't decide the SC Atlas mga kaibigan, pero I think they're just gonna tagging that one player of TFO, ladies and gentlemen, but that flash from Yori is really that on point. But apparently, Morky taking one down though, and yun lang Yoshi with the perfect angle, nakapatay pa ng isa. Pero pareho silang nagre-reload dito. But TFO again and again, just like what they did sa ating first round ng ating first map, they will get this first round sa ating second map ulit.
Baka ito na ang time, Vil. Ito na ba ang pahiwatig na kapag very first round sila na din makakuha ng second map? Pero syempre walang imposible sa part ng SC Atlas. I mean, marami pang rounds. Una pa lang to, marami pa silang i-showcase sa atin.
Placing sentry.
And here we have, once again, Yoshi sets up his recon bolt kung saan makakuha, and kitang-kita nga dyan na meron kagad. Gusto ko maging aggressive, and that's gonna be Marky coming out from A main with his back in.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, going back here into this game right now, SC Atlas slowly pushing inside A already, pero at least, kung nakikita mo, tamang actually, sa totoo lang, ang nakikita kong gameplay dito is actually Bren Esports. Parang ganito maglaro ang Bren, mga kaibigan. Meron talaga isang naglo-lurk, and after na-compromise na yung site na yun, saka talaga sila papasok. And that is the same thing na ginagawa ni SC Atlas dito, mga kaibigan. Pero Serve, however, with the perfect angle, naririnig niya na pwede mag-teleport dito si Yoru, ladies and gentlemen. Pero, uy, perfect kill there! Coming in for Serve and getting that 3K already, 3 heads onto Serve with that advantage as well because of those guns na meron siya. 2-0 again. This is like a deja vu of what happened sa first map natin.
Pwedeng ganon ang mangyari. Deja vu sa pinakaunang mapa. But remember, looking at that angle na meron, nag-stuck kasi sila sa cubby. Lahat sila sama-sama, and look at that advantage na meron ngayon na si Zerv with that, and finishing out the 4 out of 5 members ng SC Atlas. But then, it's still a long way to go. SC Atlas ngayon, nakabili na din sila ng mga guns para sa sarili nila. Maybe they can take this first round para sa score nila ng ating second map here in best of 3 series. Now, Yoshi goes with some good information kung saan magagaling ang TFO. Good information, alam niya may magagaling sa P. Now, they will be setting up. Goes with that good paint shells coming from Bri. But then, ang Iris meta from Courtesy takes down Kakarot. And pumangalawa pa nga si Marky taking out Yoshi. Tatlo na lang para sa SC Atlas. Nakapag-lurk naman si Dre na maayos. Na-take out na si Marky. And that will be setting for team to plant in here sa side. And then, Trix takes down Bri. 2 left na lang para sa SC Atlas. At may recon bolt pa ngayon. At may shock dart pa nga rather na pwedeng i-pull out ngayon si Sova, pero wasn't able to take out anything. Hinihintay niya with the
oh, Tim there! Taking down Serve. Nice flick here. Pero yung nga naman si retaliation coming in from Trix. And then 3-0 again and again. Okay. Tama nga. Para napanood ko na to eh. Para magpo-4-0 to eh. Tapos SC Atlas magpo-4-4. Ano, pustahan?
Sige. Prime 2.0.
Okay.
Prime 2.0.
Oh, wow, ha?
Oh.
Wow.
So confident.
Wow, confident.
Gusto ko yung karambit knife eh. Kaya all in ako sa Prime 2.0 din.
Elder Flame Dragon. dun pa rin ang Elder Flame. Pero, like what we've seen, ladies and gentlemen, dun sa ating first map, this like again, tamang sheriff ulit ang pipiliin ng SE Atlas. Pero look at that, the Marky with that 4th round operator already. Let's see if meron pa siyang mapapatay dito and muntik na actually, muntik na.
But then, Kakarot is out in the open. Lumalim na kagad si Trix, nagpaka-aggressive na siya. And also, Trey is taken out. He'd still try to win it at mid. Pero nga lang, Trix, hindi na naiiwan ang mid ngayon dahil nakakuha pa siya ng isa. And they're still stuck. Stuck na ngayon ang mga members ng SE Atlas. And look at Fry, he's really low. Isa na lang ang natitira. That's gonna be Tim with the Sheriff in. At nasa attacker side po na lang siya. He still have the spike, but then he needs to plant it. But then going up against Forville, that's gonna be hard.
Tim, however, dito lang sa may B main though, he's the only man remaining here for SE Atlas. For TFO, well, apparently this is a 4v1 retake na wala ding barrel si Tim dito. If ever nanalo siya dito, this is gonna be a huge highlight sa career ni Tim for sure. Pero Tim, meron siyang orbital strike. He can hear the footsteps of DFO right here for sure. Tim, he sees what he sees too. Trying to go for the third one, but Trix says no to him and just gonna defuse that spike again and again. Well, pwede rin sabihin na, yes, comfy ang SC Atlas dito sa Ascent, pero what if comfy din ang TFO dito sa Ascent?
Knowing na may momentum sila, knowing na they actually got that icebox after after an overtime. But let's see muna here at our replay what Tim did there. Actually, if he took out 3, magiging nasa odds pa niya eh. Pero nga lang, medyo kinulang na siya with that crouch. Fire coming from Coco. Yan naging posible for him to get that good clutch. But remember, 4-0 sabi ni Bill. Baka ito na ang time para sa SC Atlas na
Gunrun na to. Gunrun na to sa mga both teams natin mga kaibigan. Pero look at that, Marky again and again just using that operator for his advantage. Though he sees one, Dre is now down for. Ang isa sa pinakakailangan din ng AC Atlas is wala na rin with his Dre. Pero Kakarot is ready here in mid with that Yoru pick. Just using that decoy. Just trying to mess up the minds of Courtesy dito sa main mid mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, nakita na ni Courtesy na meron tao dito sa may top mid. And kailangan nilang mag-react dito for sure. But Serve, however, nandito lang sa may 3. Pero makakakuha ba siya ng isa? Yoshi with a retaliation onto that. Aljon will be spotting out the player of TFO, pero nice smoke lang as well para ma-delay lang yung pag-push dito ng SE Atlas mga kaibigan. Serve, kailangan niyang patience game dito mga kaibigan. Hindi niya kailangan mag-push, hindi niya kailangan magpaka-agre kasi nasa kanila ang bola. Hawak nila ang bola, it's really up to them na lang kung paano nila pagaganahin to. And a really smart move dito para kay Serve. Sa totoo lang, just using that ultimate just to get some information kung nasa ba yung mga ibang players. Pero Marky with that shots though, won't gonna be able to take down 2 players. Pero at least nakapatay siya ng isa. 4v2 situation. Trix out of nowhere into my boathouse, taking Fry down, and that is a huge deny para sa SE Atlas. They picked this map 5-0 in favor of TFO. Kakarot, however, we've seen how explosive he was dun sa ating first map. Pero, ba't ngayon 0-5 siya?
Nahihirapan sila with that one duelist, especially si Bri early on sa Icebox. I mean, he just only helps Kakarot in. But right now, looks like Yoru is always being denied, especially kay Marky with his Cloudburst in. Also his OP, kita naman natin doon how he just holds the side. And now they try to be aggressive, pero buti na lang itong Boombot nagbigay kugay sa nila para mapaalis si Marky, but that will be possible as he takes out the Dre. But then team takes out 2 for his teammates. Nakakapag-smoke. Good set coming from SE Atlas. Maybe ito na yung time sa kanila para makapag-plant. And they will just be waiting from the retake na meron ngayon.
Sorry nga ng Hunter's Fury. Uy, muntik na doon. Muntik na doon yung race mga Ben. Buti nakatalon pa ang kuya mo. So this is gonna be a 4v3 retake now for TFO. TFO, this is gonna be a huge thing for them. If ever man makabawing SE Atlas. Ito na yon mga kaibigan. Merong silang lineup ng Molly, merong orbital strike, kumpleto sa Recados ang meron ng SC Atlas para makuha ito. Pero look at that courtesy, ladies and gentlemen, from up top with that wall bang, taking one down. Pero Kakarot, nasa kanyang operator, pero hindi abot yung Lear na yon para mapatay niya yung isang player ng SC Atlas mga kaibigan. Isang Molly sila natitira, pero courtesy! That is a huge 2K onto that shock dart though. Pero Yoshi, nandito lang nag-aantay. With that Hunter's Fury, just not gonna be able to defuse for TFO. I mean, that shock dart, man, it's crazy. Nagulat na lang ako, merong nagtatalunan dito ng mga bangkay eh. At kitang-kita natin, it's all because of that shock dart. Look at that perfect execution for courtesy. But hold that thought, we still have Yoshi out of nowhere with that Hunter's Fury. He knows what's up already, using a lot of ultimates just to get one round out of TFO. Sobrang laking commitment yun ha. Ang dami nilang binuhos doon just to get one round. Pero meron pa tayo showstopper. We have the lockdown as well, and we have the Yoru ultimate just to get information lang kung nasan ba yung mga players ng TFO.
Even if na-exhaust ang lahat ng meron earlier, we have that orbital strike and Yoshi's Hunter's Fury. At least that paid off. Para tatlo naman out of 5, which is yung tatlong walang ult kanina, is they gained it. And magandang setup for SC Atlas, but then they're just making sure na lahat magagamit nila ng maayos. They don't want to be baited already here at the B main, but then look at that, Kakarot already starts the party. Dimensional rip na siya at nakikita niya na dito right now si Trix, and speaking of Bry already pushes him. Then now, nandito na sila ngayon sa side at nakapag-planta din sila ng spike. They'll just be waiting for them to come in. May showstopper pa, remember Phil. Pwede pang magamit ito ni Bry against...
Yeah, pwede pa. Meron pa. Uy! Ang galit, nag-whiff ang whiff. Umakalig. Nag-whiff! Pero that is a showstopper coming in from SC Atlas mga kaibigan. Pero won't be able to take down Marky as well. Pero tatlong tao dito sa may boathouse. Pero that is the lockdown. Si Brian nakapatay pa ng isa. Coco sees one. Yoshi with another one. 2v1 situation right there. But that operator will miss. Pero he sees the head of Coco. Nilabas ang Sheriff. Pero si Marky with that Vandal will be taking down Yoshi. 6-1 ang score in favor of TFO. What is happening to SC Atlas right now? This is their like second chance. Well, actually second. Well, actually third. Well, actually this is their third chance dito mga kaibigan. Third week sa VCT, pero it's not working good sa kanila. What is happening to SC Atlas?
Even if they exhausted lahat ng resources sila, they make sure na makakapasok sila sa site. It wasn't worth it with that Marky hold, especially with Courtesy. Good info talaga yung nagiging binibigay ni Courtesy for his team to make that retake. And yun yung meron ng TFO, that confidence na kaya nilang ma-retake yun even if the odds aren't in their favor. But now, meron tayong tactical pause. Maybe SC Atlas will try to work out with something sa mga mistakes nila on the previous rounds. They will just do better siguro sa pag-set, pagpasok ng sites. But that hold coming from Marky talaga yung nagiging game changer para sa TFO to take it up against SC Atlas.
TFO, man, I mean, actually, di ko na-expect to. I thought SC Atlas will just gonna win it again and again, but TFO with an upper hand, with that huge advantage dito ngayon sa SC Atlas. In terms of everything though, they have the economic advantage, and Kakarot, he needs to pop off again tulad ng ginawa niya sa last game.
And if that happens, sa tingin ko if Kakarot will be able to make some huge changes, I think ito yung magiging step up ng SC Atlas into taking TFO right now in Ascent.
And now observe, however, and dito lang sa may 3 trying to stop all the possible push of SC Atlas right here. Bry with that Sheriff only. I hope something will work out na maganda dito sa SC Atlas mga kaibigan. And now alam ni Serve na meron tao dito. Pero uy, look at that! Kakarot very very low in HP. Pero sobrang ganda rin ang ginawa na paranoia dito ni Serve mga kaibigan. Pero Mark will be taking down one player as well from SC Atlas, which is Bry. Tim with that Molly just to stop the possible push and the retake of TFO now. Tim with that Spectre. Hopefully may magandang madulot ang mga kaibigan. Pero now, Serve is gonna be revealed as well. Trixie's one. Kakarot is now down for again and again. Kakarot is not popping up at this round right now. This is gonna be so hard for SC Atlas na makabalik dito if ever lang na talagang sana mag-work out yung mga ginagawa ni Kakarot dito. But still, it's not over. 1v5. Tamang exit frags lang ang inaantay ni Dre dito. Are they gonna push out? Dre will push out. Nagpapaka-ano siya eh. Tawag doon, nagpapaka-bait siya with that recon bolt. He knows na merong recon bolt doon. Tamang bait lang para mag-push ang TFO just to mess up their economy. Pero yun nga lang, with a perfect aim of TFO, walang nagawa doon si Dre. Pero at least, meron naman siyang lockdown dito. Yoshi, one more orb. For sure kukunin niya yung orb sa A main sigurado. And just gonna get that Hunter's Fury. Are they gonna commit a lot of ultimates again just to get one round?
And earlier, Vil, actually, pwede nang gamitin eh. Pwede nang gamitin ni Dre ang kanyang lockdown to get that round. Pero I don't know, maybe they're reserving it for a better gameplay, for a better set para sa SC Atlas.
Hindi na pwede. For me, hindi na pwedeng gamitin yon. Sobrang risky na pwede na gamitin yun kasi wala silang baril at all. Puro Sheriff lang ang gamit nila. Puro Spectre lang ang gamit nila. Why use lockdown in the first place? So it's okay. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, Bright, take it down, Marky, wala nang offer ang TFO mga kaibigan. Pero Yoshi, however, seeing the body of Trix dun lang sa may corner. Pero anong ginagawa mo dyan, Serve? Dire-diretso ka lang. You have no idea at all na nag-aantay lang si Kakarot dun sa may Gedli. 2v3 now. Merong Hunter's Fury dito si Yoshi mga kaibigan. So it's really up to him. Kayang-kaya nilang manalo dito sa round na to for sure. But courtesy, they have no idea at all. But Kakarot really on point. Taking courtesy down. It is gonna be the comeback of Kakarot. Ito na ba yung pagbangon ng api mga kaibigan? Tinatalo-talo niyo ako ngayon. So ito, babawi na ako.
And speaking of babawi na sila, Vil, this is their second round na nakuha na nila against TFO. Pero remember, kapag nakuha ng SC Atlas to into making it to 5-7, may chance pa rin sila taking the Ascent round against TFO. But remember, with the good flashes talaga na meron din si Trix looking at that. Pero nga lang, naging nagpaka-aggressive na ngayon ng ang SC Atlas eh. Kanina, medyo nag-hold lang sila sa pinapakita ng TFO. But, you know, we need to step up sa mga games na meron tayo right now. And speaking of Pride, meron naman na nila ang paranoia, but then start already with a Hunter's Fury. And
Look at that!
I have the spike.
Courtesy taking down Tim. So, kailangan kabahan ngayon ang team SC Atlas because wala na silang pwedeng mag-smoke ng mga entry points dito sa site na to. This is gonna be a huge thing for SC Atlas if ever hindi na talaga ma-smoke out. Pero at least nabawi naman yon ng SC Atlas mga kaibigan. Nawawala sa TFO. Trix however sees one. Seeing the head of Kakarot though. Wala na magpa-flash at all para sa SC Atlas dito. But at least 3v3, doable, winnable, merong lockdown, merong ding Empress. Pero if ever onto this kind of matchup dito sa site ng SC Atlas, sobrang perfect ng mga players nila para makakuha ng delay, para makakuha ng post-plan advantage or anything. But look at that! Coco with that 2K! Taking down Dre and Bry with that Bulldog only. Yoshi, very, very low on HP. Perfect place, perfect time. Sobrang solid ng ginawa doon ng TFO. Alam niya na meron tao doon sa may gilid na yon. And tamang patience lang talaga. Hindi siya nagpaka-overcommit. ADS, Bulldog, Burst Fire, solid.
And naka-line up ang ulo kanina ni Kakarot together with Dre. And that itself gets the good game coming from TFO. 8-2 na at leading pa rin sila. Seems like SE Atlas, they really need to step up, especially sa mga duelist nila. Let's see if Bry will be able to take out someone with his showstopper, but then Ray starts the party, takes out party. Natraded lang ni Trix ang kanyang duelist teammate.
Pero look at that currency, however, is right here dito sa may dito sa may market, taking down 2 players of SE Atlas na right off the bat, but Yoshi with the retaliation, seeing one with that shock dart here, but Bry, let's see, hindi pa naman tapos to. Taking one down, Trix is now down for, it's really up to Killjoy and Omen na lang ng TFO. The clock is ticking already. Coco waiting patiently. Meron siyang lockdown to stop the push of Bry, and meron namang, nandito naman si Serve as well. Papunta lang dito sa spawn, taking the head of Bry. 9-2-2. This is like a super one-sided map. Once again, SE Atlas picked this map, but it's not working out for them. Sobrang sayang lang. A lot of mistakes are being made by SE Atlas, and that is the thing na ginagamit ng TFO. They're just utilizing those mistakes for their advantage, and it's working flawlessly for the first order right now.
They just, actually napapansin ko rin ngayon sa TFO, they just commit yung angles na meron sila. They just wait patiently, knowing na nasa side naman nila, nasa defending side naman sila. They don't have anything to worry about. They'll just wait, be patient sa magiging move nila, and at the same time, they need to be careful. And Will, if this goes up double-digit round ng TFO, that's gonna be dangerous. With the counters. Okay. Pero di na pinabayaan ni Brian. Actually, it takes down Marky.
Oh, Bry, however, with a showstopper. Pero won't gonna be able to take down those players of TFO. But it's not over. Andito na si Yoshi, mga kaibigan. Just planted spike already.
Spike planted.
This is gonna be a 3v4 retake now. And again, they can be that confident because meron silang orbital strike, they have that molly, so kailangan nilang magpaka-safe play dito on the side ng SE Atlas. At kung nakikita nyo, nasa A main lang. And that's it. That is the orbital strike. Just denying that lockdown though. Pero ang problema dito, mga kaibigan, meron pang molly ang Brimstone. Ang tanong dito kung meron pa siyang lineup, but that lineup is actually useless kasi mapapatay naman yun agad. And Yoshi, however, hindi na nagamit yung Hunter's Fury, but at least they won that 9-3. And now, on to the second half. Let's see if makakabawi pa ang SE Atlas dito. Medyo mahirap. They need to win this first round of the second half for them to get that big advantage papunta sa second round and sa third round. Pero ang problema dito, they need Kakarot to pop off already.
And so far, nakikita natin, Kakarot hasn't been popping off. So, kailangan nila talagang step up ngayon sa second half. Pero I'm expecting maybe Will magiging usable na yung mga flashes niya dito once nag-entry ang TFO into the sites. So, let's wait. Maybe ito na yung redeeming factor na sa second half.
Pero let's see, sana mangyari sa kanila, mga kaibigan. Kakarot with that frenzy. Really, what a glorious knife. I mean, what a glorious skin out there on that frenzy. Glitch Pop 2.0. I want that. But going back to this game right now, ladies and gentlemen, Marky is right there waiting patiently for symmetry. Tamang leer lap just to like smoke out and flash Bry right here. Alam nila na meron tao dun sa may area of the map ngayon, mga kaibigan. TFO pushing in really hard right here. Kakarot will be down for Coco with a head. Trix with a follow-up, serving another one. 4v2 situation. Yoshi sees one, trying to catch someone off with that shock dart though, but no damage at all. Coco and all the remaining players of TFO inside A site already. Trix, however, trying to get some frags dito sa may area of the map right here, but it's all up to Yoshi. Let's see if he can kill all these 4 remaining players. Everyone low on HP, but still managed to win.
Even if tatlong agent na ang kumuntikan ng babagsak sa kamay ng SE Atlas, look at how on point TFO is when it comes to utilizing abilities nila. They know the lineups na kailangan nilang gamitin against SE Atlas. But then, Will, here it is. 2-digit lang score ng TFO and tatlo na lang. They will be able to take this clean 2-0 against SE Atlas.
Well, apparently, ang kailangan gawin ng SE Atlas dito is they have no chance at all na matalo dito, mga kaibigan. If they need to buy those bucky just to get those flashy kills, kailangan nila lang gawin yon. At look at that. This is the perfect thing na pwede nilang gawin. They need to catch TFO off guard. Well, apparently, that is the thing na ginawa nila, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, Grace is one. But courtesy with a follow-up there. And kitang-kita mo, open na open ang B, mga kaibigan. At walang idea at all ang SC Atlas kung nasan ba yung ibang remaining players ng TFO. And that is the rotation coming in sa SC Atlas. Ladies and gentlemen, Bry with a classic. On gonna catch someone here sa may pizza. Pero at least, in terms of guns, one shot, one kill ang gagawin ng SC Atlas dito. But ang gagawin ng TFO is they have the range because of that Spectres na ginagawa nila ngayon.
Now we only have Kakarot with his classic and is going up against 4 na
Oh no, wala sa idea na meron tao sa likod. Muntik na saksakin. Muntik na saksakin ni Mark. Oh, yun ang ginagawa mo. Pero at least 11-3, oh no, what is happening to SC Atlas, my guy?
Look at the... Kita mo naman yung...
gun round.
Kita mo naman yung meron ng TFO Vil. Equally distributed kills. They know na kailangan nila makapag-trades, especially they've been expecting sa magiging performance ni Kakarot earlier on. But then, looks like Yoshi talaga ngayon ang magiging key ng SE Atlas to pop off against TFO.
What a perfect day for TFO right now. They're just literally doing everything, every kind of strategies na meron sila just to take down SE Atlas. But look at that, Bry with a head taking down one player of TFO right now. But the retaliation, the service right there as well. Bry trying to be really steady here sa may site na to. Pero yun nga lang, he has no idea at all na mapasok na rin si Coco. But Yoshi, out of nowhere, biglang napatay na lang isang player na TFO. 3v2 situation right here, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the rotation na ginagawa ng TFO, mga kaibigan. All the way from A. And for sure, ang gagawin lang ni Trix dito is talagang maghahanap lang siya ng mga frags dito sa may spawn, mga kaibigan. And he will miss! Nag-whip na naman ang kuya mo! Sobrang sayang lang kasi hindi nahuli yun ni Trix. Pero at least, babawi na ang Team SE Atlas of this first gun round dito sa may second half. It's all up to serve. This is gonna be a 3v1 situation. Walang turret na pwedeng ilabas si Killjoy dito. Serve very low on HP, pero wala siyang idea at all na si Yoshi nandito lang sa may A main, mga kaibigan. Dalawa ang smoke pa ni Serve dito though, pero can he use this? Tamang peak lang dito sa may hell. Won't gonna see someone. Heaven, wala rin. Sobrang maganda ang distribution ng placements kung nasan ba yung mga players ng Team SE Atlas though. And now, Serve knows what's up already. Alam niya na meron tao dito sa may A main. It's really up to him kung kaya na bang patayin ng dalawang players ng SE Atlas dito. By the way, TFO Serve, very low on HP. He sees one, but Dre again and again. It's like a 3v1 situation because of the turret though. But slowly and surely, SE Atlas is going back into the game.
And kapag ito nagpatuloy sa kamay ng SE Atlas, yung nagiging imposible para sa kanila mag-tie against TFO. But then, ang dami pang mangyayari. It's gonna be a long journey para sa start ng SE Atlas if gusto nila talagang magkaroon ng overtime against TFO. Adding more to what happened there, Kakarot still hindi pa rin siya nagpa-pop up. Usually talaga we have Yoshi and Brian doing for SE Atlas. But then, looking at the score, etong round na to ay magiging crucial sa kanila dahil match point sa kagad against TFO if ito ang mapupunta sa kamay nila.
Coco is right here dito sa may bilig, mga kaibigan. Won't gonna catch someone here. And for Team SE Atlas, there's a time they can be really aggressive, mga kaibigan. This is the thing talagang ginagawa nila. If they can be super aggressive like this, it's really up to them kung paano pa nila mapupull off to. Pero TFO has everything inside their pockets for them to win every round. They have the advantage. They have actually rounds to lose apparently. Isipin mo dalawang rounds lang panalo sila. And siguro tamang binabasa lang nila yung mga movements dito ng SE Atlas for sure. But Marky, however, won't gonna catch someone though. Bright, perfect placement lang dito sa may short mga kaibigan. Won't crash anyone as well dito sa may area ng catwalk and ng cubby, but still Dre slowly and surely just waiting for Marky. Nandito na sa may likod. Who's gonna win that? And still Marky taking down Dre. Tim, it's all about Tim right there, just getting that trade. 3v2. It's all up to Yoshi and Kakarot. Kakarot needs to pop off. There's someone right there sa may boathouse mga kaibigan. 2v2 situation right here, ladies and gentlemen. TFO Tricks andito lang sa may likod. Meron ba silang idea? Tumitingin si Kakarot dito sa may city, pero mukhang hindi ata niya alam na meron nalalabas din si Tricks mga kaibigan. Tamang clear out lang just to block off the view of Kakarot right here. Courtesy and Tricks the only man remaining for TFO, so it's all up to Kakarot. Both low on, I mean, not both, but Kakarot very, very low on HP, and Tricks being that flexible, palipat-lipat siya ng placements dito sa mapa na to mga kaibigan. So we can say na TFO is really unpredictable kung saan ba sila pumupunta.
Those unexpected placements na meron ng TFO, yun din yung nadadali yung SC Atlas eh. Even if they check corners, the fact na merong isang agent coming from TFO na talagang pupunta sa likod nila, lilikuran sila, yun yung key eh. And at the same time, I've been observing TFO for a long time, but what they're doing, the trades, yung pinaka-powerhouse talaga nila dun.
12-4 right now, match point coming in sa ating mga friends from TFO Courtesy. However, just checking those corners para at least meron pa siya mapatay dito, and he's seeing Dre, pero I have actually can't recall if nakita ba niya yung tao dun sa may cubby na yun. Well, hopefully nakita niya, because Kakarot can mess up the push of TFO if ever commit sila dito sa B. But they have no idea at all na isa lang ang tao dito sa A mga kaibigan. It's just Rai. Rai, tinan mo gamit niya. It's only a sheriff. Yan lang ang meron ang tropa mong Try with half armor as well, so they need to make it work. At kita mo, it's really unpredictable for TFO. Nag-ingay sila ng konti ng A just to mess up the minds of SC Atlas. Tapos ngayon, babalik naman sila sa B. And that is the lockdown coming in from TFO, ladies and gentlemen. So it's all up to Kakarot right now, plus that Hunter's Fury of Courtesy just to get some information kung nasan ba yung mga ibang players mga kaibigan. Pero Kakarot is detained already. You can take down Kakarot right here mga kaibigan. And yes, Coco taking one down for a V4 situation, pero that is the retaliation coming in for Yoshi! And hindi naman mapapalat ba na? Meron ba siya time? Yes, he has the time. The point of 30 seconds left. They successfully planted that spike, pero yun nga lang, it took them that much of a time para ma-plant nila yun. But it's all up to the Hunter's Fury of Yoshi. Kung hindi napatay ni Yoshi yun,
that's gonna be over.
It's done already.
And even if na in-exhaust na kagad, nag-all-in na, in short, ang TFO into getting that round, in-exhaust na nila lahat. But that Hunter's Fury coming from Yoshi, yun yung nag-pay off para maipanalo nila ang round na doon. And speaking of, tatlo na sa agents ng SC Atlas ang meron ngayong ults that they can use actually for the retake against TFO.
Retake, indeed. Pero yun nga lang, mag-mid muna ang TFO. Pwede naman sila pumunta ng A or B when open pa naman sila for rotations though. So at least hindi pa na natin malalaman kung saan pa talaga sila pupunta at all. But for TFO, medyo broken by sila. Others Sheriff lang ang gamit, others Vandal. Pero let's see, and two players from TFO are trying to push A side, pero it's all because of that nade galing kay Killjoy, just trying to mess up the possessions of TFO as well. Coco sees one, but Tim with that frag there onto the head of Coco right there. Pero 2K para dito kay Tim na rin. Pero Trix with a follow-up taking Dre down. Trix really being aggressive here. Meron din siyang mga heal dito, but at least Mababawi pa ba na to?
But then remember, nakapag-plant na sila, hindi pa nagamit ang orbital strike together with the... But then, ang Kakarot gets in his dimensional rift, gets some good information. So, maganda ito yung pangyayari. Pero nga lang, Ryan, look at that showstopper, pays off his teammate. But then, they all have come to a 2-2. But remember, Lucy Zerb, pero nauluhan pa niya, and now Trix was able to clutch that 1v1 out in the open Seraphers. And that's it. TFO winning that second match here sa best of 3 series natin against SC Atlas.
This is a good thing na ginawa ni Trix dito. Like what we've said, really unpredictable dito ni Trix, mga kaibigan. You can see him minsan nasa short, bigla-bigla na lang, nasa heaven na lang, and kung san-san man lang pumupunta ang kuya mo. And talagang with that kind of play style, talagang it's gonna mess up the players' heads for sure. Kasi you have no idea at all kung saan ba talaga sila pupunta. Yung ginagawa ni Trix dito, that is a mind of a jet playing an operator. Kasi if you are a jet with an operator, all you have to do is just paikot-ikot ka lang sa mapa eh. Minsan nandito ka na, nandito ka na, nandito ka na. You need to catch them off guard, and that is the thing na ginawa ni Trix, ladies and gentlemen, and that gave them that perfect sweet win. And TFO, the first order, will head on to our semi-finals to get a chance to play sa ating grand finals on Sunday. We really thought this is gonna be a 2-1. Lahat kami, it's actually 2-1, but we are actually super surprised that this is a 2-0 clean sweep in favor of TFO. TFO, they've picked that first map, which is Icebox. They won that. It's hard, but they did. SE Atlas, they picked this map, but they lost so hard from TFO. But at least, GG's guys, congrats of course.
And gusto ko lang mag-add, Vil, on what Trix has been doing. Lahat tayo ina-expect na sa patch na to, yung Ray na talaga magpa-pop off pa rin. And speaking of nag-pop off pa rin, that just shows na napaka-well-balanced pa rin ng agent up until now. And actually, nakita ko yung amount ng teamwork. Hindi lang sila dumedepende kay Trix itself as Reyna. But then, marami pang mapapakita ngayon ng mga teams natin as we will be heading on to the next match between Oasis Gaming and Empire Esports. We are your casters, Ray, and I'm with Vil, and we'll be right back.
Each stage begins with challengers, where teams compete in regional tournaments for a place at Masters. Teams who compete in Masters events will earn points that help them qualify for Champions. And Champions is where the best teams from around the world compete on a global stage, where the art of greatness is on full display. And one team will be crowned 2021 VALORANT Champions.
Here comes the party!
Hey, I like this game.
Enemy spotted.
Rest.
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from. Cause I'm red and blue lights, I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at, yeah, where you come from? How you born, who you wanna become?
You dead.
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. I do what I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat. Don't miss such a bullseye.
Here comes the party!
Hey, I like this game.
Welcome back to the VALORANT Challengers Tour Philippines, and we just saw a series go in the most unexpected way, a 2-0 versus SE Atlas, and it took a lot of work from TFO to get that victory, especially trying to overthrow Kakarot, who looked like an overlord coming into that first game. So we're going to talk to one of the players on the other side. We're going to talk to one of the members of TFO, and we got Curtizi himself on the line. You there, man? What's up?
Hello.
Hey, okay, so I've got a couple questions for you. First of all, how are you feeling that you won this first game of the day?
Of course, satisfying. Kasi nung last week, natalo kami ng Oasis. So, we bounce back.
Yeah. Well, you guys looked really good, especially against SE Atlas. Kakarot was crazy in the first map. He was getting like 33 kills at the end of it. How did you stop him? What was the game plan going into Icebox? Because that just looked really coordinated from your team.
Actually, there were a lot of rounds na throw namin. And I guess yung mental fortitude lang ng team na hindi natitilt won us the round. We tried to adapt to their
Yeah, and clearly it paid off though. So, quick follow-up question. How did you guys prepare for Atlas? Because it seemed like you guys knew exactly what to do, especially into map number 2. You guys looked like you did your homework.
Yeah, we did. And nakalaban namin sila last time sa different tournament in a regional. So we kinda have a grasp of their play style. So we were kind of prepared.
All right, well,
they were really good.
They were really good today, and you guys were even better. But I do want to ask you one more thing before we go into our short break. So if now is your time to shine, are you going to be, do you have anyone you want to shout out? Anyone you want to say hello to, of course? And any message to any team that you will be heading off and fighting later on in the day?
First of all, salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, to our friends, especially family, and especially sa org namin. And, message para sa mga kalaban namin. Good luck, have fun, I guess. I don't really know what to say.
All right, sportsmanship from TFO's Curtizi. Thank you very much for your time, and good luck in your games tomorrow. Congratulations as well on getting to the semifinals. See ya. All right, so that was it from Curtizi. An amazing performance from his team, and we're going to dissect this a little bit further as we welcome back the rest of the panel. Trix and Viminal, what do you make of this interesting turn of events, this 2-0 that we just saw from TFO?
Mind blown. Simply put, that wasn't how we were expecting it to go. I mean, I predicted a 2-1 initially in favor of SE Atlas. I think all three of us were expecting SE Atlas to take the cake right there, but the complete opposite happened.
I felt a bit underwhelmed by Atlas's performance today, but I was really happy to see how far TFO had come since the last week that we've seen them, because they really adapted. And as he mentioned there, the mental fortitude of it all really does actually affect in game, because it really looked like they were going to lose that first game. It looked like Atlas was going to take it right from them, but TFO just able to keep it cool. And you saw the scoreboard, unlike Atlas, which is really, different, the amount of kills that they had, TFO's was quite similar all in all. So you could tell that they were working together.
Yeah, and it seemed like it was a concerted effort from the team to stay, in the zone. And even all throughout overtime, they did keep their composure, which is definitely not something that definitely something that a lot of local teams need to keep in check here. And as we take a look at the highlights right now, you'll see exactly what we're talking about. A lot of the great plays coming from Kakarot were honestly made into, I'd say, a side note. Despite how great Kakarot was, it did seem like TFO eventually got the read on how, SE Atlas played, and there was no answer from the other side.
Yeah, Atlas was definitely capitalizing on the mistakes TFO was making, as we were mentioning this off camera, that we felt they were sometimes too aggressive. There were awkward angles that they were definitely holding. But then later on, we noticed that they stopped doing that. They stopped taking those odd angles, and they stopped taking fights that they didn't have to fight.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And strangely enough, we wanted to see Tim's back on that battle stage.
Yeah.
We saw it on Icebox, and it also proved to be really rather underwhelming coming back from that Sentinel that he used to be played. Maybe he adjusted too much into that Sentinel role. I don't know. It just seemed like a lot of the star players on the side of SE Atlas just weren't able to show up today.
I mean, it happens. Like sometimes you get shut down. Sometimes it's just not your day. Even the star players. We all have our bad days. So maybe that's what happened there. But I just gotta commend how well TFO played, especially on Ascent, with Trix being back on the duelist.
Yeah.
As opposed to his it was a stark contrast as opposed to his performance on the Sentinel in the previous match.
It's true. We were all saying that seeing Trix on the duelist is just much better than seeing him on the Sentinel, because also we know that this player has good aim, he's got a good game sense, but the Sentinel role really requires a different kind of personality almost.
Yeah, I think so. And he, Trix on the Sentinel, he just wasn't finding the openings, just wasn't staying alive long enough to make those impactful plays, meaningful plays for his team. However, when we saw him shift over to the duelist role, it was just, a world apart. It was night and day, basically. But let's go on and talk about the first order here. Performance from Curtizi, even Marky had a couple of great rounds. I think he was top fragging on both maps, if I'm not mistaken. A really good overall performance from him. But one thing that we did point out is that it didn't seem like it was a one-person effort like it was Kakarot on Icebox. It was an overall team, I think, concerted effort that just really brought them over that finish line.
Yeah, I mean, I can expect that from a team like TFO, wherein they work well together with their coach as well to come up with these set plays, these counter plays, and executes as well. So I expected it to be a concerted effort for TFO entirely.
I was surprised, honestly, to see how well they adjusted to their mistakes and how they really picked them out. How after a while of it not working, and us even saying it while watching it, like, you know, they need to change something, and they do it the next round.
That's something that's very impressive, to actually change those mistakes on the fly, because the mistakes that we were noticing were very big fundamental problems that we were seeing. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We saw Trix a lot dying onto the A site on that Killjoy. We saw like a lot of missed crossfires, a lot of missed opportunities from, you know, basically every player out there. And they were able to adjust that in the middle of the map. That is no easy feat at all by any means.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to, again, the mental fortitude, as Courtesy mentioned earlier. You being able to adjust on the fly like that requires a lot of mental fortitude, and if any regular player out there would just tilt.
And like you just ridiculously go out and push and make mistakes, and it just gets worse and worse. But to reel that in, to rein that in, to, you know, to bring it back and to control your emotions and how you feel and get just a little bit out of control, I think it just showed a lot of maturity on the side of TFO. And this is just one of the reasons why I think that they're one of the teams that, you know, could be a dark horse to win this whole thing. I mean, I guess nobody really looked at them all that much previously, but after this performance against a, you know, a favorite like Atlas to maybe win this, then who knows how far they can go.
I can definitely see that, but for me, the Atlas that I came to appreciate during First Strike doesn't seem to be the Atlas that I saw today. So for me, it was definitely an underwhelming performance by Atlas. TFO did very well, but I stick to thinking DR Esports is my dark horse.
No, I agree, and I definitely think Hashira tomorrow is going to have their work cut out for them. Probably one of the toughest matchups, and probably one of the closest matchups that we're going to be seeing in the entire tournament here. But before we talk about any other matches, we'll take a look and see who the MVP of the series was. We'll pull it up right now, and if I had any predictions, I think it's going to be Marky.
Probably Marky. Trix had a phenomenal performance on the second game, but during the first game, not so good. I mean, I know I said that Atlas was going to win the whole shebang. I guess I'm going to cross that out for now. But I love it when we're proven wrong like this and things don't go the way we expect it to, especially on the majority of the panel.
Well,
this is really cool.
Now that I'd say TFO just eliminated SE Atlas, all eyes are really right now on ArkAngel. Like, this is sort of where they get kind of pressured, if I'm going to say. Like, this is one of the weaknesses of ArkAngel. When all eyes are on them, sometimes they tend to falter. So maybe later on in their games, we'll see how that goes. But we'll pull up the MVP right now on your screens in just a second. But talking about ArkAngel real quick, and I know you have a lot of insight on this. How do you think that there might be a way to relieve that pressure? Because, you know, now that SE Atlas is gone, who else will carry the flag of the Philippines? Who else will, aside from Bren, obviously, you know, is the favorite here? No one. I mean, there might be a couple of opportunities for OG, maybe Hashira, maybe or not found, but still, it's ArkAngel who is currently in the spotlight. How do you think they can deal with this?
I think for any team dealing with that kind of pressure or stress, especially entering a big org's name, it's just a matter of getting out of your own heads. Like, realizing that, you know, there's expectations of you as a team because you've proven that it exists. Like, you're capable of doing it. So it's acknowledging that you're capable of it, but also acknowledging that you have your weaknesses and finding those weaknesses and honing onto it. So I think ArkAngel, in order to deal with that pressure, it's to first acknowledge what are they good at and what are they weak at, and building from there.
I know we've been joking a lot about, you know, ArkAngel's plot armor, but obviously you can't rely on plot armor alone, even though you are, because you are such a prestigious name in the scene. You know, that's a thing.
I agree, but we'll see if they are able to keep that plot armor on. Let's take a look right now. I think we're ready to go with the MVP of the series. We'll put it up right now. And it's gonna be Trix, actually, much to our surprise, who did falter in the first match, but did have a good performance towards the second one, really steamrolling all the way through. So the imposter Trix, the other Trix now, the male Trix, shall we say?
Trix Prime.
Trix Prime.
All right. Yeah.
Trix is like, all right.
Just doing, super well. Thanks for carrying the name Trix. No, but his performance on that Reyna was actually really good. He was able to take the back lines a lot, getting just the first picks. Half the time we were wondering how he got there to begin with, and when he was getting those kills. So a really amazing performance by him on Ascent.
And that's one of his strong suits, right? Finding these cracks in the defense, just finding some wiggle room just to get into the back lines and find opportunities, which is really, really impressive to see. Not a lot of players have that, which is why we feel like it's so wasted if he ends up on the Sentinel role.
Yeah, I was thinking kind of the same thing. You're kind of limiting his playstyle when you put him on that Killjoy anchor. Then he's tempted to like peek out early, and then he has the chance to get picked off.
Yeah, I agree. But maybe we'll see a little bit more Trix Duelist as we go deeper into the brackets. And speaking of the brackets, let's pull them up on your screens right now as well. So, as we all know, SC Atlas did just get eliminated by TFO, who will proceed to the semifinals in the later stages. That's going to be tomorrow. And Empire and OG is going to be up next. Now, this one is a match that we're all waiting for. This is going to be good. Because we all know that Empire, they're struggling right now. They had a little bit of a couple of roster changes. They did take a loss to Hashira last week. And, Empire was one of the top 2, top 3 teams in the country. They did amazingly against Bren, but they lost to Hashira. And now, with some roster changes, I don't know if we'll see that same success. It's a very big question mark. But they're going up against OG, who is always sort of on and off and hit and miss, but have been showing a little bit more consistency. Help me make sense of this, Trix. Let's start with you.
OG has been known, as you put it, really hit or miss. Sometimes they're on fire, sometimes they're just lacking that fire. And other times we see Empire with the great fundamentals, bait plays, and yet the ability to be malleable as a team is what was lacking for them last week. So I'm concerned knowing that their lineup has changed, and I'm excited to see what they'll bring for us today. But I'm starting to lean that I'm hoping OG is going to do well as they have a boot camp, right?
Yeah, well, initial predictions before we go into it, I'm going to say, and this is where I'm going to lay down my eggs on the table.
Okay.
That doesn't sound right. I think that this is OG's time to wake up. It's now or never for them. And I definitely think it's a very good chance for them to do it. I'll get back to your predictions in just a second because we do have to talk about you, viewers at home. You guys have a chance to win 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. And all you got to do that is this. Just stitch and duet Azurize TikTok video casting the Challengers Week 2 posted on PPGL Facebook page. And show us what you got, if you can keep up with Azurize tempo or not, and post the video on either your Facebook or TikTok account with a hashtag PPGL. Just do it. Make sure your post is public because we need to see that. And we will be picking a total of 10 winners who will win 1,500 plus points worth of Valorant points. Now, also get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass and recharge your Valorant points now via Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And also do not forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page. It's facebook.com/ppglgg, and subscribe to our official YouTube account. That's bit.ly/ppgl-yt, or simply search PPGL on YouTube. Make sure to do this all publicly because a total of 10 winners will be winning 1,500 Valorant points. Now, if you want to know where you can tune in to the stream in your language of choosing, it's going to be right over here. For English and for Filipino, these are the links. Twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH for the English commentary. That's on Twitch. And if you want to check it out on the Filipino stream, that is facebook.com/ppglgg. We're also on TikTok. Search us at HelloPPGL. So all of this panel segment, what we're doing right now, this is all in English, and it's going to be on both streams. So you don't get to, you get the chance to stay with us and see our pretty faces over here and get tired of them too. That's just how the way the world is right now. So, of course, let's go on and talk about the next game. Of course, I will welcome back my panel, my amazing panel, to sort of talk about this with me. Again, I'm Illustrato, this is Trix, and this is Viminal here. We're going to be talking about what I think is going to be the game of the day. It's going to be a very interesting series. It is two teams that have struggled to find consistency. We know that the magic is in them, but neither of these teams really have grasped at it. What do you think? What are your impressions of this matchup?
Yeah. Here's the thing. You know what? For this matchup, I'm gonna go all in, guys. I'm gonna go all in. I'm gonna say it. OG will take it 2-0 versus Empire this time around.
Ooh, okay.
I'm gonna make a bold statement because I feel that. Sure, Empire was the team to beat next to Bren on the first week, but then maybe somewhere along the way, they sort of crumbled under pressure. Now we have roster changes all of a sudden. We don't even know why in the middle of this whole tournament.
And speaking of roster changes, let's take a look at the roster of Oasis right now, how strong they are, especially with their new reinforcement in the form of Young Pork. Take a look right now. It's Beats, Brain Freeze, Godowers, Ripper, and Worship. But let's never forget their sixth man, Young Pork, who is, going to be making an appearance here and there, especially on Ascent and maybe yet again on Icebox and maybe in some more maps now.
Yeah. I think Oasis Gaming definitely might have an upper hand, especially because they have a boot camp now. So that helps with consistency, with the ability to communicate with your teammates without having to actually communicate anything, just through physical activity, and also to keep morale up with things like fist bumping, just being together. Yes. But yeah, so I do think Empire, I'm not sure why they made the changes that they did, but I would have to lean towards Oasis Gaming considering I don't have information on Empire's new lineup.
Yeah, I agree with you. And, we're about to see who actually is in that Empire roster. We'll pull them up in just a second, though. But for the meantime, again, I can't stress this enough. The impact that their sixth man has, it's not like anybody else. Young Pork, I want to see what he's capable of, especially a little bit later on. But look at this. And I think this is a really interesting change right now. Silver is still on. It's not Z7Z playing. It's actually Stiletto who is on aboard right here. Because last time that we saw Empire, it was Stiletto out and Z7Z in. And this is going to be another iteration of the roster of Empire, which is honestly maybe a little bit of a hindrance to them that they keep changing it up.
So Silver will be playing today. Is that the case?
I think so.
If Silver is playing today, I do think Empire actually does have a better chance there. And
I mean, they've proven this lineup to work, Silver and Stiletto together.
Yes.
They were a
but
phenomenal
Z7Z's
tandem. Again, we are. We'll have to wait and see until we get into the game to find out
who actually
who's
plays.
actually going to play what and if their sixth man is going to be coming in. But last time, when we saw them in action, Z7Z replaced Stiletto wasn't exactly as effective. Or maybe that's a bit of an understatement.
Yeah, I think that there's a few things that Stiletto brings to the team that may not be quantified in like kills or
yes,
because there definitely seemed to be much more synergy with Stiletto around. I don't know if it was his presence, but Z7Z definitely got the kills, but they still weren't able to look as, I don't know, aggressive, or just the presence just wasn't there as much as when it was Silver and Stiletto both on the map. But let's talk about the players themselves as we check out the head-to-head. And I think it's definitely going to be an interesting one. We got Godowers versus Stiletto. I'm a little bit surprised it's not Silver on the other side. But in terms of the points and strictly the stats, they're almost virtually the same. Godowers and Stiletto, look at this. 226.1 versus the ACS of Stiletto, which is 219.5.
And here, again, just indicative of why I singled out Stiletto in the first place. This guy is such an impactful player. Check out the first blood percentage at 11.8%. That's really an important stat that you have to look at, especially for those star player duelist roles. Stiletto definitely one of them.
Yeah. I also think that Stiletto, in terms of personality, might also help keep the team morale up. So I am excited to see how they would perform with him playing, and I do hope that Stiletto plays.
Okay, let's be honest here. We know Stiletto like from way back,
Yeah.
because he's been in the CS scene before, and just the nicest guy, like the nicest guy. And having a guy like that on your team really can keep your morale just like up. It's not a joke, and this is
It's
something
fun
that,
to play with.
exactly. And when you have a guy like that on your team that you can rely on to keep your morale up and good, it's a big deal going into high pressure tournaments and situations.
Your team needs to laugh to relieve that pressure. I know I've done it before. So just you need that player that's just going to laugh
from
it off.
experience.
Yeah, exactly, and I don't think we can ever count out the importance of a player like that here. Of
course.
That has been the head-to-head. But we'll go ahead and take a look at the vetoes right now. Where will our battle for today be? And we're going to be drawing that up right now. It is going to be landing on Ascent, Split, and Bind. So take a look at this. Empire has been picking Ascent every now and again still, and Oasis Gaming sticking on their Split. I'm glad to see that there's no Bind here, no Icebox here, because I don't think either of these teams really have a good grasp on it, as evidenced by their previous games. But Bind here is going to be the last game, and it was selected, it was obviously the last pick here, and I think both teams are very capable on this map. So for me, this is pretty much a level playing field. Could go either way.
Yeah.
So I'm going to change my prediction now because I think that we have more information. I'm still going to say 2-1 Oasis, though.
Interesting. Well, for me, again, taking a look at the map selection here, Ascent, pretty much 50-50. Both teams are pretty good at it. Split, probably the same way. We've seen how powerful OG was in Split, although sometimes they do tend to have not so good performances in Split as well. But I don't know. It just really depends on who SV Empire's lineup is going to be today.
Yeah, I agree. But if you had to give me a number, if you had to give me a prediction,
I'm still gonna go all in.
Still 2-0? Okay, I respect a man who sticks with his principles. Trix, what about you?
I do think that Oasis Gaming should take this game, so 2-1. But as Viminal pointed out, to me it also really depends on who the lineup is.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you completely. But for me, the reason why I'm still sticking with the 2-1 for Oasis is because there's just too many changes with Empire lately. And you can't really build chemistry, I think, when you change up too much. Who knows, maybe they have unlocked the secrets of their roster now. But it is going to be time for us to send you guys to the casters themselves for the meantime. Again, this was Viminal and Trix, and for both of them, my name is Illustrato, and we're leaving you with the casters. So, casters on the desk. What's good?
At kami nagbabalik dito sa VALORANT Challengers Philippines. Of course, inihahandog ng PPGL at kami ang inyong mga casters. Ako nga pala si Vil.
At ako naman si Taylor.
At kami ang inyong mga casters for the second time, mga kaibigan. Next game, it's gonna be Oasis Gaming versus Empire Esports. Partner, ako'y sobrang nagagalak sa itong
ano pa?
Match-up na ito.
Yung match-up na ito. Nagagalak ka sa susunod na laban.
Yan, susunod na laban. Kasi pilit kong inaayos ang aking pagsasalita ng wikang Tagalog dahil nandito tayo ngayon sa ating Filipino broadcast, mga kaibigan. So, hindi na ako makapag-antay sa susunod na laban. Uulitin ko, ito ay Oasis Gaming versus ang Empire Esports. So, gustong-gusto ko nang matapos itong laban na to kasi gusto ko nang malaman kung sino ba ang mananalo dito. First mapa natin is actually Ascent. Anong masasabi mo dito, partner?
Ang masasabi ko dito, excited na ako malaman kung sino yung mga lineup muna ng mga maglalaro para sa team na ito. Dahil nga sa Empire, kung iisipin natin si Silver, kung siya ba ay maglalaro dito o hindi. Yun yung katanungan eh. Kung maglalaro si Silver, parang sa tingin ko, Empire is a very stronghold team para sa laban na ito. Oasis Gaming on the other hand, nakita naman natin paano maglaro tong mga players na ito, and it's amazing to see, amazing to watch how parehong teams really strong when it comes to VCT. At the same time, wala na yung mentality ng lahat ng mga players na iniisip nila na, oh my God, yung next nating makakalaban papunta na to sa Bren Esports. Ito lahat, basically, pantay-pantay, nasa level lahat ng isa't isa. Ito na yung mga top teams natin na natitira for Philippines.
Well, apparently, pag-usapan din natin yan sa mga iba't ibang weeks though. So, ito ang pinakamahirap na week. Sa totoo lang, para sa aming mga casters, ladies and gentlemen. Ay, nag-i-English ako, wait lang. Ayan. Ito na yung pinakamahirap na week para sa aming lahat kasi hindi talaga namin alam kung sino ang mananalo dito.
Predictions, Hindi
In
ko
terms
alam.
of predictions, yes. No first game, we really thought that's gonna be a 2-1. But 2-0 ang nangyari. Ulitin ko, yung second map, ang pumili na is SC Atlas. But still, TFO managed to win that game na sobrang laki ng lang namang nila sa team SC Atlas. Well, this is the second game of our day, and apparently this map is actually Ascent. We've seen all of these players play in Ascent at kitang-kita din natin na medyo pantay lang din talaga tong players na to. Well, apparently, tulad nga sinabi mo kanina, it's all about the predictions. Prediction-wise, it's hard for us to know kung sino ba ang mananalo because of Silver. Silver, ladies and gentlemen, it depends kung maglaro siya dito sa Empire Esports ngayon is malaki yung chance sa talaga nilang manalo din actually because we've seen the capabilities of Silver. It's really that outstanding and amazing.
Tsaka aside from that, nasa week 3 na tayo. Ito na yung times na kailangan yung mga teams natin, yung composition ng mga teams natin, hindi ito yung panahon na nagsaswap yung mga players. Diba sinabi natin nung week 1, parang, sige, mag-swap kayo, mag-try kayo ng lahat, yung chemistry buuin nyo, isa-isa, i-try nyo lang lahat. But on week 3, na kung saan, ito na yung chance ng mga teams natin na makakuha ng slot para sa ating Masters. Diba? So, it's very difficult to say ngayon, kapag hindi pa natin nakikita yung lineup, but makikita natin mamaya kung maggagana ba o will it be the death of them. Parang ganon. Matatapos ba yung run nila for VCT after this one? Oasis Gaming. Now, let's talk about that. Kapag itong team na ito, sila ang manalo, makakatapat ulit nila yung TFO.
Again and again, lagi na sila.
Sino mananalo? Yung naka-bootcamp o yung hindi na, diba?
Online bootcamp.
Online bootcamp na lang. On the other hand naman, Empire Esports, SV Empire na ngayon, maglalaro ulit sila. Alam natin, napanood natin na kalaban nila yung Bren Esports. Nakita natin yung capability ng players ng team na ito. Kaya,
nag-finals pa yan.
Nag-finals pa to.
Week 1.
Diba? So, mainit yung laban natin. Mainit-init talaga. At ang sinasabi nila, yung OG, laging pasok to sa top 4 eh.
Indeed.
Kung pasok sa top 4, edi dapat sa semifinals. So, sino mananalo?
Oh, di ba? Mahirap. Actually, ang Empire kasi, dalawang beses talaga nila nakalaban ng Bren eh. Semifinals ng week number 2 at saka grand finals ng week number 1. So, pwede natin sabihin na mas batak pa sa batak ang Empire Esports ngayon. Pero depende pa rin talaga sa maglalaro. Knowing na nakasama nila si Silver nung week 1 and the week number 2. Pero itong week number 3, makikita pa lang natin if ever pasok pa siya sa lineup in just a couple of minutes pag lumabas na yung mga pangalan nila sa ating agent selection. Okay, kanina partner nilabas ng SE Atlas ang si Uroy, si Yoru.
Oo, si Uroy. Pero it didn't work out.
So, hindi talaga siya nag-work out. Kung yung ginawa ni Kakarot kanina ng first game sa Icebox, well, talagang sobrang nag-pop off ang kuya mo. As in, sobra
35
talaga.
kills!
Yes, indeed.
Kung hindi nyo napanood, guys, kanina yung matchup ng SE Atlas.
Oy,
35
partner,
kills.
andyan.
Pero mukhang nandito si Silver para sa team ng Empire Esports. This is very exciting. Buo pa rin ang Empire. Sila pa rin to. Huwag kayo mag-alala. Kami lang to.
Kami lang to. Pero yun nga lang, nandito ang OG. Andito ang Oasis Gaming. Partner, we've seen kung paano maglaro ng Omen si Ripper. Is like literally ripping the heads of his enemies. And si Gado, isipin mo si Gado. Dito sila what do you call this? Parang naka-depend kay Gado sa Reyna ni Gado. Pero mukhang
ibang patch na yung gamit natin dito.
pero isipin mo, kahit ibang patch partner, yung Reyna kanina, which
worked out.
Nag-work talaga. Parang ang gagawin mo lang sa patch na to, conserve lang. Conserve lang talaga. Ganun lang. Parang ganun din eh. Halos wala rin naman nagbago eh. Nakapatay ka.
Select your agent.
Alam mo yun?
Ongoing pa rin yung joke natin na sa mga casters na merong doers, pero meron ding gadoers.
Oo, tama.
Kasi grabe mag-pop off itong player na ito. Aside from that is si Ripper pa nga. Meron pa tayo si Ripper. Kaso nga lang, there are times na nakikita ko si Ripper. There are times. may mga times talaga na si Ripper ay minsan hindi.
Oo.
Minsan online na online.
Pero
Either
ito-
of the two lang. Walang middle ground.
Pero
Either
ito,
hindi or
partner.
online talaga.
Pero ito, partner. Dito sa pick ni Gado, actually hindi pa rin nila lock in. So we have no idea kung Sage ba talaga yung gamit niya or babalik siya sa Reyna. It's
Battle
really
Sage.
Battle Sage. Yeah, pwede doable ang Battle Sage, but they need that solid entry frag para to take down Empire Esports. Ang problema andito si Silver. Well, we can say na pwede natin sabihin na this is gonna be the last week of Silver dito sa Empire. What do you think?
Depende sa kanya yun.
Depende sa kanya yun.
Depende sa kanya kung gusto niya.
Oo,
gusto niya pang ipagpatuloy, di ba?
Oo nga eh.
Pero looking at the picks of the players right now, Oasis Gaming. with
No
the Breach,
duelist lineup for Oasis Gaming dito. So they need to depend sa flash ni Breach.
Feeling ko Battle Sage talaga to.
Battle Siege to for sure.
I'm sure na ganito yung mangyayari dyan eh. Sova will do the recon. Tapos, Battle Sage natin, aabangan na makapag-flash si Breach, then pasok.
Yeah, that's
Supporting lang yung role ng Sova. And then aside from that, may smoke pa tayo from the Omen. On the other hand, para sa SV Empire naman natin, we have Omen, the Duelist Jet, Sova, Reyna, at si Cypher. Ascent ang ating mapa. What do you think? Sino mas lamang dito sa dalawang to?
In terms of information, partner, actually, pwedeng sa SV Empire ako because of that Sova and syempre yung ating Cypher and of course yung Jet as well. Pwede siyang pumik then Tailwind palabas. Pwede naman niyang gawin yon. Pero dito naman sa Oasis Gaming, sobrang safe play nila actually. This is the first time apparently na walang nag-duelist na nakita ko actually dito sa VCT na kinast ko. This is the first time. So,
well, nangyari yun
ay, nangyari na pala.
Esports.
Nangyari na pala.
Nag-Icebox sila.
Icebox. Yes, nangyari na pala yun sa Icebox. This is the second time apparently na nagcast ako na walang tawag doon? Na walang duelist.
Walang duelist.
Actually ito yung maganda eh. Sage rin ang ginamit. Nung nasa
Battle
Icebox
Sage.
tayo, nag-Sage si Dubstep nun. Pero ngayon, si Gadowers, ladies and gentlemen, nag-Sage din ng kuya mo. And tulad nga na sinabi ko, magdedepende sila sa mga flash ng mga Breach nila. They have that Breach, they have that Omen. So nakadepende ngayon sa execution ng Breach at saka ng Omen para mag-work ang kanilang Sage. Pero hold that thought because we are actually starting it already. Game number 2, which is SV Empire versus Oasis Gaming. The winner of this matchup will face off TFO sa ating semifinals to have a chance to win on that grand finals on Sunday. Partner, let's go.
Let's go. Technical pause agad. Agad-agad. Para sa mga players natin, no? Ganun kainit yung labanan natin. But para sa impormasyon ng lahat ng ating mga manonood na from last week na nangyari ang VCT na broadcast natin, ay malaki ang difference, no? Kasi that week, yung Reyna patch is hindi pa na-implement. But this time around, para sa ating week 3, dalawa na lang ang ating orbs para sa Reyna at bagong patch na ito with the Stinger at yung ating Frenzy. So, malamang sa malamang, hindi tayo makakita masyado ng Frenzy meta na ngayon. Pero
nung
it
nasa
still
Icebox,
works.
nung nasa
It
Icebox
still
actually,
works.
walang nag-frenzy. Pero ngayon, pero nung sa second game, nag-frenzy sila dito sa Ascent. Pero siguro partner, nakadepende pa rin talaga yun sa mapa. Kasi, ang Ascent is medyo maliit naman to compared sa Icebox.
Grabe kasi yung burst din naman na ginagawa ng Frenzy. Frenzy, parang naka-steroids na classic yan eh.
Parang poor-man stinger yan eh.
Poor-man stinger to eh. And with that,
kung ako, kunwari eco round, ano na yan eh. Parang pag nasa eco round ka, matik na yan, parang frenzy na yan eh.
feeling ko kukunin ko Sheriff.
Sheriff sa'yo.
Kasi,
actually, depende pa rin talaga eh.
Kung 800, tapos 500 na yon, kuha ko isang kill, bawi na agad. Return of ROI.
ROI
Business lang.
Business lang, diba?
Sabi namin, di kami magaling sa math, pero pag nilagyan mo ng laro,
pasok
pwede pa kami mag-algebra.
Diyos ko. Kahit trigonometry pa.
Samahan mo pa ng physics, lahat
lahat na. Kahit walang ano sa math, kahit samahan mo ng pag-ibig yan, hindi pang go baby.
Tigilan mo ako, Bill, naiinis ako sa'yo.
Go baby. Gagawin yun, diba?
Ay, nako. Empire.
You don't have to impress everybody, baby.
Oh my God, stop. No! Stop! pause tayo mga kaibigan. May inaayos lang. And mas okay naman na sigurong ayusin talaga sa una pa lang. Di ba?
Oo nga, syempre. Sa simula pa lang, partner. Mas maganda talaga na ayusin mo na ang problema. Kasi pag yan lumaki pa, baka hindi mo na maagapan.
Direct, please. Please, pakimute yung partner ko. Medyo naiinis lang.
Pero actually, partner, dito pag attackers ka, ikaw ba yung taong laging tumatalon dito sa tables na to?
Oo.
Ako lagi
ako tumatalon
diba?
dyan.
Napaka-relevant ng information natin, mga
importante
kaibigan.
yun. Importante yun. Ano yung pang-boost ng moral?
Oo, di ba?
Okay, ito. Mukhang kompleto na ating mga players.
Uy, si Reaper lang mag-frenzy dito
Looking at the buy. Buy? Which is me. Frenzy!
Totoo naman.
Frenzy! Isang player mula sa ating... Anyway!
Let's go now!
Let's go!
Para sa ating round number 1, we're now seeing all these players trying to lurk out. Papunta dito sa B, mga kaibigan. And now Beats, let's see if ever makakita pa siya with that recon bolt though. Pero the problem is nandito ang mga tropa mo ng Empire Esports dito sa B-main, mga kaibigan. Pero tamang wallbang lang, and yes, nakakuha pa siya. And now look at that, Draxi beats! However, with a 2K, agad dun sa shock dart na yan, isipin mo, 100 lang yung ginastos niya para dun sa shock dart na yan. Pero yung ROI niya, dalawa na agad na napatay ng kuya mo.
600 na yun? 600?
Oo.
400 lang?
600.
Basta,
mahal.
Trying na pumasok dito yung ating side ng Empire Esports papunta sa ating B side. Tinuloy pa rin nila with a smoke on our market. Backside, double checking lang kung merong pantaong natitira. Pero Silver, nakatapat nga si Ripper towards our garden. And now, the rotate para sa ating mga players ng OG. 4 versus 2 ang ating sitwasyon. And that after, oh my god.
Beats with 3K already to, pero yun nga lang si Draxi, mga kaibigan, being flashed out by that breach. Tulad na sinasabi ko, maganda talaga pag merong breach, mga kaibigan, kasi ito talaga yung main flasher nila, not that Omen though. Pero I think Z7Z is right here waiting patiently, but Godor is out there on that battle stage, taking down that Reyna, and round secured. Para sa akin, sobrang solid nung shock dart talaga na pinakita dito ni Beats, mga kaibigan.
Alam mo kung sino yung real hero doon?
Sino?
Si Worship. Yung fault line niya,
tama.
sumakto Especially, isama mo pa. Yumanig yung mundo ng mga players dito ng Empire, and parang literal, na-concuss sila So, nahirapan sila maka-push forward at umatras muna sila ng kaunti. But they still managed to get the plan.
Quick peeks now.
Not bad. Not bad para sa team.
Tamang kasi isipin mo ang initiator nila ngayon is actually Breach or Omen, depende dito. And if ever nalaman nila yung information, biglang papasok dito si Gadowers to do the job. Pero I think there's gonna be a slow push para sa Empire Esports, mga kaibigan. Andito lang sa may market si Beats and the Silver as well. And up top, Draxi, however, dito lang sa may short though. Pero Beats with that head, taking down Stiletto right off the bat. And more flash coming through with that breach though. Ripper ripping the head of Draxi as well. This is gonna be a 4v3 situation, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be so hard for Empire Esports to win this game. Pero at least to win this round, rather. But at least they're literally doing everything for them to get 1 point out of this early stage of the game.
Placing swarm grenade.
No way, nakita na yung mga players dito ng Empire Esports. Nahihirapan sila pumasok sa ating B-side. And now, Brain Freeze, nakakuha pa ng isang player. Isa na lang ang natitira. Empire Esports, Silver with the Sheriff. Makakakuha pa ba siya? Makakapick off pa ba siya? Pero hindi. Unfortunately, Worship is just around the corner para saluhin ang kill na yan. One of the few things na nakita ko doon sa ating match kanina or yung itong round na ito is that saktong-sakto talaga yung alarm bot ni Brain Freeze. Now, ang nakapwesto naman dyan sa market side natin ay si Beats. So, ready siya na once na gumalaw tong alarm bot, sasamahan ko ng peak. And that's what happened doon sa ating side ng market. Kaya nakuha agad ang isa sa mga duelist dito ng Empire Esports. And now, 2-0 na yung score natin. It's still early on the rounds. Nangangapa pa yung mga players ng Empire Esports kung paano sila papasok dito. And now they wanna go into A side. But the slow, samahan mo pa ng Hunter's Fury ni Vince. Nakakuha na siya ng isa. And now,
Silver!
the whiff.
Na-whiff ang Cueva pero at least ang solid din ang pinapakita ng OG dito mga kaibigan. They just literally stopped the possible push of Empire Esports because of that Sage though. Just blocking a lane. Pero Godovers again and again waiting patiently here. Dito lang sa may kabilang panig ng smoke mga kaibigan. Merong Vandal sa baba pero ayaw niyang kunin dito. And for sure hindi makakapasok. Uy, sexy!
Oh, no!
Sexy stiletto mga kaibigan. Pero Godovers in Worship slowly just trying to take down all the remaining players of Empire Esports. So it's all up to Drax. Siya lang natitira dito. Meron pa siyang dalawang smoke, may paranoia pa siya, meron pa siyang mga abilities to take down all these players though. Pero yun nga lang si Brain Freeze. Tamang Spectre ay tamang Stinger lang ang gamit. But Godowers finishing the round again. Pang-inis lang.
Pang-inis lang.
Pero ano yung investment yon and talagang nag-workout to sa mga players ng OG. And upon checking the scores, 3-0 already. That no duelist lineup of OG is actually working for them.
Alam mo, pagdating sa side ng Oasis Gaming, yung nakikita ko sa kanila is just the perfect defensive position na meron sila. And hindi sila passive at all. Once na meron silang maramdaman, ilabas na yung shock dart, ilabas na yung wall, lahat na gagamitin ng mga skills natin. Kaso nga lang, still a double-edged sword para sa mga players natin. Kasi what if kailangan nilang mag-retake, wala na silang magagamit na nagulo sila. So kailangan ma-figure out dito ng SV Empire kung ano ang gagawin nila para ma-psycho. Pero the dash in from Stiletto, nagkamali yata siya na pinto.
Nagkamali na pinto doon mga kaibigan. Nagulat ako, dapat pagilid yun. Pero yun nga lang, dash in, dire-direto siya dito. Binigyan pa talaga niya ng patay, ng kill. Yung kalaban nila dun sa may mid. Pero Brain Freeze, however, with a lot of kills already. 2 versus 5 situation right now. 1 here lang dito sa may B-lobby mga kaibigan. And now Silver is right here. Lumabas siya pero Brain Freeze getting 1 already. The ace
going
is
for the ace.
The ace
going
is
for the
actually
ace.
real for Brain Freeze. He sees 1 and OG Brain Freeze with a 5K with an ace onto this 4th round sa ating best of 3 series. At parang they're just making a statement right here. We are OG and ito na yung parang 100% ng OG nilalabas nila. Anong gentle mga kaibigan? Ilalabas na namin ang aming 100% at ito lang ang ginagawa ng OG. Well, apparently sila yung OG Chimera, di ba? Yeah.
Yep, they are. OG Chimera, isa nga sa talagang unang kalaban ng TFO, no? So kaya nga na-excite ako kung sila yung makakapasok para sa ating semifinals. Pero Vil, sasabihin ko sa'yo,
ano?
Oasis Gaming, Oasis Gaming, ang aggressive nila maglaro.
Yeah,
Na-overwhelm yung Empire Esports sa ginagawa ng Oasis Gaming. Makapita sila ng isa sa mid. Ready na agad sumugod yung Killjoy, isipin mo.
The reason kung bakit sila nagpapaka-aggressive kasi once na nagpaka-passive sila, yes, pwede nilang pigilan yung pagpasok sa kabila. Kunwari, nag-push sila sa A, bigyan nag-rotate, wala na silang gagawin sa kabila at all. Ubus na yung mga abilities nila. So the reason kung bakit sila nagpapaka-over-aggressive is at least ma-conserve nila yung mga abilities dun sa possible push niya dun sa isang base nila. Dun sa isang site rather.
May dalawang klase ng teams na meron tayo dito sa VCT. Yung mga teams na pagdating sa defensive side ay talagang iniiwan or hinahayaan yung side, mga plan. Pero na slow or mula kay Gadowers dito, 3 ang kanyang pinapabalik. Papunta sa
dalawang beses
sa attacker side spawn natin. Worship sees 1, C7C. Nakakuha siya dito ng heal at overheal na rin siya. But the TP mula sa ating Omen, that ultimate, saan nga ba? He's going towards A. Stiletto, the dash out.
Godovers will be revived already and they're just gonna push B. And tamang kill lang dito sa may Speedway pero not gonna catch every players of Empire Esports. Pero yun nga lang, Brain Freeze again and again with a 2K. Stiletto is right here. But the problem, hindi na deny yung
Last player
pagka-plant,
standing.
yung pagka-diffuse ng OG mga kaibigan.
Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, Bill. Balikan ko lang na mabilis. Dalawang klaseng teams ang meron tayo sa VCT pagdating sa defender side. Ang isa, yung gustong mag-retake.
Yeah.
Hahayaan makapag-plant and all para lang makapag-retake sila. May time na makaalis yung mga players sa kabilang side para makapunta sila, makarotate sila papunta kung saan nagpa-plant. At ang pangalawang team na yan ay exactly like Oasis Gaming. Hindi nila hahayaan na makapag-plant. Kapag susugod pa lang, ilapag mo na yung lockdown. Diba? Hindi nila hayaan makapasok pa yung Empire Esports as much as possible. Ayaw nilang makapag-plant. Which is, yun nga yung reason na sinabi mo kanina, wala na silang mga skills na matitira for retakes Kaya sila nagiging over-aggressive. But it works out. Hindi ma-figure out, nahihirapan ng Empire Esports na ma-figure out kung ano ba itong nangyayari? Paano natin to lalabanan? Paano natin to papasukan ng site? Kasi may wall agad. May shock darts agad na nilalapag. Tapos may mga smoke agad for B-main. Diba? Sobrang hirap nga para naman sa side ng Empire Esports. But if you think about it, kapag sila mamaya yung naging defender side, ano kaya mangyayari?
We can say na pwedeng ang OG is really that unpredictable. Hindi ma-predict ng Empire kung ano pa talaga ang gagawin nila dito. Yes, they can recon the information, pero yun nga lang, talagang gagawin ng OG ang lahat para ma-delay yung pag-entry ng Empire Esports. Why? Meron silang paranoia, delay yun. Meron silang shock dart, delay yun. Meron din silang nades, delay din yun. So, actually, tulad nga ng tanong mo kanina, if ever OG na ang attacking, it's gonna be a different story na for sure. Pero yun nga lang, sobrang importante ng Breach saka ng Omen pag naging attacking na sila. They need to have that perfect flash with that Breach and that perfect paranoia as well para makapag-entry frag sila.
Amazing to see lang, Vil, na di tayo nakakita ngayon ng Brimstone, no? Yung mga lineup natin for this map.
Dito sa
especially with Empire Esports, na isa rin sila sa mga magagaling mag-lineup ng kanilang mga skills o yung kanilang mga utilities. Empire, hindi sila kagaya ng Oasis Gaming maglaro ng defensive position. Retakes sila Retakes itong team natin.
Kumbaga ang Empire Esports, ito sila ngayon. Parang okay lang kami.
Okay lang kami.
Okay lang kami.
Easy lang kayo. Kami lang to.
Okay lang kami. Yung sticker na yan, I mean yung spray na yan, that is like representation of Empire Esports right now. Kahit medyo inaapoy na yung team namin, okay lang talaga. Think positive kasi kaya pa to. As
basta
long as
wag lang sa COVID.
Oo, except COVID, tsaka mga ibang sakit part din.
Oo,
basta as long as okay kayo, okay kami. Masaya kayo, masaya kami.
Pero gusto kitang tanungin.
Anong kala ko gusto mo? Ano?
Gusto kitang tanungin. Pero maya-maya na kasi magsisimula na tong yung match natin.
Ano yung tanong mo?
Tatanungin ko lang sana kung paano sa tingin mo makakapasok yung Empire Esports sa mga sites.
Pick-offs.
Kaso nga lang kasi, si Stiletto, once na lumalabas siya, nakikita mo naman, yung dash niya, hindi niya nagagamit as para makaalis siya after a kill Yung dash niya, ginagamit niya para lang makatakas siya kasi nga mamamatay na siya.
Hirap no? Maski ako,
The players really need to step up.
Lalo na Silver dito mga kaibigan. Pero we're now seeing next year right now, he knows already na meron tayo dito sa may B-main mga kaibigan. And now, Beats is at the right place at the right time for them to stop the players of Empire Esports. He sees one, pero G70 is now down for. Alam niya na meron pumasok dito sa may Cyber Cage, ladies and gentlemen. And now Nexi sees one as well through that wall. Pero yun nga lang, Brain Freeze really low on HP, which is partner, ito yung magandang ginawa nila. Tamang pick-offs lang, and that gave them that opening to go inside B site already. And one thing is for sure, Draxi will not gonna go inside B kasi mag-aantay lang siya ng mga frags dito if ever meron papunta sa city or sa market. Pero yun nga lang, Worship, however, just using an aftershock, just trying to take down Draxi dito sa may B main. Pero dalawa ang player dito sa may boathouse mga kaibigan. Pero si Draxi dito waiting patiently. Hunter's Fury from Nexi though. 2v1 situation. Napapiligiran ka na. And again, retake pa rin ng OG ito. That is okay. Pero, okay.
Well, with Empire Esports, nakapasok naman sila sa side, no? And sasabihin ko pa lang sana kanina na parang 4 pa rin yung kalaban ng OG dito. Kasi kung iisipin mo, may cipher pa sila. Yung camera nila, makakakita pa sila kung saan yung information, kung saan magre-retake yung team ng Oasis Gaming. Pero parang labanan na lang talaga ng tutok eh. Yung mga whips, nakita natin yung mga whips
Actually,
kanina.
ang dami, ang dami.
Brain Freeze, nagpa-pop off dito. 12-1, 3 KDA.
12-1 partner, ha? One death lang si Brain Freeze dito, ha? And talagang solid talaga ang pinapakita ni Brain Freeze dito. Pero yun nga lang, nagsistack sila dito papuntang aiming mga kaibigan. Stiletto with that laser blitz, if he can see one here and tamang slow lang. Dalawa yun. Dalawang slow orb yun na ginamit ni Sage, ladies and gentlemen. Pero that is the wall just to prevent the team of Empire Esports to go inside A main already and just breach again and again. Nasa kanya yung lahat. Nasa kanya ang lahat. Para yun, no? Para pigilan, ay isang slow orb lang pala yun. Para pigilan talaga yung pag-entry ng Empire Esports. Ano bang meron siya? You have 3 skills literally. Para makontrol yung, and para ma-prevent yung possible push ng Empire Esports dito. Gadowers, meron pa siyang slow. Pwede rin, ang daming pwedeng i-combo na tong slow na to, ah. Actually, pwedeng yung fault line, pwede yung nades as well. Madami.
What the flash ng breach. Saktong-sakto sa mukha ni Silver. He goes down in the hands of Gadowers. Ito yung sinasabi ko, once na mag-flash dito yung breach, papasok yung ating Sage. Ripper on the other hand, nakabang na rin sila dito sa may doors natin. And now the plan going in mula kay Traxy. Ito na yung time ng Oasis Gaming. Nakapag-isip na sila. Nagbago na yung kanilang... oh no! Yun lang! The ultimate of the breach!
That rolling thunder of breach is really that important. And partner, isipin mo, isa lang ang namatay dito sa OG at walang bawas yung 4 na players ng OG din.
It's just, malakas lang talaga sila, Vil. Yun lang talaga eh.
Sino pumili ng Ascent?
Yun lang talaga eh.
Sino pumili ng Ascent?
Ang lakas lang talaga ng team na to.
Oo. Sino pumili ng Ascent?
Empire?
Empire ba?
I wasn't sure actually kung Empire or Oasis Gaming ang pumili ng mapa na to. Pero kung
dami nilang
yung defensive natin is OG, ibig sabihin yan, Empire yung pumili.
Okay.
7-0 na ang ating score. A big advantage para sa side ng Oasis Gaming.
Huge advantage para sa ating Oasis Gaming mga kaibigan. But still 4v3 situation right now. Nawala na yung breach. Ito na, kailangan kabahan ang OG mga kaibigan. Kasi isa sa pinaka-importanting player sa kanila is actually breach just to mess up the minds of these players though. C7CC is 1, but this is gonna be a 3v5 now. Pero I think ito na ang pagbangon ng API partner from 7-0. Let's see if ano bang gagawin dito. Gadover sees one already with the head take it on Stiletto. Nawala na rin isa sa main fragger ng Empire Esports, ladies and gentlemen. C7Z is on the hunt right now. Wala na siyang leer at all. Pero meron pa siyang isang pang devour. Meron pa siyang isang orb for the second ability of Reyna, and now slowly they're trying to push inside the B site already though, pero C7Z will be taken down by Beats, pushing this to a 2v2! The 2v2 ba mga kaibigan? Oh no! Oh no! Nag-whiff ang kuya mo! Gadowers! 1v1! Who's gonna win this? Gadowers! What? Oh, what?
Seryoso ba to? Oh no!
What? That...
Gadowers!
That's a 2v1! Gadowers mga kaibigan! Nag-ref yung dalawang players ng Empire!
I don't know what happened para sa Empire Esports dito. Nakita naman natin, clear shot na yung dalawa. Alam na nila, may recon bolt na, nasilip na nila kung nasa si Gadowers.
Hindi tumama!
The next one pa, na nasa pinaka-right side, hindi pa rin nila napatay si Gadowers dito. 70 HP pa yung naiwan sa kanya. Hindi man lang nabawasan even into 1/4 half. Hindi. Empire.
Yo! What is happening to Empire Esports right now?
I believe
Okay.
na na-overwhelm sila dito para sa Oasis Gaming. Gaya ng sinasabi ko kanina, kailangan nila mag-regroup. Yung mentality na ang laki na ng gap, dapat matanggal nila yan. Mapa nila to, sila pumili nito.
So far, ito na ang one of the
Isang magandang pick-off.
one of the
Isang magandang pick-off ang ginawa dito ng
ano din tayo eh.
ng Empire
din tayo
Esports. Isang magandang pick-off yung ginawa ng
Nawala
Empire
si Sage, yes,
Esports.
indeed.
Nawala dito si Gadowers. Maybe this is the chance.
Sa lahat ng games dito sa VCT, ito ang pinaka malaking lamang 8-0.
Talaga ba?
Oo, wala pa nakikita 8-0 at all. Dito, partner.
Interesting.
Wala pa talaga. Sa lahat, sa playoffs wala pang 8-0, mga kaibigan.
Interesting.
Oo. Miski Bren, hindi nagawa ang isang na 8-0.
Tignan mo kung gaano
30
katahimik
seconds left.
yung ating mapa ngayon.
Oo. Pero andun na si Killjoy.
Kung ano yung
Oo, naginig ko na.
pagka-aggressive.
Alam ni Nexy. Alam ni Nexy na meron tao dito, mga kaibigan. Oh, but missing! That operator though, but the Ripper sees one of the ticket out Silver as well. 3K on the Ripper once more! Pero yung nga lang, hindi pa napapalay si Nexy. Nexy with a 3K! So there's gonna be a 1v1 situation. 5 seconds left in the clock right now. Mapaplant niya yung spike. Pero, Brain Freeze! He sees one! And he will be able to take down Nexy as well!
I am amazed.
Wow! OG, man! 9-0 already!
Amazed lang ako sobra on how the discipline of Oasis Gaming works. Kanina, nakita natin sila ng sobrang OA sa pagka-aggressive. Just a quick replay kung ano yung nangyari kanina. The flashpoint mula kay Worship dito, and now Ripper with a triple kill, nag-line up agad at nakita niya rin yung ating Sova. Pero unfortunately, Nexy was also on point. He got 3 kills, kaso nga lang, he's very low on HP. Once na nakapag-plant na siya, mahihirapan talaga siya, especially with Brain Freeze just right around the corner. Saktong-sakto lang sa generator natin. Back to what I was saying a while ago, Vil, Oasis Gaming, grabe tong team na to. Kanina, sobrang OA sila sa pagka-aggressive. Ngayon, 20 seconds na lang yung natitira sa mapa kanina, wala kang maririnig kahit anong tunog.
The discipline is right there because of course, information game ang Valorant. Hindi lang to barilan, partner. If na-compromise na ang position mo,
na-compromise na?
Wala
Nakita na, wala na.
Wala na.
Finish
na.
Paunahan na lang tumutok.
Oo,
parang
paunahan
gano'n
na.
eh. Kagaya ni
Pagaling na.
Ripper kanina. Alam naman nila na nandun si Ripper. Kaso nga lang, nagtabi-tabi sila. Naka-triple kill pa, kuya mo.
Ang ginawa lang ni Brain Freeze doon, sige, pinaplant lang, parang inalam lang niya kung saan ba manggagaling yung tunog, kanan ba o kaliwa.
Tsaka alam niya na rin naman na very low on HP na eh.
At saka nung narinig niya sa may Jenny, nung sa may bandang kanan, matik na yun, Alam din yung mga nagkalaro ng Valorant dyan, and ano rin yan, parang trick din yun eh. Madidistinguish mo kung sa kanan ba o kaliwa nagplant yung ano eh.
Saang side.
Kung saang side din eh. At saka kung saang parte ng side siya nagplant. Makita mo rin. Pero Beats, look at that, taking Silver down with that operator.
Hindi na naman makapag-aggressive play ang Empire Esports dito.
Nawall pa. Walang leer si 7C dito.
Even with the Reyna na nag-leer na kanina pa, Gadowers with the slow, just ready to pop off doon sa A-main natin kanina. Kaya wala nang chance, kundi, wala, literal, kailangan mo lakarin yung slow. Matatagalan, madedelay at madedelay talaga kayo. At ready agad dito sa Gadowers na ipasok na lang yung wall sa A-main. Kanina, usually, nakikita natin yung wall niya. Towards talaga doon sa entrance. Hindi mo makapapasukan yung entrance natin. But this time around, mismong sa loob ng site siya nag-wall just to make sure na hindi talaga sila makakapush. Back to the old game na naman ang SV Empire. Slow and steady. 4 players para sa side nila. Is a 5 versus 4 situation. May revive yung Sage ng kabila. Merong lockdown dito. And once na maramdaman nila, napupuntang B. Alam ko ilalapag nila yung lockdown. Sabi na nga ba?
Nilapag na lockdown, mga kaibigan. Actually, magandang combo yun na ginawa ng OG, pero mamaya pag-uusapan natin yan mga kaibigan. Pero Brain Freeze with a 2K already. Nexi pushing in dito sa may speed, ladies and gentlemen. 13 seconds left in the clock. This is gonna be a 4v2 situation right here. Reaper sees one, but it's all up to Draxi. Nandito lang sa likod, but Worship finishing this round off with a 10-0. Okay, pag-usapan natin yung ginawa kanina. Narinig na ng mga players na to na sa B main sila pupunta. In order for them to get a combo, ang ginawa dito ni Brain Freeze is ginamit niya yung nade dun sa may entrance. So syempre, ang gagawin ng Empire is syempre wag mag-push. So ang ginawa ni Beats doon is just using that advantage na alam nila na nandun lang ang Empire Esports dun sa area of the map niyan, sa papasok ng B main. Dun siya nag-shock dart. So hindi ko alam kung nag-gets nyo ba yun.
Basta ang masasabi ko lang dito, ang ganda ng hold ng ace natin. Sobra.
Which is yun nga, hinold talaga nila na sobrang solid to. Pero that is the Hunter's Fury of Empire Esports, ladies and gentlemen. But Nexi, hindi siya naka-damage ng kahit isa dito sa OG. But Beats is right here, taking the head of Silver as well. And a minute on the clock. Plus the spike has been planted already. And now the retake is now on. May revive partner.
Walang kailangan i-revive. Wala pang namamatay para sa side ng Oasis Gaming. Ang tanong is, meron pa ba silang mga magagamit na utilities dito? With the breach, meron pa dalawang flashpoint. Ready pa sila, but Beats, hindi na siya makakuha ng impormasyon. Aside from that line, papunta kay Reyna. Dalawa dito ay nasa ating backside. Aftershock, nag-concuss pa nga. Meron bang nakuha? Final player remaining. Tingnan natin kung makakakuha ng round dito ang Empire. And finally, they do. This time around, finally, Empire Esports
10-1, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, nakaba.
Kung iisipin mo kanina pa ako nakangiti na ewan. Dahil...
Iniisip mo?
Dahil...
Iniisip mo siya?
Oo, iniisip. Pero ito muna kasi, Vil. Yung positioning ng Oasis Gaming, nakita mo yung Empire Esports kanina, parang puntahan nyo na yung backside, tignan nyo agad kung meron tao. Pero walang tao. Laging nakapwesto doon yung Killjoy natin. Dahil kanina may lockdown siya. Nung wala na siyang lockdown noong time na yun, sa iba na siya pumwesto. So, mind games talaga para sa side ng Empire Esports. Hindi nila malaman kung ano ba ginagawa ng Oasis Gaming. Saan pa pumapwesto tong mga to? Basta ang alam ko lang, nasa A yung Sage at saka yung Breach. Yun lang.
Ito, magkakaroon ata tayo ng magandang team fight mga kaibigan. Tatlo ang nag-aabang dito sa may short, pero nag-aantay lang dito si Reaper mga kaibigan. Dalawang flash indeed. Sabay pa sila nag-crouch.
Get out of my way!
Pero nag-aantayan lang talaga sila. Pero dito actually, ito partner Pero lumabas na yung isa, pero yun nga lang, Reaper is right there! Nandito na sa may kill mga kaibigan. Pero second Towers to the rescue! But Reaper with a spray! Taking down 3 players dito sa may short mga kaibigan. And an ace is actually possible para kay Reaper. Is really up to him if gagawin ba niya. Pero nice smoke as well dito kay Draxi mga kaibigan, just to block off the players of OG. Pero yun nga lang, the paranoia is online as well. Pero Draxi mga kaibigan will be taking down Reaper. 3v1 situation is all up to Nexi. The Rolling Thunder is right there too. Beats taking him down. 11-1 ang score.
Touch.
Oasis Gaming, guys. Sa lahat ng nanonood dyan, ito lang masasabi ko, sobrang talino ng team na to. Sa sobrang tagal nilang pumasok towards sa short natin, papuntang garden, nilabas yung owl drone, nataranta sila, pasok na tayo, hindi na, nasira na naman yung momentum nila mag-isip. Nawala na naman, mind games talaga, sobra para sa side ng Empire Esports. Just a quick recap kung ano yung nangyari. Reaper nakaabang siya dito, and once na nilabas yung owl drone para silipin, kung meron ba tao sa short, ready agad sa flash and breach. Tapos samahan mo pa si Gadowers, lumabas na rin. Reaper on the other hand to support and finally get triple kill on that round. Now, ang problema na lang na inaabangan nila is yung nasa A main. Ang galing!
Hindi na
Sobra!
I mean, that information by that Sova is really that intense.
Wala nga siyang
dito.
nakuhang information
Oo.
Napataranta niya lang.
Oo nga. And that flash, actually yun. That information by Sova, yes, wala siyang nakita, pero narinig ni Breach at ni Omen yun for sure. Nung narinig na yung footsteps, matik nilabas agad ni Breach yung flash niya.
Aside from that, naka-wall na yung A-site.
Uy, pasok na agad! Yo!
This time around, kailangan talaga mabilis magdesisyon para sa side ng Empire Esports. Ito lang yung gumaganang way na nakakapasok sila sa sides na
off-angle
gusto nilang puntahan.
Let's see, magandang off-angle to mga kaibigan if ever. Tamang conquest lang dito ni Worship, ladies and gentlemen, pero we have C7Z out here just waiting patiently though. Oy, Ripper won't gonna catch someone here, pero that recon bot goes to deny, pero that is retaliation coming in from Empire Esports, taking down all the players of Team OG. It's only Brain Freeze and tatlo ang low, but still nakuha nila itong route na to mga kaibigan, and finally nakabawi na ang Team Empire. Tulad nga na pag-usapan natin, partner, medyo mahirap talaga malaman kung sino mananalo dito. If ever, ano ang gagawin ng Team Empire, ng Team OG pag sila ang attacker?
This is it. Pansit. Para sa mga players natin. Malaki-laki ang hahabulin ng Empire Esports. But I believe that they can do this. Kailangan nilang maka-comeback. Sila ang pumili ng mapa na to as far as I'm concerned, kung tama man ako. Kailangan lang talaga mag-refresh, kumbaga, no? Parang pipiliin mo lang, mag-F5 lang yung mindset ng mga players natin. Ready na agad ang Oasis Gaming para pasukin ang A-site. Napakabilis na take on the site. Gatowers, OG Worship gets kill, and right now yung wall natin para sa ating Garden, assured na from Gatowers. He's gonna go towards A-main to check kung meron bang magpa-flank. Brain Freeze on the other hand, nakapwesto na rin yung kanyang alarm bot dito, pati na rin yung kanyang turret. Tatlong players mula sa ating Heaven ang sumisilip na at sinusubukan i-retake ang site na ito. Empire Esports 4 versus 4 situation right now. Silver, patay yung kanyang camera. Meron siyang nakitang isa. Nakapitas ka. OG Ripper, malaking advantage para sa kanila. Empire Silver gets 2 kills. Now Gatowers right around the corner. Beats. Nakakuha ng isa. Ang double kill. Going for the third. He goes for a third.
Ito na posisyon ni Beats.
Amazing!
Yo! The patience of Beats sa mga kaibigan. Hindi agad siya pumutok ng baril. Inaantay talaga niya na makapag-off angle yung mga kalaban niya. The patience, man!
I don't know. Oasis Gaming is just good,
Ito
basically.
Gusto ko lang sabihin to. Actually, nung first game, nung first half, sobrang leading ang OG. Pero despite of being that much of a lead, hindi nag-overextend ang OG. Doon papasok yung discipline.
Ito yung sinasabi mong overextend. Draxi, subilip siya towards A-main. Napitas na agad. 4 laban sa 5.
Wala ang kailangan dito ng Empire Esports is mapitas agad ng Team OG. Kasi if ever makapasok sila sa site, it's gonna be hard for them. It's gonna be hard for them na mabawi yung site na yun because meron silang Sentinel, di ba? O meron silang maayos na controllers. So mahirap din talaga, pero C7Z with the retaliation taking down the Gatowers as well. Pero yung ngala next, taking Ripper as well. Pero OGB is gonna follow up there. 1v3 situation mga kaibigan, but Silver says no to Worship and securing that round and just gonna get all the guns na meron ang OG.
12-3, still a match point para sa side ng Oasis Gaming. They might be able to take game number 1, but Empire Esports, gusto nilang pahirapan tong team na to. Hindi pwedeng ganun-ganun na lang, basta-basta na lang. I just really think as of this moment, pantay tong dalawang teams na to eh. Alam mo yung feeling na may mga araw lang talaga with the teams na bakit ganun? Ba't parang hindi nagkakasabay-sabay? Nagkakasabay-sabay sila pero sometimes nag-whiff. nangyayari yan sa mga teams, hindi lang naman sa normal players, but of course, pati na rin sa mga pro players natin. Aside from that, na-overwhelm sila sa gaano kabilis gumalaw yung Oasis Gaming. Nakakagulat na bigla na lang silang nasa loob ng isang A-side. And now C7C, maybe this time around, makakuha siya at makabawi siya para sa team ng Empire Esports. He's on to the third kill and going for the fourth, pero Worship securing the kill. And Draxi para naman sa refrag. Isa na lang ang natitirang player mula sa Oasis Gaming at ito ang ating Killjoy. Wala siyang magawa kundi punutin yung sheriff na yan. Draxi securing the kill and securing the round para sa side ng Empire. 12-4, but still,
they need to
it's
make
an eco round.
Yeah, they need to make this work. They have they have one chance na lang, partner.
Yun nga eh. Buti nga nakuha pa nila yung round na yan. Kasi ibig sabihin, this time around, sa round na to, makakalaban sila ng merong mga barrel.
Oo, tama. Pero
if
ever matalo pa ang OG dito, wala silang pera ulit next round. So yun ang kailangan i-capitalize ng Team Empire, mga kaibigan. If ever manalo kayo dito,
make them poor!
Oh, make them poor dito. Pero look at that synchronization coming from OG. Sabay-sabay nagbatuhan.
Mabilis na pasok!
Pero yun nga lang.
Aftershock!
Pero ang problema, partner, nakita mo yung slow? Hindi tumama sa heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Oo, nagkamali yung slow, sayang.
Ready at prepared na ang Empire Esports. Nababasa na nila pa konti-konti ang Oasis Gaming kung ano ang ginagawa ng team na to. Once na nakita nila na, sure ako, lahat to, sama-sama to, papasok ng A-side kasi sobrang bilis nila masyado na talagang kailangan lahat sila sabay-sabay. Kaso nga lang, paglapit kanina ng isang player ng Oasis Gaming towards Hell, napatay siya. So, hindi pa rin secured yung site, nahirapan yung iba. Securing the kill is very important into taking on a site. Kailangan wala ng tao doon. Ready na lang for retake yung Empire Esports. Kaso nga lang, di nila na-clear. Not enough time or not enough ways to kill each other. Naunahan pa rin sila ng Oasis Gaming. But still, a match point para sa side ng Oasis Gaming dito. Mahaba-haba pa ang hahabulin ng Empire Esports. But a big improvement mula sa mga previous rounds na nakita natin.
4 sheriffs and 1 frenzy para dito sa OG, mga kaibigan. But
clear
Ripper...
shot para kay C7C on that smoke.
Pero Ripper, with the trade-off, taking Z7Z now. Ito actually alam ng Empire na medyo angat sila sa OG pag sila ang nag-def. And ito lang ginagawa nila. But that got doors. What a dirty kill right there. And just reviving one player of OG. Tignan mo, this is a 5v3 actually. Got doors, nakakuha pa ng Vandal, mga kaibigan. But Stiletto is right there. But Worship is right there with a trade-off, with that frenzy as well. Pero po hindi sa 4v2 situation. What? This is a huge thrifty round if they win this.
And actually, sila na rin yung mananalo para sa ating round na ito. Para sa game na to. On an eco round towards Empire Esports.
Hindi pa tapos to, partner. O yun nga lang. Nakakainis, diba? Pero si Nexi na dito, mga kaibigan. He will see Worship if lumabas siya dito.
Right under you!
Come on, man. Uy, alam na. Uy, lumabas na ang kuya mo. Pero yun nga lang.
Kanina pa niya nasara!
Attackers win.
Oh, congratulations to Oasis Gaming for taking on that first game para sa ating best of 3 series.
Very clean round for Oasis Gaming.
Ang ganda. Parang, kung iisipin mo, this is art, basically. Art to, craft to ng mga players natin na naglalaro. Craft to ng mga pro players na nandito sa Valorant Challengers Tour natin. Papunta sa ating Masters. Sobrang laking improvement from Oasis Gaming.
Indeed.
And grabe, sobrang talino lang talaga on the way they play. Malinis yung... may mga mistakes, pero on other rounds, malinis talaga. Empire Esports on the other hand, they were overwhelmed kung gaano kabilis yung team na ito. And yung nakukuha lang nilang chance o yung probability lang nilang nakukuha is when napapatay nila yung ibang members.
Yes, actually, and that is a huge thing as well. That is like a 10-1, 10-0. Umabot ng 10-0 yung game natin, and like yung sinasabi ko kanina, it's just OG is making a statement here dito sa Empire Esports. And I'm actually super excited dito sa next map natin, mga kaibigan. To be honest, if ever you're gonna ask me, I'm actually super surprised sa mangyayari dito. We're actually rooting. I mean, some of us are rooting for Empire Esports like me. Pero yun nga lang, medyo after 2 weeks of playing, after 2 weeks dito sa VCT, coming here sa ating week number 3, that is a huge performance boost. Nakaturbo on ng mga kuya mo. Talaga isipin mo, in spite of not having a duelist sa kanilang sa kanilang lineup, and just depending sa flash at saka sa paranoia and that wall off, it really worked out para sa Team OG, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, 1-0 na in favor of OG. And after the break, it's gonna be game number 2. We are your cast for today. My name is Seville. Alongside with me is Eliza. See ya.
You watch me do my thing.
Dear Mother, light of the home. Dad.
Hey, baby. Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow. May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na data ng MyFi ko.
Ubus na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever surf for all 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found.
One promo for all you love. The first ever surf for all 99. Only from Globe. Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na data ng MyFi ko.
Ubus na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever surf for all 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found.
One promo for all you love. The first ever surf for all 99. Only from Globe.
Welcome back sa Valorant Challengers Tour. Kami ang inyong mga casters. My name is Eliza Taylor. At si Justin Villasiran. Kasi ikaw tinawag mo akong Eliza kanina eh.
Sorry, Robbie.
Taylor tayo dito. Walang may alam nung Robbie. Ano ba yan? Anyway guys, nagbabalik kami dito. And syempre maraming salamat sa mga sponsors natin. Globe and Mineski, Philippines. Syempre para sa ating VCT, no? And kung kakatune nyo lang, nasa best of 3 series tayo between Empire Esports at Oasis Gaming. 1-0 na ang ating score on the side of Oasis Gaming. Kanina sa mapa ng Ascent, landslide, yun nangyari. Ang laki nung difference sa ating score. Parang talagang... Alam mo, hindi... Mahirap yun. Paano yung landslide pa ganon? Yung pa ganon? Woo! Anyway, seryosong usapan na muna dahil sa second round natin o sa second game natin, ang mapa natin ngayon ay split.
Yes.
Anong balita sa split? Kamusta ang split?
Okay lang.
Para sa dalawang teams na to.
Meron pa rin namang ropes doon.
May ropes pa rin.
Going back here, ladies and
naman.
gentlemen, and buhay na buhay pa rin naman. So, pwede natin talaga sabihin na talaga na-overwhelm din talaga. Yung pinag-uusapan din talaga natin, na-overwhelm masyado ang Team Empire dun sa no duelist setup ng Team OG, and that gave them that performance boost. And they literally just capitalized everything. Kaya sila nakapag 10-0 sa matchup na to. And kaya sobrang hindi sila ganun nagkaroon ng malaking problema nung halftime. Kasi marami silang round to lose sa totoo lang.
Yun nga eh.
Pero at least nabawi pa rin ng kahit konti lang. Siguro mga 13-5 I guess. Mga 13-5 yung game na yon. But still, next map it's gonna be split. So this is gonna be a new one for all these players.
Reset.
Reset. Oo nga, bagong luma. Sa mga players natin. So apparently, si Gado, it's
on fire. He's basically on fire.
He's literally on fire kahit Sage ang gamit niya. Pero the problem is he gonna use a non-duelist agent again or gagamitin na niya si Reyna, which is one of his iconic agent.
Paano kung Sage ulit? Battle Sage ulit. Feeling ko makikita ko ulit yung Sage. Tapos yung Breach pick pa nila at Omen.
Actually, sobrang solid ng isang Omen, ng isang Breach, at saka ng isang Sage sa split. Bakit kaya, partner?
Bakit? Kasi, once na, same concept pa din eh. Kagaya ng nakita natin kanina sa Ascent, na especially kapag papasok na ng A-site, di ba? Yung tatlong flashes ng
Pati
Breach.
sa B rin.
Di ba? Pati na rin sa B.
Lahat.
Yung tatlong flashes ng Breach dito.
Flashes
ng Breach dito. Saktong-sakto, hindi talaga madedelay yung kalaban. Pero looking at the pick of our players.
Okay. Raise pick, mga kaibigan. Okay. This is actually a really good pick. Parang dito sa players ng Team OG, uulitin ko, because masyadong masikip ang mga entry points ng A tsaka B. So, pwede nating sabihin na isang tapon mo, isang flash na agad. So, mahihirapan ka talaga pumasok dito knowing na if ever nag-switch na sila. And
samahan mo pa ng Omen na flash.
Samahan mo pa ng Omen na paranoia, which is sobrang kapal niyan. And beats as well. And if ever, sige, pag-usapan natin ng post-plant kunyari. Kasi sila ang attackers eh. If ever post-plant, kayang-kaya naman kasi we have the flash, we have the smoke, we have the killjoy as well to know the locations of the enemies as well. Pero I would like to talk about dito naman sa Empire Esports. Okay, Silver with that jet. Pwede natin sabihin, iconic jet. Pwede natin sabihin na finally, mag-duelist na si Silver dito, and really can't wait if ever are we gonna push this to a third map?
Third map?
Or 2-0? Hindi natin masabi. Pero, in terms of momentum, nandito yan sa Oasis Gaming.
For sure. Napakalaki. 110% pa nga ako sasabihin ko na nasa side ng Oasis Gaming yung ating momentum. And I do believe, with this kind of setup na meron ng Oasis Gaming right now, it's gonna work out perfectly. Nandiyan, ready agad yung pang-info natin, alarm bot natin. It works. Kasi, kita natin sa inyong mga screen right now, yung mga players natin, guys, no? So, Oasis Gaming, ayan. Nako, with the new jersey. na meron sila. Magkakasama sila dyan sa ating bootcamp. And mukhang seryoso na sila. But anyway, back to what I was talking about. Oasis Gaming is just on fire basically. Kailangan lang gawin dito ng Empire Esports, SV Empire. Mag-reset talaga. Reset ng mindset, yung mentality ng players natin na isang game tapos na, okay, hayaan na muna natin yun. Panibagong laro na to.
Panibagong laro. Pero yun nga lang, yes, nakapag-reset, pero malaking heartache pa rin yun 10-0.
For sure.
10-0, malaking heartache talaga yun. Pwede nating, it's really up to them. Nasa mentality nila yun if ever magpapadala sila dun sa nangyari dun sa first game or panibagong just gonna clear my mind, mag-isip ng mga masasayang mga bagay. Butterflies.
Ano yung butterflies?
Rainbow,
masaya yun.
Cotton candies.
Okay. Okay, so split nga yung next map natin dito. Ready yung mga players natin onto the second map. I do believe that this is gonna be a 2-0. I just think.
Okay.
Kung paano lang maglaro, yung nakita ko kanina. Base lang to sa unang game na nakita ko kanina. I just feel na Oasis
batak
game.
na batak. Ang
Balong-balo.
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 Parang ito lang yung mga nakalaban namin kagabi.
Balong-balo din sila.
Nila Ascent. Kasi naglaro kasi kami kagabi. Medyo nadurog kami.
Bakit? Balong-balo sila.
Balong-balo
sila.
Ang gusto lang namin chill game.
Oo, pero
yung first game namin, solid
alam mo yung
kami.
meme na yung sa Monsters Inc.
Oo.
Yung gusto mo lang naman chill game pero
yung si Boo, yung paiyak na.
Gusto ko lang naman chill game eh.
Oo.
Bakit ganito?
Wala, naging sobrang sweaty.
Nako.
Pagkatapos nun, kain muna ako. Literal yun talaga.
Kain muna ako.
Pag yung kakampi mo, nagsabing kumain, dalawa lang yan.
Either ayaw ka ng kalaro,
o talaga, yung pangalawa talaga nagugutom na.
Talagang gutom lang, oo. So, we are on to a technical pause ngayon para sa ating mga players, ating mga teams. And looking at our players right now, onto the buy phase. Sana ay very soon, magkaroon tayo ng in-game audio, no? Mas maganda kapag maririnig natin yung nangyayari into the game. Nananawagan po kami.
Nananawagan po kami. Itago na lang natin siya sa pangalang kaibigang
Rick.
Dax,
si Rick.
Ganun?
Anyway, as we move into the game, round 1 pa lang tayo while we wait on the in-game audio that we have. Stiletto with that classic and Worship at kasama pa ang iba niyang mga tropa para sa side ng Oasis Gaming ay umaakit na towards ropes para pumunta sa ating A main. On to A main, nangunguna dito ang duelist natin na si Raze. Beats, on the other hand, just to support.
Tamang satchel lang.
Satchel in. The Nano Swarm para ma-delay pero hindi nangyari yun.
Look at,
perfect aim.
Tinan mo yung ginawa ni Godowers doon eh. Alam mo yung hindi talaga siya nagtatap ng classic doon na. Alam mo yung parang he's just literally aiming for the head. Pak. Ayun na.
Finally.
Narinig na namin ng mga putukan mga kaibigan. And now, tamang fault line ng Silver. Uy, muntik na siya. Muntik nang ma-aftershock ang kuya mo doon. Pero going back here, kumpleto sa Ricardo's pa ang OG dito. Pero from behind is all up to Silver, ladies and gentlemen. And now, OG, really flawless victory onto that first round.
Onto the first round. Yung nangyari doon kasi they were on to mid. Kanina nasa mid sila and nagbato sila ng ilang mga skills towards mid. Pero tatlo sa kanila pumunta towards sa ating sewers, papunta sa ating ropes para lang pumunta na at i-push yung A-site, no? So, the information din na meron ang A-site, wala namang nakakakita, walang vision yung mga players ng Empire Esports. Kaya napasok nila ito and the retake just didn't work out. It's just aim versus aim para sa mga players na to. 60 HP remaining on that Omen. Silver on the other hand para naman sa ating Bucky. Nag-aabang kung meron ba siyang matatamaan. Maglalabas ng boombot dito from Oasis Gaming na papunta sa vents actually. At 4 na players naman from Oasis Gaming ang gustong pumush towards middle. I can assure you na magpa-flash ulit yung breach natin dito in just a few moments para lang pasukin yung ating heaven o yung ating tower B.
A minute left in the clock right now. And just the rotation para dito sa OG, mga kaibigan, going in dito sa A site, and slowly and surely nag-rotate na rin ng Empire Esports dito, mga kaibigan. They have everything for Empire Esports for them to stop OG. Because of that, nanoswarm grenades dito, and meron din alarm bot dito rin papasok ng A-main. But no, look at that next.
Classic!
That is a dirty kill kay Dexy, mga kaibigan. That is just a classic though.
The delay mula sa Empire Esports, nilabas na yung nanoswarm. Aftershock, walang tinamaan, pero brain freeze, nakapitas ng isa. Draxi with the classic gets 1 kill. He goes down in the hands of Ripper. Ripper naman dito ready pumunta towards middle, at mukhang a rotation papuntang B-side, pero handang-handa ang Empire Esports dahil mag-aabang na rin sila dito sa ating tower B with the Bucky with double kill for
Silver!
the Bucky.
1v2!
Aray ko po!
Aray ko, be.
Silver getting a triple on the Bucky. Saktong abang lang talaga. It was the perfect rotation mula sa Empire Esports.
Sino ba yan?
In-sync na. Kung titignan mo yung minimap, sabay-sabay silang umiikot.
Nung pagka-wall, mga kaibigan, nung pagka-wall ni Sage dito, biglang nag-rotate na agad kasi they know what's up already. Kasi alangan namang bumalik sila sa ramps, di ba? Siyempre, hindi babalik sa ramps yan. Pupunta ng B yan. So, the synchronization of Empire and OG on rotating, mga kaibigan, is just in sync. Parang yung band.
NSYNC, no? NSYNC.
Okay.
Gadowers, kitang-kita yung kalahati ng kanyang katawan. Silver na pitas agad siya. On towards middle and ramen. Meron pang ibang mga players ng Oasis Gaming dito. Pero Empire Esports, nakukuha na nila yung momentum. Nakukuha na nila yung confidence na sumilip sa mga players ng Oasis Gaming.
Comfy na sila dito eh.
Comfy na, kumbaga.
Oh, parang sobrang comfy na kasi nag-jet na si Silver dito. Nag-ulis na siya. So
ready for flash, pero walang tao doon. And nasa right side nila ang worship. Nakuha pa rin ang refrag na yan. Pero Nexy handa para kunin ang susunod na kill at i-secure ang round na ito para sa Empire Esports. Ito yung kailangan nila. Yung sinasabi mo nga, Vil, kanina.
Ano?
Confidence.
Ano?
Confidence.
Okay, confidence. Which is yan. Sobrang nag-workout talaga dito sa team ng OG, ay ng Empire rather, and now Silver. Just tamang investment lang dun sa Spectre, and just used all the money that he made to buy the
Spectre.
Oo. And yung isipin mo after 3 rounds nakapag-invest na agad siya ng operator, di ba? Hashtag payaman tayo, and syempre
hashtag payaman. Ask me how.
Ask me how yan. Only Silver knows. Pero nakikita nga natin yan, si Gadowers, and he's just trying to push B Heavens, pero the problem is that is walled out already, so he won't be able to push that point of the map, or maybe just gonna switch up lang, pupunta dito sa B. Pero alam ito, tignan nyo, nag-aantay lang si Stiletto dito, mga kaibigan. Andyan lang yung turret. Stiletto, tamang distance lang. Gadowers knows what's up already, pero uy, maganda.
Ready agad.
Ready, solid. Yan ang team play. Yan ang sobrang gandang team play na ginawa ng OG. Pero yun nga lang, Silver!
With a Blade Storm, 4K on this round. Silver is just alive and popping. Online na.
Okay.
Oh my God. Ang ganda na sa hanap yun eh. Yung ano na, fault line.
Okay, nagpa-pop off si Silver.
Okay.
Binabawi na niya.
Ito, Silver, ready siya, operator, tapos may Blade Storm, ready rin.
Boom.
Right click sa mukha, or left click rather sa mukha.
Hindi, right click.
Tama, right?
Alam mo ba, pumindot talaga kami.
Sa lamesa, parang
pumindot talaga kami. Right click.
Right click na, tama, right click sa mukha. Okay, the slow. Oh my God. Buhay na si Silver.
Parang masarap magtagaytay.
Oh! chills. Medyo masakit, pero ayos lang. Ayos lang. Silver, nandito pa rin sa garage, nakaabang. Pero walang tao dyan. Or rather, meron dalawa actually.
Uy! Hindi nakapalit si Silver, pero nga lang Draxi getting a 2K already instead with a follow-up there. But it's all up to that reach. Worship na lang dito mga kaibigan. Kailangan mo nang magdasal-dasal kasi baka mamatay ka pa dito mga kaibigan. 20 HP left, but Silver with that burst taking Worship down through that smoke. Smoking.
Medyo magulo ang nangyari sa round na yun. There were just too much happening, you know. Alam nila na nandun si Silver nakaabang with the operator. Nilabas yung smoke, lahat na ng skills na pwede nilang gamitin, yung flashes din natin. But still not enough dahil nga walang enough information from the team of Oasis Gaming. Walang enough information ang Empire Esports dito.
Speaking of that, partner, nakabili ka na ba ng mga...
Hindi pa. Wala tayong pambili. So, kas-kas lang.
Nagkakas tayo para may pambili ng skin.
Oo, tama. Ang cute ng Killjoy, though.
Oo. Type, ano masasabi mo sa Battle Pass ngayon?
Di pa ako, alam mo, kakaaral ko ng Valorant, di pa ako nakakapag-Valorant. Okay?
Maganda yung Prime. Yung Prime.
Yung 2.0 natin.
Hindi, Prism pala. Prism. Prism Max. Type ko siya. Para siyang Prime Max. Na hindi lang siya Prime.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good to know. Noted. Thanks.
Noted. Panot. maganda yun, panot. Eliza, panot.
Oasis Gaming! 4-1 ang ating score. Pabuti pa rin to sa Empire Esports. Silver on the other hand, nakapitas ng isa with the operator going for a second one pero hindi nag-connect yung shot. OG Gatowers throwing the paint shells onto heaven. Ibubot mo na rin pati yung ating sinarangan.
Muntik na.
Okay.
Muntik na pumasok yung bot mga kaibigan. Pero hindi kinaya. Pero the bomb is planted already. So let's see if marirotake ba to ng Team Empire. Ladies and gentlemen, Jaxi with an answer on that boom bot. Wala nakita dito pero that is the lockdown coming in from Brain Freeze, ladies and gentlemen, just to stop the possible push of Empire Esports pero sa sobrang showstopper pero ito na the showstopper! He sees Silver next with a follow-up Worship and ang race na lang natitira dito but Draxi finishing Worship off and ito na ang ganti ng api.
Gusto ko yung Draxi
ganti ng api ng MP.
Sige na lang.
Di ko
basta
alam
kung saan ka sasayaw.
Di ko alam kung ba't kaibigan mo pa ako hanggang ngayon.
Ako din actually. Ay nako, paki-Gcash na lang.
Sige, panot na lang, Eliza.
Pambili lang lang sa Coda Shop sa Virtual Hangouts.
Ayan! Salamat, Globe. #salamat, Globe.
Okay. Looking at our players ngayon, Empire Esports finally nakukuha nila yung momentum na yan. Continuous confidence mula sa mga players na ito and Silver being online, helping them a lot. Pero, what? Gatowers na pitas ni Silver kahit na gusto lang naman niyang oh, no. Gusto lang naman niyang tignan kung meron si Silver but it's just too much. The revive is there already. Draxi nakakuha ng isa, C7C on the other hand. Ready for the trade mula kay Worship.
3v4 now. Mukhang mapupush ata to sa Game 3 partner. Actually, masaya yun if ever na-push man sa Game 3 kasi ito na talaga ang ganti ng api ng Empire Esports, mga kaibigan, Gadowers. Meron naman siyang isang satchel dito pero look at that. That is Silver. Nag-aantay lang dito if ever meron ba magsasatchel, mga kaibigan. So nag-aantay lang tayo if ever tatalon ba ang kuya mo. Pero that boom bot is right there to compromise the possession of Silver. So malaking advantage na yun actually para sa OG. Pero yun nga lang, C7C with a 3K, with a 4K! 6-1 already in favor of Empire Esports. Finally, nakakabawi na rin ang mga kuya mo.
Minsan, Bill.
Ano?
Basta kaibigan mo ako.
Huwag ka magdala, kaibigan rin kita.
Sige. Salamat ha, salamat.
Salamat.
Panood na.
Panood, sige. Eliza, panood mo lang.
Bill, panood. Pero isa lang masasabi ko.
Panood yung sinasabi namin.
Isa lang masasabi ko, si Silver. Panood ha. Si Silver. Pakinood na lang kayo. Joke lang ha. Okay. Grabe tong player na to. On point. Hindi na nabitawan yung operator kanina. Simula kanina pa yung operator niya pero hindi nawawala sa kanya.
Oo nga eh. Actually, nag-i-enjoy na lang ako sa ginagawa namin actually. Masaya. Tinan mo.
Slowly. And ito na, makukuha na.
Hindi na patay.
Leto with the 3K. Lahat sila hindi nakatingin. Walang nakatingin sa ropes. Walang nakatingin sa may ramps. Oh my God. Silver on the other hand, ligtas pa rin siya dito. Pwede pa rin. May chance pa rin makakuha. Hindi pa rin nawawala yung operator na meron siya.
Si Beats na lang. Let's see. Dito si Brain Freeze with a capital Z.
Brain freeze.
$30 seconds left.
Alam mo, partner, kaya tayo tahimik. Kasi tahimik din
Spike planted.
tahimik din sila. Di ba? Naramdaman ko.
Kanya-kanyang tahimik lang. Nandito ka man, galawin mo yung baso. Casters. Pakigalaw ng baso.
Nandito ka man. Pakipitik na lang. Pero we are now here. 2 veto as well. Nexi. Let's see. Andito sa taas mga kaibigan. Tamang slow lang. Pero Brain Freeze, however, nandito lang sa may combination. Gentlemen, beats Sage one with that sheriff as well. 2v1 situation right here, ladies and gentlemen. But it's all up to the last prayer of Empire, which is Lexi. But OG Beats, however, taking one down. Pero hindi siya tatamaan dun for sure. Kasi hindi naman sumabog.
Tama, may point ka naman.
May point. Panood.
Okay, balik tayo. Seryosong usapan muna tayo with the game that we're having right now.
Sure.
Just a quick replay kung ano yung nangyari. Brain freeze, nilabas yung kanyang turret. And also, Beats securing the kill with a one tap onto Nexi.
Pero hindi namatay kasi.
Kasi hindi sumabog. Hindi sumabog.
For Silver, however, nandito lang sa mid. And at least marami naman siyang pera though. So, mababawi na yun. So, look at that Silver taking Ripper down. Pero that is the answer agad-agad ng Empire. So, once na makakita dito sa Silver or hindi man siya makapatay or makapatay man siya, tamang quick lang, tamang ano lang, fast lang tayo. Wall agad.
5 versus 3 agad. Dalawa agad yung napitas dito ni Silver. At the same time, every time na nakakapitas siya, ready sumuporta yung ibang teammates niya. Kagaya nung unang pick-off niya doon. Pagka-pick-off niya, dash out and then ready agad yung wall ng Sage natin. Para hindi lang mahabol si Silver dito. Silver, nakabang na on towards B Tower. Lalabas kung dahan-dahan sila, maiisa-isa talaga sila mamatay dito. Bladestorm is up at nakita niya, pero na-sandwich dito si Silver. Finally, nakpitas na rin nila.
Brain freeze na lang. Nexi versus Brain Freeze dito sa Heaven, ladies and gentlemen. Kailangan mong mapatayan.
30 seconds left.
Pero yun nga lang, Brain Freeze being tagged right here though. You need to be very cautious. Kinuha niya yung Valorant, so at least makapag one-tap siya dito sa may Heaven, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, ayaw pa talaga nilang gamitin yung utilities at all. Pero Nexi with full HP left, wala siyang slow, wala siyang wall as well. Pero the question is he gonna save that gun? Oh, the timing!
Timing lang ang naging problema, but stiletto, finally, nakuha niya yung last kill na yan. Sakto talaga sa pagkaalis ng kanyang mouse. Oh my God. Pagkaalis ng kanyang aim, and then, ayun na yun. 7-2 na ang ating score. Still in favor of Empire Esports, SV Empire. Sa tingin ko, nararamdaman ko na ang Game 3, guys. Game 3 na this.
Tawa ka dun sa pagkaalis ng mouse niya. What if kung na-trackpad gamit niya?
Ano yung ano ba yung iba? Stylus. tayo na
Sure ka ba na mouse yung gamit niya? Pero look at that. That is... Uy, grabe. Sobrang sakit. Din ang pain siya sa Joman. Pero at least nakapag... Uy, ipupush na yung mga... Si Straight Wings Double M just to deny that lockdown here. Gatovers being that aggressive though. Just trying to take down all the players of Empire Esports, but it's not yet over until it's over. C7C sees one already. Draxi, nandito lang sa may screens. Silver checking someone there dun sa ramps, but not gonna catch anyone though. Pero nice smoke coming in from that player from Team Empire. 3v1. It's all up to Silver.
Empire Esports Silver will just save. I guess magsasave na lang siya sa ating garage.
Here.
Ano yung baril niya?
Here.
Operator ba yung dala niya?
Operator.
Okay. I see you. Looking for exit frags na lang. Kumbaga, kung meron mang dadaan towards a side, which is yan nga papuntang city or ating defend or attacker side rather. Oh no! Si Beach yung may hawak ng operator.
Oo. Hindi pa nakuha. Sayang, hindi pa nakuha yung
1850 KDA para kay Silver. Kung ano yung nilakas kanina ni Gadowers, siya rin yung biglang in-online dito ni Silver.
Oo nga. Kung ano yung score ni Brain Freeze na sobrang taas din, ito naman ang score ni Silver. 7-3.
Mahaba-haba pa yung ating laro, yung ating matches. Gadowers being very aggressive with a showstopper connecting. Pero, showstopper to showstopper ang labanan. The revive is there mula kay Beats. They now take the side. Nagpa-plant na rin si Worship ng ating Spike. Now, ready for retake yung ating Team Empire Esports.
And now C7C with a 2K already though. 3v3 situation right here, ladies and gentlemen. Walang na-detain na ang ating Killjoy, pero Gadowers just trying to find someone here dito sa may heaven side. Alam niya na meron dalawang tao dito na rindig ng kuya mo, pero yun nga lang Gadowers out there taking Silver down. Wala nang offer at Team Empire Esports mga kaibigan, so this is gonna be a huge comeback for OG for sure. Pero Dexy sees one andun sa may backside, pero it's not enough for him to take down all the remaining players of Team Empire Esports. We need to stop. Pero yun nga lang, what?
What? What?
Pero they have no idea at all na meron na nag...
What? Wala, walang na...
Actually, nung meron silang napatay doon, nakita ko na parang meron tao doon nakaupo. Pero...
Wala eh.
Isipin mo yung dalawang tao nasa A-main, di ba?
Hindi ba dahil sa lockdown yun? Tapos na yung lockdown natin kanina.
Pero ang tagal lang natapos yung lockdown eh. Ang tagal
hindi lang talaga sila makapush, hindi lang sila makalapit kasi minimake sure nila. Kaso nga lang, siyempre,
sa sobrang pagka-safe play nila, eh naisahan sila.
Naisahan!
Okay. Sad no.
Slow plays mula sa ating Oasis Gaming.
Kung ano yung...
Naghahanap sila ng pick.
Oo. Parang this is like the complete opposite of what happened dun sa ating first map, mga kaibigan. Pero at least, di ba, we can say na pantay lang talaga yung mga teams natin. Yung kanina, OG talaga sobrang lamang. Then ngayon, Empire naman. Iba-iba lang talaga yung dalawang teams natin. Pero yun nga lang, just for Empire Esports on that moment, just using his ultimate just at least to get some information.
Hindi makapasok yung ibang players ng Oasis Gaming dahil sa nanoswarm setup ng ramps natin ni Stiletto. Nakikita niya na yung barrel, pero alam niya meron ding ibang players na nandito sa side. Naunahan pa nga siya ni Gadowers dito, pero what a shot from Gadowers!
Wow! Gadowers through the smoke! Kita mo yun? Solid yun ah! Through the smoke! Parang hindi man lang gumalaw yung Sage ng Empire Esports dito. Pero si 7Z though, tamang off-angle lang dito sa Gadowers, mga kaibigan. 4K already. And going in for that ace, let's see if he can get that though. Silver need to be very cautious kasi wala na siyang pera. If ever matalo man siya dito, wala na siyang pampili ng operator. And kulang din to para makapag full buy.
Oh! The ace! ace mula kay Gadowers. Sabi nga nila, kung may doors, may Gadowers.
Oo, tama. And talagang ni Gado yung mga...
Ano?
Nado ni Gado.
Ayun yung replay natin kanina sa kill na nakuha ni Gadowers. Grabe. Nakita. Sabi mo sa akin kanina, nakita mo yun. Oo, nakita ko yun. Pero si Gadowers, wala siyang nakikita doon.
Oo nga eh.
Blind ano lang yun.
Wala siyang kita. No?
Oo, wala siyang kita. What a crazy way to end the round or end the half. Looking for the last kill siya dito para sa ace niya kanina. And ready lang talaga yung ibang players ng Oasis Gaming.
Hindi na ata ang pinakamahabang replay na
Oo nga eh. Parang gusto kong ikas ulit eh.
Hindi na ata ang pinakamahabang replay na nakita ko sa buong buhay ko, mga kaibigan. Pero sayang at hindi mo pa nilabas yung ace.
Oo. Inantay na rin naman natin. Pati pa natin sinagad.
Oo nga, di ba? Andiyan na rin naman. Alam na rin naman kung ano mangyayari. Sinagad mo na sana.
Baka sa replay daw, manalo yung kabilang team.
Walking sight.
Labas ako dyan. Ikaw nagsabi yan.
Joke lang. Ayos lang. 8-4 ang ating score. 4 na puntos lang naman o 4 na rounds yung kailangan habulin ng Oasis Gaming dito. Hindi malabo dahil with the change or yung ating swap ng attackers at defenders, magkakalabasan na ng kanya-kanyang mga strats.
Empire Esports really slow push here dito sa ating spawn apparently, pero ito dito nanalo ang OG kanina nung sila yung nag-defender and Empire ang nag-attacker dito, pero tapos na yun. So yung sinabi mo, tamang reset pa to. And apparently, dun sa lineup din ng OG, they have that perfect, what do you call this? Perfect, lineups na rin para sa ating mga agents. Pero yun nga, sayang naubusan ng bala dito pa na Gadowers right there. Pero let's see if ever mapapanay ba rin tao sa heaven, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, hindi tumatama ang kuya mo. Dito sa may rafters though, OG! It's
Spike
up
planted.
to brain freeze na lang. 1v3 with that ghost.
Sa tingin mo kaya, Phil?
May turret siya. So parang parang ano to, parang hindi 2v, parang hindi 1v dito. 1.5 3.
1.5
v3. Oh, 1.5 versus 3.
Pero hindi lalabas tong mga players ng Empire Esports.
Ilabas mo yung turret mo. Kung saan dapat niya ilabas yung turret eh. The reason kung ba't kailangan niya ilabas yung turret is para makakuha siya ng information kung nasan ba.
O kaya gamitin yung shield.
Oo, libre lang naman yun eh. Sana nilabas niya yung turret lang. Kasi ganun ako eh.
Feeling ko ikaw na lang maglaro eh. Feeling ko ikaw na lang sumali sa Empire. Veto. Masyado tayo magagaling.
Ako nagmamarunong yan. Kayo na lang maglaro.
Tayo na lang maglaro.
Akin na. Itabi mo. Ako na.
Bakit tanggal?
Itabi mo.
Bakit tabi na yung, ano yung ginagamit?
Cover going up.
Touch pen? Yung hindi mouse.
Ano? Tawag doon? Stylus.
Pakitabi yung stylus. Ako na.
Itabi mo. Ako na.
It looks like they're gonna push sa ating B towers. Beats with the Bucky. Pero kalahati lang ng katawan ni Nexi ang lumabas. And that wall will just save them from the first down. Mula dito kay ating... Oh my God. Never mind. Hindi ako nagsasalita. Pero yun na yun. Napakabilis na round para sa side ng Empire Esports. 4 lang. Or rather, 1 lang ang namatay para sa team na ito.
Placing sentry. Recalling my box.
Depende lang ata talaga sa mapa. Really, no?
Depende talaga sa mapa.
Aside from that, I think ito talaga yung comfortable pick ni Silver. Kaya lumalabas talaga yung potential ng Empire Esports dito, ng SB Empire as a team. They're working towards it. Tatlo na silip sa mid. Worship, nakapitas na rin agad ng isa. Wala nang smoker yung side ng Empire Esports. Paano sila mag-take ng side ngayon?
It's gonna be hard for sure, but at least andito pa sila OG Ripper. andito lang, tamang off-angle lang, tamang high goal advantage dito sa parte ng mapa na to, just trying to mess up the strategy of a team Empire though, but at least nawala na rin yung main smoker ng Empire dito, which is Draxi though. Yun ang kailangan gawin ng Team OG. They need to eliminate muna yung taong nagpapahirap sa buhay nila, which is number one, yung nagsismoke, which is si Draxi. But Worship is right here though, waiting patiently.
Yung breach natin for the flash!
Asan na yung flash?
Asan na yung flash? Ayun na yung flash!
Oh! Gadowers though, with a 2K onto that pain shot, ladies and gentlemen. 2 versus 4 situation.
30 seconds left.
Seeing a Nexi right here. The score is 10-5 already. Hindi pa rin magpapatinag ang Team OG.
A triple mula kay Gadowers. Just a perfect angle na hawakan on towards B side. Lalo na with the breach na ready for the flash at ready rin na magbato ng kanyang utilities yung ating Raze dito, which is si Draxi. At yun na nga yung nangyari. Sumabog yung ating mga satchel, yung blast pack natin, and just got the kill, basically. A good hold mula sa ating B tower just from this duo, Draxi at saka sa ating blind.
Oh, coming now, Gadowers is right here. Dito lang sa B main, mga kaibigan. Let's see if he's gonna push this. We're just gonna be patient and trying to hold this point of the map already. Brain freeze, however, nandito lang dito sa may A main, mga kaibigan. Alam ni Jet pero he's not gonna push out kasi for sure isang flick lang sa taas ni Brain freeze to eh. Pero yung nakita yung ulo pero yung hindi na sila nagkakatamaan. But Silver taking Brain freeze down 5 versus 4. Walang bawas kahit armor ang Kuya Silver mo.
Sumakto sa crosshair.
Sumakto nga.
Pero on the right side, Raze versus Raze. Draxi wins the duel. Draxi inside the site. B site na nga ang gustong puntahan pero kailangan pa nilang i-clear to dahil si Ripper ready at nag-aabang towards backside. Nabawasan ng ibang members ng Empire Esports dito ng kanilang HP but it's still not enough para lang mapin down. But Worship ready for action.
Player standing.
Silver, nakita siya. He goes down. Sage na lang. Si Beats na lang ang natitira. Ang meron lang siyang utility dito ay yung heal niya. And I don't think na makakatulong din naman yung slow, no?
Yeah.
Kasi, para sa mapa na to.
Oo. Well, apparently, pwede naman siguro.
At saka yung wall.
Lang. Oh, yeah.
Well, that's just it. Isi-save na lang ng Oasis Gaming itong barrel na meron sila. Just saving it for next round.
Grabe naman yung mga angulo ng
hindi mo makikita sa normal na ano yan, na mga matches natin. May bintana pala dyan, mga ganun. Kagaya sa Icebox, nakatago pala yung mga penguins.
Oo, tapos naramdaman ko na rin paano maging bagahe.
Diba?
Sarap pala.
Chill lang, no? Maandar ka lang.
Maandar ka lang, umiikot ka lang.
Relax ka lang.
11-5, 2 more rounds and Empire Esports will win this map right here. But Gadowers slowly pushing out mid, trying to catch someone here. Hindi sa may mid pero won't gonna catch anyone kasi wala naman tao dyan. And apparently, nakikita natin sobrang slow push lang ng Empire dito because one wrong move, one wrong na push dito ng Empire Esports and mababawi agad ng OG ito for sure. Pero actually, kung nakikita natin, ang A main, ang entrance naman ng A is talagang sobrang punong-puno ng traps ni Killjoy dito. So, mahihirapan din talaga na mag-push in ng Empire dito sa may A site. Well, B site is close already because of that wall. That Omen from Empire Esports is the one who's gonna mess up the possessions of OG for sure because of paranoia. Well, apparently pwede siyang mag-lurk dito, mga kaibigan. And now, walang nakita dito. Si Brain Freeze, mga kaibigan. Andito lang dito sa may gilid. And one thing is for sure, he knows already there's someone there and Ramp. And Brain Freeze picking up Silver right there. And that is the lockdown coming in from Brain Freeze, mga kaibigan. Medyo occupied ngayon ng A. So kailangan nilang mag-back dito. And Gadover seeing Z7Z though. Tamang patience lang just to push him away. Draxi kills one. Trying to go with the second one though. Draxi there with that showstopper. And will be able to take down Grandpa with the refrag is right there as well. 1v1. Then... Oy!
Ayun lang. Nexi, securing the kill and of course, securing the round para sa ating match point towards Empire Esports.
Nag-swipe right eh. Nag-swipe siya ng right si ano dito eh.
Parang ano pala yan,
tawag dito, si Beats, pero yun nga lang, bigla siyang nakuha eh. Parang ano lang.
Parang?
Walang ganun.
Akala ko kung ano yung sinasabi mo eh.
Swipe right, swipe right.
Anong swipe right?
Tingilan mo partner.
Yung aim.
Yung aim, oo, na-swipe right siya. Imbis na tumama,
Hindi tumama.
Oo.
You should run.
Uy, hindi sila nag-match.
Oy, ikaw nagsasabi yan. Wala akong sinasabi.
Hindi nag-match yung aim.
Yung attacker killjoy natin, naglapag na ng lockdown. Ripper, ready na rin makapag-TP outside. Pero nahuli pa rin siya.
Ripper. Nahuli dito pero... Gadovers once more! Nakakita pa na isa!
Number 3!
Gadovers is doing it pa! Hindi siya tinamaan nung flash pero at least...
Umatras. Kahit sino pa naman.
Worship, bulldog lang
Si Gadovers nakakatatlong kill na with the Pocky. Gusto pang umisa!
Silver nag-aantay lang. 12-5 ngayon ang score, mga kaibigan. Tamang
surprise!
Huli ka! Pero fault line doon. Won't gonna catch Silver dito. This is like a 1v4 situation, ladies and gentlemen. Silver needs to be careful dito kasi nasa kanya ang bola. Let's see. This is gonna be like a huge kill. Pero
still a match point. 12-6 pa rin ang ating score. 6 na rounds pa ang kailangan habulin ng Oasis Gaming. Ano sa tingin mo yung nangyayari with Oasis Gaming? Paano sila makakapag-defend ng maayos talaga on towards Empire Esports?
Pwede natin sabihin talaga na overwhelm sila masyado ni Silver because of his mobility.
For me, Vil, kaya lang naging ganito yung sitwasyon ng Oasis Gaming is yung kaninang nangyari na defender side yung Empire Esports. Especially nung hawak ni Silver yung operator na yan. Pero on the side of attackers na bumaliktad na yung sides natin, pantay yung laban eh.
Yeah.
Hindi mo masasabi kung sino
What do you think? Mayroon pang attacker side ba to?
It's just a matter of parang yung operator, kung sino lang yung may hawak ng operator.
Pero look at that look at that kill coming in from Worship, taking down C7 right off the bat. Pero OG Beats here from Heaven. Pero I think wala pa rin siya makikita dito though kasi hindi pa naman umaakit yung mga players ng Team Empire Esports. And Killjoy has the bomb already. But yun na, nakapasok na ang team ng Empire Esports dito sa may Heaven, mga kaibigan. Trying to smoke out that point of the map already. Lang hindi siya papatay dito, mga kaibigan. Pero meron tayo dito sa baba, which is si Ripper. Dito lang sa may Hell. But Brain Freeze with the 2K already taking down Silver and Draxi. Nexi with the follow-up kill here. 4v2 situation, mga kaibigan. Nexi has the revive. Meron din siyang heal. Meron siyang slow. Will be seeing OG Beats and will push this to a 2v2 situation pa. Makapag-revive pa ng isa siya. And Worship, however, with that Rolling Thunder at kailangan meron ng lumabas. And kailangan meron ng follow-up dito. Draxi there! Pero Stiletto, 1v1. Stiletto versus Worship!
Oh my God! The Boombot secures the kill!
At kahit patay na si Draxi, siya pa ang nakapatay!
Siya pa din! Oh my God! Empire Esports. I know, alam ko kung gaano, yung sinasabi ko sa'yo na reset talaga ng mindset na meron tayo when it comes to the next matches that we have. I can see doon sa yung mga players natin, nakikita mo yung parang stress eh. Kahit pa paano, di ba? It's a very stressful situation.
Tayo ng ngiti.
Ngayon, makakakita tayo ng mga ngiti mula sa Empire Esports. This map, anong masasabi mo tungkol sa ating mapa ng split with these two teams that we have?
Well, apparently, tulad nga na sinabi mo, it's all about the operator. Nung nahawakan ni Silver yung operator na yun, hindi naalis yun sa kamay niya for the whole half, for the whole first half, and they really utilized that operator to get like 1 to 2 kills for Silver, and apparently, hindi lang talaga nag-work out masyado dito sa players ng Oasis Gaming. The problem is they don't have that agents na sobrang mobile, which is Jet. Apparently, ang pinaka-mobile ng players is actually Raze. That can go inside the site ng biglaan. In Jet kasi, we have a lot of advantage if meron kang Jet. He can go in and out of the battle, go inside the site and pick off someone. Ang daming possibilities dito eh. Pero, itong third game na to mga kaibigan, dito talaga magkakaalaman.
Yun na nga, no? 1-1 ang ating score. And ready tayo para sa ating third map. And I think yung mapa na meron tayo dyan ay Bind, kung hindi ako nagkakamali.
It is Bind, yes.
Bind yung susunod na mapa. Empire Esports and Oasis Gaming. Napakainit ng dalawang to. We are gonna see the last map para sa dalawa. Kasi ito na yung deciding map natin, no? Pagbalik natin sa ating short break. Kami ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor at kasama ko si Vil. Muling magbabalik ang VCT. Huwag kayong aalis.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook Gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM.
At kami nagbabalik din sa Valorant Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL. Kami ang inyong mga casters. Ako nga pala si Justin Ville. Kasama ko si Eliza Taylor.
Hello sa inyo.
Dito, and pwede mo kami follow sa Twitter. Lumalabas yung mga namin. Follow mo kami.
At Taylor.
At Vilsanity with a double Y.
Yun din ba yung sa Instagram mo? Same lang?
Same lang. Pati sa
Facebook? Sa lahat?
Sa lahat.
Yun yung sa Facebook ko kasi, yung Taylor. Pero yun din yung sa Twitter ko. Iba yung sa Instagram.
Share mo lang.
Share ko lang. Gusto ko lang magbigay. Gusto ko naman, ikaw din, share mo lang.
Share ko lang.
Share mo lang. Pero share lang namin, guys. 1-1 na yung score natin. Best of 3 series to. And next map natin is Bind.
Yes. So, good luck sa mga teams natin.
Balikan natin saglit yung mapa kanina.
Okay,
Meron lang tayo mga maliliit na gustong idagdag.
Alright. Dun sa first map, we've seen how OG destroyed, just literally man, they just destroyed the Empire. The Empire of Empire Esports. And dito naman sa game number 2, Empire Esports just gained their throne and they threw them to the Oasis. Sa Oasis Gaming.
Share mo lang.
Share ko lang. Sa game number 3, ano yung share mo sa game number 3?
Yung share ko naman para sa game number 3 natin, feeling ko close fight tong next natin.
Gano'n ka close?
Super close. Mga ganyang close. Feeling ko nga mag-overtime tayo eh. Feeling ko lang mag-overtime tayo.
Yeah.
Yun ang pakiramdam ko. Pero kung gusto ko balikan yung game 2, ang nangyari lang talaga doon is wala nang time makahabol pa yung OG. Parang yung mga rounds na natitira para sa kanila, bawal na magkamali. Parang
partner.
ganun.
And I hope that this map is gonna be super fun. Tulad ng nangyari dun sa last map. Kasi tawaran talaga ako. Kasi we're actually enjoying this. Ilang taon na ba tayo magkasama? Mga 7?
8 years?
8, 70 years na kami magkasama.
Nakakasawa na nga eh.
Sawang-sawa na nga.
Sawang-sawa na.
Every hosting gig namin, every casting gig namin kami yung magkasama.
Sana kung sa shoutcasting lang.
Pero hindi eh. Pati hosting eh. Pati hosting kami dalawa rin.
Sama mo ba pati courtside?
Pati courtside kami rin eh. So, ewan ko ba dito?
Nakakasawa na, no? Pero ayos lang, okay lang.
lang.
Share lang namin. Flex lang.
Flex lang namin dalawa na lang kami magkasama.
Yun ang minsan parang forever. Sa tropa.
So forever na tropa tayo.
Sana.
Okay lang. Sana lang
okay lang sa akin. Sa'yo okay lang ba?
Okay lang.
Okay lang. Semi. Ay guys, by the way, paalala natin na pwede silang manalo ng 1,500 plus na Valorant points.
Sa lahat ng shinare mo yan na pinakamaganda.
Ito yung pinaka-importante para sa lahat ng viewers natin dyan. Kung hindi nyo nakita kung paano or hindi kayo nakanood ng panel kanina kung paano ba kayo mananalo ng Valorant points. Sa TikTok natin ng PPGL, kailangan nyo lang i-do it si Asoray na nagka-cast kayo.
Oo nga.
Diba? Siyempre, kung sino pinaka
malay mo.
Best caster.
Malay mo.
Tayo yun.
Tayo yun. Diba? Malay mo, maka-discover tayo doon, di ba?
Oo nga, baka maka-discover tayo ng shoutcasters.
Para mapalitan.
Meron nag-message sa akin, sabi niya, paano kayo nagiging shoutcaster sa VCT? Ito yun, baka ito na yun.
Baka ito na yun, di ba? Mag-TikTok. Sa TikTok lang ang sagot.
TikTok ang sagot sa mga tanong ng lahat, okay? So, kung hindi nyo alam yung buong mechanics, silipin nyo lang yung PPGL page. For sure, meron silang pinost na mechanics para sa ating giveaway. Yung step by step, kasi alam naman natin, di ba? Baka mamaya kami yung tanongin nyo. Paano po? PM sent? Ganon.
PM sent sis, kaya ba today?
Kaya ba today? Kaya ba today? Di ba?
Kaya ba today? Kayang-kaya. Pero actually, wala pa tayo nakikita dito. Beats, kinikita mo si Beats. Nag-jet na rin. Nagdalawang dual setup na rin ang OG dito for the first time dito sa ating match kasi kailangan nilang parang they've learned their lesson already eh.
Pag nagsa-cypher ka sa Bind, I mean, hindi ka ata nagsa-cypher, hindi mo ginagamit yung cypher.
Saks lang, medyo lang. More on jet ako tsaka rin eh.
Saan mo ipopwesto si Cypher? Sa A o sa B?
Sa B.
Sa B?
Oo, sa B.
Meron akong mga teams na nakikita nagsiset-up sa A minsan eh.
Pero usually sa B talaga sila lagi eh.
Kahit mag-isa lang, di ba? Basta yung information nandiyan na lipat na lahat.
Kasi meron naman siyang, kasi mahirap yun sa B. Mahirap yun sa A. Ang pinaka-optimal talaga sa A. Pinaka-optimal talaga sa B. Mahirap sa A, pinaka-optimal sa B.
Parang medyo malabo ka. Choppy ka ata.
Share ko lang.
Share mo lang.
Task yung kamay ko para meron ako.
Oasis Gaming, sa mga pick natin, nandyan yung Cypher, Omen, Jet, Sova, at yung ating Raze. On the other side naman, para sa SV Empire, Stiletto on a Phoenix.
Okay, this is actually super new for Stiletto right now. Pero apparently, yun nga, gusto ko pag-usapan yung ginawa ng Oasis Gaming dito. Finally, they've managed to get two duelists for their team. And actually, dito sa match na to, actually nagulat ako dito kasi this is actually a map of Brimstone.
Wala tayong Brim.
Pero wala tayong Brim.
Wala tayong Brim. Baka sa Bren Esports lang natin nakikita yun.
Oo.
Pero Empire ginagamit yun eh. Ginamit nila sa Bren yung ganung meta eh. Na yung kung paano mag-smoke yung Bren sa Brim ng A.
Stop
Yun din yung ginagawa nila.
But going back into this game right now, we have no idea kung sino pwede manalo dito mga kaibigan. So this is like a do or die battle for all these teams. The winner will face off the first order for the semifinals para qualify for the grand finals later, on Sunday. Pero that is next, ladies and gentlemen. Hindi naman kasi sa Gatowers doon. That is actually okay. Medyo nagulat ako doon kasi dumaan si Gatowers doon sa may line of sight ni Sova, pero siguro baka hindi lang napansin kasi nagtitingin siya ng lineup dito, pero sobrang sayang lang din. Pero going back to this game right now, that is rotation coming in for Empire Esports. Tinan mo, sobrang ganda ng ginawa ni sobrang sneaky. Oo nga. Sobrang sneaky ng Cypher natin though, but Gatowers taking silver down. Pero let's see if ever mapapatay ba na next itong si Gatowers mga kaibigan. Andito lang sa may likod ng box. But Gatowers with a burst! Crazy burst! Taking down the Sova of Empire Esports.
With 17 HP left, no? So 3-0 agad-agad para kay Gatowers. Ang ating duelist dito, when VCT started, yung ating week 1, yung ating week 2, kapag nakikita natin yung Oasis Gaming, we always kind of say na kapag si Gatowers buhay din yung team. Once na namatay si Gatowers, kumbaga it's a sign na hindi gagana yung team. But this time around, para sa week 3 natin, Gatowers being really strong at the moment. And aside from that, nandyan din yung ibang mga players nila. Andyan din sila Beats. Andyan din yung ating ibang mga star players for Oasis Gaming. Stiletto with a curveball, walang na blind. He's going towards the smoke. Harap-harapan with worship on that stinger or rather Spectre. Draxi umangat. Pero
grabe. Ang gulo.
Ang gulo ng lahat.
Ang gulo na nangyari sa totoo lang, partner.
Basta secured.
Oo nga eh. Basta nanalo sila. Let's go.
Sila. 2-0.
Kasi sobrang gulo na nangyari doon. Sobrang daming nangyayari doon. Actually, sa totoo lang. Sobrang kalat. Meron sa short, meron sa default, sa lahat. Actually, and they actually managed to lose just one agent lang, one player lang dito sa Team OG though. But apparently, I just want to say it again, this is a do or die battle for this thing. This is the last round already for Team OG and Team Empire.
Scanning ahead.
Shoot! Uy!
Makikita ba yun?
Hindi, actually dapat dapat talaga siguro hindi lang sumakto dun sa butas. Kasi kailangan ma-shoot yun sa butas eh, para makita kung meron bang tao sa loob. Pero hindi ko alam, hindi ko sure if ever like sumabit lang sa taas.
Silver, nakakuha ng isa. Yung ating Cypher versus Cypher matchup. With 5 HP though.
Cage triggered.
5 HP na lang siya dito. Secure na ang B site natin. Rotation mula sa mga players. Pero super late na dumating yung spike. Ang tagal, ang layo pa nila. Papunta na yung 4 na players ng Oasis Gaming towards B side, pero hindi pa rin nakakapag-plant ng ating spike dito. Yung team ng Empire Esports. Smoke coming out para sa ating CT entrance. Gatowers, nakapitas na rin ng isa. And alam
pero
niya kung saan.
meron tao sa kaliwa, which is sa tube.
One enemy remaining.
What?
Okay.
This is messy.
Sobrang messy na ng mga nangyayari sa totoo lang. And
this is difficult to understand. Alam mo, hindi ko lang ma-realize kung sa mga nakikita lang ba natin ito sa screen o talagang messy yung mga nangyayari, no? But if you take a look back,
kalat-kalat yung place nila.
If you take a look back sa mga nangyari talaga, is that yung spike, sobrang tagal bago dumating. Naka-rotate na lahat, 4 sila doon. But still,
Pero ang tagal ng
Oasis
spike.
Gaming, nauna na sila, wala pa rin nagpa-plant, kaya siguro sila nagda-doubt na baka nasa A. Hindi sila makapag-sure, hindi sila makapag-commit ng retake kasi wala pang nagpa-plant. So, it all worked out in the end para sa side ng Empire Esports.
Mistake has been made. Pero hindi pa naman matagal pa ang laro natin. Maya pa naman muna tapos ito part 2. So, chill muna tayo. Panoorin muna natin yung match na to. I mean, just enjoy everything that is happening right now. But hold that thought. That is a run it back for Stiletto right here. Walang nakita. Wala man lang makita. Hindi man lang mahahabol dito. Uy, muntik na. Nabawasan niya though. Pero that damage is not enough for him to take down that Cypher. Brain freeze, however, nasusunog ng buhay. 4 HP left. Fire burning on the dance for somebody called 911, mga kaibigan. 2-1 ang score still in favor of OG. Brain freeze, very low on HP. Nexi will be taken down by Brain freeze with just 4 HP. Pero Ripper again and again. Andito na sa may gilid, taking down Stiletto. So it's all up to the race of Empire Esports, which is C7Z.
Trade to trade ang nangyayari dito. Hindi mo masabi kung anong corner yung may
30
kalaban.
seconds left.
Kung asang corner yung kalaban natin. The spike is here. They have to go. Or he has to go. Rather, Gator is on the other hand without looking. Without a shadow of doubt. Maybe he gets a kill, but no! Beat secures it with the Bucky. Napakalayong shot. Kung iisipin mo, Vil, kung nakatingin siya doon sa hookah.
Kaya niyan. Oo.
It's really possible.
Ano lang yun? One tap lang yun. Or isang 2 to 3 bullets. Kaya na sana.
Kaso yun eh. Wala.
Pero actually pwede siyang makaalis. Kasi meron naman siyang updraft siguro or like tailwind. Pero but still, sobrang sayang lang.
Walang info rin naman na
Parang
meron pang natira towards hookah.
Pwede natin sabihin ng tamang bait lang. Binate lang niya yung kapatid na season sa hookah. Then after noon, nalaman niya yung information. Then after that, nakabawi na yung kuya mo. Isipin mo ang layo nun ha. Right click yun. Yung Bucky na yun.
Walang nakita ang ating owl drone towards the B-long.
Hindi man lang umabot sa ano.
But
hindi man lang umabot
on the other hand,
hookah though, we have Z7Z here dito sa may hookah and
CCTV
Brain
lang.
freeze ayaw niyang gamitin kasi malalaman yung
Sayang.
position. Sobrang sayang.
Sayang yung camera niya,
Oo.
babarilin lang. And that's gonna cost, ilang seconds.
45,
Diba?
40 plus seconds yun for sure. Sobrang sayang. So at least tama yung ginawa niyang decision na hindi niya tamang information na andito siya, andito to.
Pero
so it's
ito
okay.
short! Pinasok na ng team ng Empire Esports. Sabay-sabay, napakabilis na movements from this team. Oasis Gaming now planning agad for retake. Ayaw nilang pagplantin ng spike ang team na ito. Pero dikit-dikit, imaginein mo yung ating showstopper kung magko-connect pero hindi nag-connect. Worship secures a kill and now the refrag mula kay Silver naman takes it on. 4
Hindi
versus
na na-connect, hindi pa nalabas yung showstopper dito. Sobrang sayang. Pero Stiletto, hindi alam ni Beats na nandun si Stiletto sa likod niya mga kaibigan. Pero he wants more, but Brain freeze taking him down. And just to Ripper, look at that! Reflex dito ni Sova mga kaibigan. Pero there's gonna be a 1v3 situation. 5 HP lang coming in from Brain freeze though. Kahit wallbang na lang patay ka na, which is yun ang ginawa ni Nexi. 3-2. Very close match indeed.
Oasis Gaming, Gadowers, Worship, Brain Freeze. Pag nagsama-sama sila, it's just amazing to watch. On the other hand naman, para sa side ng Empire Esports dito, Silver is really doing a great job na kumuha ng information or rather pala, si OG pala, Oasis Gaming sa ating defensive side, doing a good job, a great job na kumuha ng information mula sa mga teams natin. Hindi nila nalalaman na nakatingin na sa kanila yung Cypher. Hindi nila nakikita yung ating camera dahil dahil sa disiplina na meron siya, na huwag kong i-click para hindi masayang tong camera na to.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Pero that is retaliation again and again. O Stiletto, may run it back na naman ang kuya mo.
Lagi na lang?
Lagi na lang may run it back. But Gadowers says no with a deny and a 2K as well. But C7Z will be taken down as well by Gadowers, mga kaibigan. So this is gonna be like an ace, pero Worship there just denying the ace of Gadowers. But Silver from up top here in Hookah, taking down Gadowers. 4v1 situation, less than a minute left in the clock right now. Nasa ni Spike, Silver is in a lot of trouble right now. If ever mapatay man lang niya yung isa nagpa-flank sa kanya, yes he can, pero yun nga lang medyo mahihirapan din siya for sure. Well, Silver wala na siyang tripwires, meron pa siyang cyber cage though. So actually sa totoo lang, partner, ano pa to, medyo there's a not huge though left. Pero there's a slight opening for
I don't think
clutch,
so.
I guess.
It really depends.
Ano siya? Tamang drop down
Tignan mo
lang.
yung position naman. Wala kang space para makapag-clutch sa ganyang posisyon. Nasa harap mo, dalawa nasa likod mo. Kahit gaano ka pa kagaling or kahit ano, parang 1% chance or 1% possibility lang na maka-clutch mo yun. Yung pag-ikot ng isang mouse mo, sa tingin mo makukuha mo lahat.
Hindi, ano kasi, parang meron sana kasi mag-flank sa kanya. If ever man lang natuloy yung flank na yon, if ever mapatay na yung flanker na yon, kaya sana, pero hindi na natinuloy. Which is the smartest thing to do. Kasi, ba't ka magpa-flank? Hindi mo na kailangan asinin yan eh. Nasa inyo na yung spike, secured nyo na yung round eh.
Secured na. Future secured, sabi nga nila. Looking into Bilong.
Secured ka na ba?
Sakto lang. Depende.
Oy! Silver! Taking Worship down with that Sheriff though. Tamang one way. Pero not gonna catch someone there doon sa may U-Haul, mga kaibigan. At ayaw ni Gadowers sa skin na yan. Ayoko ng Battle Pass. Gusto ko na River.
Gusto ko River. Bakit yung binibigyan ng Battle Pass? Ang order ko River.
Oh. Sobrang entitled.
Sheriff lang. Sapat na para sa ating team ng Empire Esports. They're on an eco round. Aray!
Oh!
Wait po!
Buhay pa. Pero alam ni Bidso na natag niya yung isang player for sure. So, Z7Z, very, very low on HP. Kaya niyang pumatay na isa if ever naunahan niya. But Ripper, well, Beats will finally taking Nexi down for sure. 4v2 now. Kung napapansin mo
30 seconds left.
Ang bagal ng pace ng game natin.
Totoo. Parang slowly but surely lang pumapasok yung mga teams natin. At the same time, medyo messy. Pero the plan mula sa ating Empire Esports is there. Nakuha na nga si Draxi and Stiletto na lang ang naiwan. With the Sheriff, paano niya ililigtas yung kanyang spike? Nasilip na rin siya ni Beats. Grabe tong Oasis Gaming napakahilig sa shotgun. Nag-shorty, nagbabaki, nag-judge.
Yeah.
Securing the round, ang score na natin ngayon ay 5-2. In favor pa rin ito ng Oasis Gaming.
Are we going to get the spike? Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should go.
Z7Z. Kailangan nila makabawi dito. Together with Silver as well. Pero really can't wait if ever man nababawi pa ng OG pagkatalo nila kanina doon sa split. Pero it's not yet over till it's over nga. Tulad nga na sinabi na nakakarami.
Hanggang di pa dumarating sa match point. Hanggang di pa dumarating sa score.
Kaya pa. Pero Gadowers, look at that! What a clean headshot. Taking Silver down. So, -1 information agad ang Empire Esports ngayon. Which is pinaka-vital pa, which is that Cypher though. Pero Beats, however, checking bats. Sobrang close lang na dito pero not gonna be able to push out that point of the map already. But Nexi, na alam na niya na meron siya dito pero yun nga lang. Worship, however, nagtsatsa ng konti ang kuya mo but Worship will be dead as well. Gadowers, tamang off-angle lang sa mga players na ito mga kaibigan. And Gadowers there with a showstopper! Won't gonna take down Z7Z. Nilabas yung Pages pero won't gonna be able to kill Z7Z agad-agad. Very low on HP still. 3 versus 4 situation mga kaibigan. 21 HP left dito kay Z7Z. Pero nasa yung ibang players ng OG. Half HP naman dito kay Gadowers mga kaibigan. Nexi, however, very nice aim with that wall bang as well. Nakita yung hair follicles ng kuya mo.
Hair follicles
talaga?
talaga?
Big word. Pero brain freeze, however, nandito lang sa may heaven side and won't gonna be able to take down the 4 remaining players of Team Empire Esports as well. So ang gagawin lang dito ng ni brain freeze is tamang exit frag lang pero hindi na i-risk to ng Empire Esports kasi wala na silang pera if ever.
Grabe yung hair follicles na yan Buntik na makita yung pores, no? Buti hair follicles lang. Kasi kalahati lang eh.
Sobrang totoo.
Anyway, we are... Guys, sa mga kaka-tune in lang dyan, best of 3 match. This is our game 3. Bind ang ating mapa. 5-3 ang ating score. At in favor ito sa Oasis Gaming. Versus, kalaban nila ngayon ay ang Empire Esports or what we call right now as SV Empire. Let's see, what's the P? What's the plan? Hunter's Fury, dilabas agad para sa side ni Ripper on Oasis Gaming. Gadowers, nakapitas ng isa pero the refrag mula kay Z7Z and now the run it back para naman kay Stiletto just to clear the site. But Cypher, Plural Theft, ginamit na rin niya para makita kung nasan na ang kalaban. Impormasyon sa impormasyon ang labanan. They are inside hookah. Nakaplant na yung spike natin. Paano magre-retake ang Oasis Gaming? Lahat sila manggagaling sa likod. Walang manggagaling sa ating defender side spawn.
4v3 now. Meanwhile, Cypher very low on HP. Sobrang ganda ng flash na yun. Pero sayang hindi na. Sayang siya pa yung namatay. 2v1. It's all up. Uy! Just... C7Z though, nasa kanya showstopper. He can deny that possible defuse.
No way! And that was it. 5-4. Nakakabawi pa konti-konti ang Empire Esports. 11-6-0 KTA para kay Gadowers. With that raise. Marami tayong raise na nakikita na hanggang fire and the... Yun lang yung nasasabi, no? Nauunahan lagi silang mapitas or nakukuha sila once na naririnig na yung ating ultimate. Dati kapag nakarinig ka fire in the hole, kanya-kanyang taguan. Ngayon, uunahan mo na yung buong sentence niya ng fire in the hole.
Oo, tama. Sova, however, yun yung nagkamaling recon. Kailangan talaga papasok sa butas.
No?
Oo. Nakulangan ng konti. I mean, sumobra ng lakas.
Ooh,
Gadowers right there! Taking one down! Brain freeze, however, naging Stiletto down as well. Quick as well, 4v1. Diyos ko. Napakahaba ng game sa atin, napakahirap malaman kung sino mananalo dito mga kaibigan. A minute left in the clock already. Next is only we're waiting for Empire Esports and they're just gonna deny that recon bolt na nilabas ng OG mga kaibigan. But Ripper is waiting patiently, seeing the head of Nexi. 6-4. May iwan ba ang OG or mababawi ito ng MP?
Empire Esports. EMP kaya. Pag MP, iba yun eh. Anyway, moving forward sa ating match for today. Raise, yung dalawang raise ng dalawang teams natin. Sila ngayon yung ating mga top fragger, which should be dahil sila nga ang pumapasok lalo na especially with that boom bot and that paint shells. Pang delay or pang pasok, they're just prepared. Beats, kakagamit lang ng kanyang Blade Storm last round. Empire Esports. They wanna go in. Nag-fake lang muna ng orb. Siyempre, hindi sisilip. But, nag-dash in. Hindi na bulag si Stiletto. Nandun agad yung refrag mula kay Worship. Nexi, natamaan siya pero hindi pa rin nila alam na nandito yung ating Sova, no? C7Z going towards B. Nagro-rotate na sila dahan-dahan. Hunter's Fury, nakakuha din ng isa si Nex. 3 versus 3.
3v3 now. Ripper, andito lang sa likod ng tube. So is he gonna commit? Is he gonna push B long, mga kaibigan? And just gonna wait. Actually, pwede naman i-push. Pero yun nga lang, sobrang risky nun if ever. Sila na yung may lamang. So they need to capitalize everything that they have. Which is just get that lamang nila para sorry get that lamang. Get that lamang. Pero look at that is a double satchel play coming in from Z7Z though. Wala siya nakikita dito sa loob. So 3v3, 30 seconds left in the clock. And the spike will be planted already. Gadover is 54 HP left sa kanya. Z7Z, wala siyang baril dito. It's only that Sheriff, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang alam ni Z7Z. Pero what a crazy headshot! And that's okay! 1v1. Sheriff versus Vandal. Alam ni Draxi. Tamang ano lang. Oh my God! Sorry kung pumili ako. Napatayo ako sa upuan ko, mga kaibigan.
Parang ako dapat yung tweet.
Sorry.
Last round. Sorry, pre.
Sorry, part.
Okay lang, pre.
Sorry, partner. Ako, news, sinasadya. Ganyan. Huwag mo ko i-judge.
That was a nice kill. Alam mo, hindi niya na finake. Basta kakalahatiin niya habang wala pang bumabaril. Basta yun na yun. Okay? Tapos hahanapin niya na lang yung kalaban once na nakalahati na. At least that will buy him time, di ba?
Yes, indeed. Ay, nako. This game. 7-4 right now. This is actually the last round.
Bago mag-switch.
But
Stiletto getting a 2K. Agad-agad. Run it back. Ginamit na rin. But got towards, or rather, yung ating Jet, nakaabang with the operator. Sinugod ni Beats. Pero Silver is right there. Neural Dive. Ginamit na din. And the shock dart, nabawasan lang si Silver. Nakapag-plant pa siya dito. Operator on his hands. Ginamit ng Aldron para sa side ng Oasis Gaming. Binigla ng Empire Esports or ng SV Empire itong team ng Oasis Gaming sa pag-push nila. Hindi tumama o hindi nag-connect yung shot natin mula sa operator. One more player remaining para sa ating Heaven. He goes down in the hands of Nexi and finally securing the kill is securing the round. 7-5 ang ating score. Very close match.
Sobrang init ng mga matches natin. A very, very close match indeed. And they're just literally proving themselves na karapat-dapat sila sa ating championship sa Sunday, mga kaibigan. Pero once again, this is just a quarterfinals though. Once again, the winner of this will be facing off the first order tomorrow. For the grand
Ito yung
finals.
2K ni Stiletto. Nag-line up yung mga players. Hindi pa to yung tapos, hindi pa to yung katapusan ng lahat. Alam mo yun? Papunta pa lang tayo sa semifinals, guys.
This is not the end.
This is not the end.
But the end is near.
Tama naman. Pero matagal-tagal pa.
Maya pa.
Day 3 pa eh. May day 3, okay? Day 1 pa lang tayo, guys. Day 1. Camera to camera. Tinginan lang sila. Oo, nandito ako. Oo.
Nagkakakitaan sila dito.
Sila lang din.
Pero sabi ni Silvia, ang core nila naman ito. Hindi lang gumaganon. Hindi na nakikita pero kasi, look at that Silver! Taking Gadover's down with that shorty though. Worship, however, with the refighting is Stiletto down. 4v3 situation. Tatalong natin tira sa Empire Esports, mga kaibigan.
Walang gustong lumapit ng lamps.
Silver, really low. Mahirap. Kung ako, di ko lalapit ng lamps. Naka-short yun eh. Really low on HP. But Z7Z taking beats down. Ripper with a follow-up with that frenzy. Nexi with a 2K already. So this is gonna be a 2v1 situation, mga kaibigan. Brain freeze. He's trying to go with the second one though. Pero ang kuya mo okay lang yan. Kaya pa napatayin. And Brain freeze taking the head of Z7Z.
Sayang, no? Naubusan lang siya ng bala doon pero secure na dapat yung kill kanina pa. Ang katanungan ko lang, sa tingin mo ba dapat hinanap ng Ligadores?
Oo, sana.
Kasi
Kasi
parang hindi pa naman sasabog. Kahit sumabog, hindi yun na. Talo siya.
Oo. Pero
tataguan lang naman din siya.
tataguan lang din naman siya sa bagay.
Pero nag-peek out talaga siya lamps
At saka isipin, nag-peek out siya sa lamps and malay mo.
Malay natin. Hindi natin malalaman.
Depende rin sa desisyon nila yun eh.
Desisyon nila yun.
Buhay, malaki na sila.
Gusto mo, ikaw na lang
Dami mo alam.
Ikaw na lang
Bita-bita ka. Hindi ko sumali.
Kaya nga sinasabi ko na lang kung ano yung nangyayari.
Anak, itabi mo. Ako na.
Ako na. Beats! Nakakuha ng dalawang kill and now worship. Securing another one. Isa na lang agad ang natitira para sa side ng Empire. Nexy with the Bucky. Tingin mo kaya i-clutch.
Mahirap. Pero
ayaw na palabas.
Pag kunyari yung OG, wala ka lalantip. Nag-audition kay Nexy.
Ayan na.
Wow! Contestant number 1.
Ay, nako, Bill.
9-5.
Hindi ko alam bakit tayo pinagsasama eh.
Ewan ko ba?
Mga nanonood dyan, kayo na lang kaya. Kayo na lang kaya dito.
Kami yung manonood. Anak, tabi na.
Ako na.
Kumusta kaya yung English ka?
Moms, go! Mapapagalitan tayo, Bill. Ito na, ayusin na natin. Siyempre, guys, pinapatawa lang namin kayo.
Oo.
Habang wala pa namang sobrang aksyon na nangyayari, pero speaking of action, napakasakit ng bawas mula dito sa side ng Empire Esports kay Gadowers. Pero Silver still getting that kill.
Revealing area.
Pero Worship though taking the head of Z7Z. 4v4 situation. Cypher very low on HP here. Pero Worship, at least nagamit niya yung ultimate niya.
Meron pa siyang nakuhang information.
Nakuha niya yung information dito mga kaibigan, so it's fine. Less than a minute left in the clock right now.
15 HP para kay Silver. Nakakakuha pa rin siya ng kills.
Information.
Kanina nakakuha siya ng kill.
Info really matters dito sa game natin mga kaibigan. Pero that is Silver. Tamang wallbang na parang won't gonna catch anyone though. But Beats really being that aggressive. Going inside this point of the map right here. Pero Draxi going in as well. Wala nakita dito sa Genji. Pero yung harap-harapan. Nagulat si Beats doon mga kaibigan. 2v3 situation. And that is Nexy with full HP pa siya. Taking down 1v2 now.
1 versus 2. Brain freeze, meron pa rin camera. Walang lalabas dito mula sa side ng Oasis Gaming until may ma-detect yung camera na yan. And obviously,
give me a corpse.
Grabe naman. Lahat ng information nakuha nila. Pagkatapos ng camera, mayroon pang recall.
Ano yan Sova. Isipin mo Sova, ano ka?
Sova Cypher connection.
Sova Cypher yung kalaban mo.
Kahit ako, hindi na lang ako lalabas.
Hirap nun, men.
10-5 ang ating score. Lumalaki na yung gap between these two teams. Lumalaki na yung rounds na kailangang habulin ng Empire, ng SV Empire dito. And it's just, meron ka bang sa tingin mo na kailangan i-work out ng Empire Esports?
They need to take down that Sova and Cypher agad-agad. Pero it's gonna be so hard. Kasi for sure, nasa likod yan eh.
And I wish na nakikita natin yung tab o yung buy rounds natin, no? Para nakikita rin natin kung paano ba nila hinahandle yung economy na sila. Pero Beats, getting 1 kill onto C7C. Galing sa judge na yan, Gadowers. Isa na lang agad. Yung natitira pa.
What a fast round actually dito sa ano.
Well, they were on eco. Naka-eco sila dito. So, obviously, magiging aggressive talaga yung laro ng OG.
Pero partner, isang malaking problema ito ng Empire. Dalawa na lang ang tapos na itong match na to and OG will advance again. Empire, however, needs to step up. Silver getting that operator na.
Ito na, Silver with an op, pero wala siyang kahit anong, wala siyang armor. Wala siyang shield na pwedeng magamit para kahit papano eh. Wala rin siyang kahit tripwire. Sinadya niya na talagang bilhin.
Oo.
Ito na yung parang desperate move na.
Sobrang desperado na si Silver dito. Pero sana makakuha siya ng isa kasi once na mamatay si Silver dito, it's gonna be over for Empire na, for Empire na talaga. So kailangan maging worth it to sa Empire Esports. Wala siyang binali at all. Parang isang malaking Hail Mary move na to sa kanya.
Ibigay mo na lang kay Lord lahat. Parang gano'n, no? So, I think they were going to go to B side. Yun lang yung problema.
Oh no.
Yung operator na yan, magagamit ba once na mag-retake siya?
Oo, ang problema dito sa OG though, Brainstorm is online, which is ginagamit ng beats. And as well, God Doors, however, we're not gonna catch someone there with that showstopper, mga kaibigan. Wala siya makukuha dito. Tamang la, wala siya nakuha dito. Sobrang sayang, pero at least napaalis niya yung mga ibang players ng Team OG. Sobrang na-delay nga. And now that is the retake coming in for Team OG, ladies and gentlemen. Si Cypher nakita ito, pero God Doors! Dalawa lang napatay dito. Pushing this to a 2v1 situation right here. But Nexi with a 3K, finishing everyone off.
Grabe, muntik na sila doon.
Muntik na! If ever na huli ni Gadowers yun.
3K lang, isipin mo, diba? Isa na lang natira eh. So, grabe. That kill almost got them. Wiped out them. Nakuha pa rin nila yung operator ni Silver.
Sabi ni Silver,
nakahinga na maluwag.
Oo nga, nakahinga na maluwag ang kuya mo. Nakabili na rin siya ng armor and as well ng mga dito natin sabihin. Bawi. Magandang araw ay.
May araw ay. Minsan talaga kailangan talaga ng mga teams na mag-risk. Diba? Malaking risk, malaki yung reward.
Parang sa stocks lang yan, mga kaibigan, diba? Isipin mo yung long-term money investment.
Oo, long-term investment ng mga teams natin. Pero ito short-term kasi 11-6 na yung score eh.
Oo eh.
Kailangan makakuha agad sila ng profit dito. Ripper with the Aldro na naghahanap ng kalaban, nakakuha ng information on towards A side. Tatlo sa A side ang nakaabang para sa side ng Empire Esports. Dalawa naman para sa B. Nag-setup na. Dito na sila nag-setup na.
Silver that operator though. Just Team OG blocking Silver off para hindi na maka-deal ng damage dito ang operator, pero that is the Hunter's Fury galing dito sa Team OG, mga kaibigan. But Silver taking one down. Gadowers ang main fragger ng OG is wala na. Pero OG Beat is right here patiently waiting though. He is getting tagged right here, ladies and gentlemen. But Nexi kills him as well. A 3v3 situation. Ripper, siya na lang nandito, mga kaibigan. 2v2! Oh no! 1v1! And the Ripper!
Nakuha nga ng Oasis Gaming. Ripper with that last kill. Ang ganda tignan.
Oo, ang tanong, meron ba silang pera pambili? Wala. Isipin mo, tignan mo yung pera ng Empire partner. Oh no. Sasabaki. Spectre and half armor.
Well, Vil, kanina nakita natin na nanalo yung Oasis game, or Empire rather. Tama ba? O nan-eco round sa last round na meron sila, di ba? So, anything is possible at this point.
Tignan mo si Silver. Nakita mo si Silver? Wala siyang utilities.
Taghirap talaga. Wala tayong magagawa. Taghirap. Walang operator. Natalo sila sa round na yun. Match point na. This is the final round. Bucky is okay dahil defender side sila. Kung dyan dadaan. Kaso nga lang, kung for retake, medyo
mahihirapan sila.
Tagilid ang vapor.
Oo, tagilid ang vapor nga, mga kaibigan. Pero Gadowers, tamang jiggle pick lang. Let's see if ever meron siya mahuhuli ito, mga kaibigan. Pero I think wala rin siyang boombot dito. Pero meron siya pain shells and double satchel. He can do a double satchel play. Pero that's gonna be too risky if ever ginawa niya kasi nakabaki si Cypher doon sa may gilid.
Kompleto ultimate ng dito maliban sa Reza ng Empire Esports. Wala lang silang
ultimate
showstopper
nila. Oo nga, Ay, apat. Oh, tama, apat ang ultimates nila though. Pero ang problema dito is they need to make that thing work. Ang tanong ko paano, pero yun nga.
Cage triggered.
That is the ultimate. Oh! Stiletto there. What the...
Nakita siya.
What a great. Pero yung nga na wall pang Negadowers to.
30 seconds left.
Okay na eh. Sobrang sayang lang talaga yung mga kaibigan. Pero Negadowers here. 70 HP left dito kay Negadowers mga kaibigan. Pero OG beats. What a crazy kill here. 4v1 situation right here, ladies and gentlemen. Silver getting tagged. Worship with a follow-up. And Oasis Gaming will head on to the semifinals tomorrow and will face off the first order.
My God, sila na naman!
For the grand finals tomorrow on Sunday.
Sila na naman ang magkakasama, ang magkakalaban. And the thing is, with the first order, ang only team na isa sa parang kahinaan o weakness ng the first order ay Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, silang dalawa na magkakalaban. One of the biggest rivalry dito sa VCT, ladies and gentlemen. And that's it. 2-1 in favor of Oasis Gaming. Sobrang sayang lang talaga yung last round na yun. Walang-wala ang Empire Esports nun. Yes, they have 4 ultimates online, but the problem is hindi lang talaga nag-workout masyado because they don't have anything at all.
Tsaka it's just too much to handle para sa mga teams. Kung titignan mo, pag pumapasok sila ng A-site, meron ka bang nakikitang structure?
Wala.
Nakikita mo, puro smoke lang. Random smokes from Jet, andyan yung Cyber Cage. Tapos biglang magkakaroon ng paint shells na lumalabas kung saan-saan. Nagda-drop kung saan-saan. Sobrang kalat, sobrang gulo. Walang structure na nakikita. So it's just a matter of sino unang makakapatay, sino unang makakakita. Yun yung naging problema. At the same time, walang pera.
Walang pera talaga.
So walang pambili ng mga barel na pwedeng pangmalayuan like the Vandal. Nagdedepende tayo sa Bucky, sa Shorty, o kung ano man yung barrel na binibili nila during their buy rounds or half buy rounds.
That's true. It's all about the economy. It's all about kung paano mo masasave yung economy mo doon. Pero partner, I'm gonna ask you, what are your final thoughts?
Ang masasabi ko lang, congratulations, Oasis Gaming. I think, I'm just excited na makakatapat ulit nila yung TFO. Nakita ko na to kumbaga.
Yes, that's true. And I really can't wait for the next game, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are guys for today. My name is Phil. Inside with me is Taylor. After the break, it's going to be the game number 3. And see you again tomorrow for me. And Taylor.
Ako makakasama ko si Ray Ray.
Makakasama ko si Ray Ray. So, see you later.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM. Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM.
formerly known as Chimera, has found themselves yet again in another semifinals. But will they be able to make it to the grand final this time? Can they break the curse? Only time will tell, and we'll find out that tomorrow. But before we go and talk about any more games, let's have a little bit of a chat with one of the most important players on the squad of OG itself. We got Worship on the line. Worship, where are you at, buddy?
Hello, hello.
Hey, we got the whole
Ayun.
squad over there, so shout
Yes,
out
sir.
to Oasis Gaming. First of all, congratulations. This is the, I'm going to be straight up with you. This is the best form we've seen OG in a very, very long time. Tell us about that progress. Why are you guys looking so much better? Is it the boot camp? What's going on here?
Para sa akin actually, malaki rin talaga yung yung impact ng bootcamp sa amin since nagkakasama kami. Kumbaga yung hype andon. Tapos kung may madali naming ma-reset. Pero hard work talaga. This past few days kasi talagang pinagsasabay namin yung studies tsaka yung practice kaya limited lang din yung time namin. Kaya nag-double time talaga kami.
One thing that I also noticed is the discipline on your roster is just so much more than we saw before. And I know your coach right there had a lot to do with that. Tell us about that. You guys look so much more organized, so much more disciplined. Is it the communications? How is this happening?
Para sa akin to be honest kasi talagang sa pag-discipline to ni coach. Like every night kasi kinakausap talaga kami kasi may time talaga na sobrang namin. Like risky kami maglaro. Pero this time kasi parang inisip na namin na final game na namin, parang kailangan mag-all out. Kasi ito na yung pinaghahandaan namin eh. Lahat ng hard work namin, lahat ng preparation namin, kailangan namin buo sa tournament na to. Since ito yung last slot for Masters.
All right. Yeah, this is the last chance for this first split. Before I let you go, I'm going to ask you a couple more questions. Who are you looking forward to fighting in the upcoming days here? What team are you looking out to seek?
Para sa akin, ArkAngel.
Yeah. Well, why? Because
kasi yung ArkAngel kasi, yung ibang members sa ArkAngel talagang ka-team ko dati sa CS:GO and sila yung parang nakakatapat sa Bren. So para sa akin sila lang yung talagang looking forward kami na kalaban.
Okay, definitely. I 100% am looking forward to that matchup if we see it. This matchup goes way back. The battle for top two teams in the Philippines, OG and ArkAngel, maybe. Definitely looking forward to that. So excited for it. But before I let you go, one last question. Any shout-outs from any of you on your team or you personally, anyone you want to give a thank you to? It's your time right now.
Shoutout daw. Shoutout nga pala sa Oasis Gaming, sa lahat ng fans na sumusupport namin, sa Downfall kahit Downfall kami. Tapos shoutout sa Barcode, shoutout sa Plantersia, shoutout sa mama ko Luma. Ayun lang po.
Alright, again, thank you.
Shoutout sa mga magulang namin.
Oh, okay. Anyone else?
Wala na po.
Okay. So thank you again, Worship, and the rest of OG. Good luck and see you in the finals, guys.
Kita-kits.
Alright, so that we just heard it right there from the members of OG themselves. You saw them, and of course we heard from Worship. What an exciting time. But we do have to go into a quick break before we go into the next series, which is going to be the last one of the day. The last quarterfinals for today, and it's going to be a banger. It's ArkAngel going up against DreamFyre, the young guns, the up-and-comers, versus yet again the old guard. And we're going to tell you that story once we return from this short break. Again, I'm Ilustrado, and I'll see you after this.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na data ng MyFi ko.
Ubus na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found! Yeah.
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
seems that the stars have aligned for Oasis Gaming as they find themselves yet again in another semi-finals. But can they break the tides of destiny or their fate, which seems to be strong up to until semi-finals only? I mean, we've seen them get far before, but not as far as the grand final. Could this be the time for Oasis Gaming? We'll find that out tomorrow. But in the meantime, let's talk about the last one of the day. It's going to be ArkAngel versus DreamFyre. But before we talk about that, I want to let you all know that you can be winners yourselves. Maybe not go to the Masters just yet, but you can win yourself $1,500 in points. And if you want to be one of those lucky 10 winners, this is how you can do it. All you gotta do is stitch and duet Asterize TikTok video, casting challengers week 2. Maybe go toe-to-toe with him and Spend a little time with your favorite caster. Show us what you got. Post that video on YouTube, Facebook and TikTok with the hashtag PPGL. Just do it. And make sure your post is public because a total of 10 winners will be selected at the end of the day to be winning 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. And get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now via Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And also don't forget to stay tuned to our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page, facebook.com/PPGLG. And subscribe to our official YouTube account. Just search PPGL on YouTube, honestly, or this link right here, bit.ly/PPGL-YT, all in caps. And make sure your post is public because we will be choosing 10 winners. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, 10 winners. So let's get on with it and talk about the very, very last match. And where you can watch those matches are on 2 separate languages. So over here that we're going to be putting on your screens are 2 of the channels where you can find your favorite broadcasts either in English or in Filipino. So Twitch is for English, so that's twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, or Filipino, which is facebook.com/PPGLGG. Of course, you can check us out on TikTok as well, and that's @HelloPPGL. And there's also those bit.ly links right there, but you are fully capable of doing that yourselves. And all panel discussions are going to be in English, and you're going to see us on both the English and Filipino. So, again, my name is Illustrato, and welcome back to the VCTPH, where we just saw a 2-1 series with Oasis Gaming leading the charge against Empire. And now we move on to our last quarterfinal, DreamFyre versus ArkAngel, the young guns versus the old guard, the veterans here. Can either team find their form? Can ArkAngel continue on this trend of success? Or will DreamFyre finally catch them off guard in this rematch of a rematch? Talk about that with me, my co-panelists, Trix and Viminal. How are you feeling about this next matchup?
I'm feeling pretty good about this next matchup. I think DreamFyre coming in with that play style of being really aggressive, and they've thrown out the whole pug style, having a little more structure in their matches. I think they've got a good shot, but I also think ArkAngel, the professionals at work with decorated members in their team coming from other titles, knowing what it means to be a professional.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you 100% there, Trix. Again, we know of DreamFyre to be some very very powerful young guns. They got game, definitely, and they've proven that time and time again. They're here again for week number 3, and they have faced off against ArkAngel in the past. They were able to take away a map from ArkAngel very convincingly. Of course, let's not forget that they also took down Affinity Esports, also a very powerful team.
Yes.
These guys know how to play, and they're in it to win. So, honestly, I do believe ArkAngel is going to take this. Might be a 2-1, might be a 2-0 in favor of ArkAngel, but it's going to be a tough uphill battle. Yep. That's for sure.
I think that definitely we will be seeing DreamFyre improve a little bit. They have had more time together, and ever since when we saw them previously, they have been performing to a better and better level every time they step up to the plate. A little bit more tactical each time. Will it be enough to take on ArkAngel this time? That's definitely going to be a very big question mark here. But let's take a quick look at the highlights, the replay of the previous series, just in case you missed it. For those who just are tuning in. And it was definitely a close series all throughout, ending in a 2-1 victory. Let's go ahead and talk about this right now of the previous game. We didn't really get a chance to, so let's go ahead and do it right now. And there's a lot that we can break down here. Empire, they're looking so much different from the Empire that we knew and fell in love with in week number 1. What on earth is going on here? And OG, why are they just looking so much better? I'll let you start with this, Trix, because I know you have a lot on your mind about this, but feel free to follow right up, Viminal.
Definitely when it comes to OG, I know what it's like to finally get that boot camp scenario and finally be able to play alongside your teammates. You look to your left or to your right, and then you can see the reaction. You know how to take care of each other. You know each other very well, and because of that, you don't always have to be talking in the game in order for your teammate to understand what you want to do. But on the other side of that, I also know what it's like to be in that team that doesn't have the boot camp, that has to struggle without it, and there's this whole identity crisis of teammates maybe not wanting to commit as much, or knowing that you have to switch out some players, or knowing that your team is just falling apart. And it's heartbreaking, honestly, to see Empire like that when they have such great fundamentals, and I wish they would just go back to that.
You know, when you're in a boot camp, it's pretty much all or nothing. You can't exactly back out. There's no being half-hearted in a boot camp. And I feel like a lot of the sort of apprehensions that one team may have before going into it, it all starts to sink in like, hey, we're here. It's do or die. It's go.
Yep.
Yeah, but you know, that's a very good point. You know, the boot camp being a huge game changer for OG. But I would argue that perhaps it's more on what Empire is lacking right now that caused this sort of outcome to truly happen. You know, Empire, we were talking about how we're seeing pretty much a fall from grace. They were the team to beat on week number 1 right next to Bren. And it's just such a far cry from that, seeing their performance today.
Yeah, I agree. And I think a lot of it, and we talked about this, you know, off stage, where honestly Silver was basically, I don't know, relegated to the Sentinel role. And it just seemed completely overwhelming. Underwhelming, excuse me.
You read my mind. Basically, it's just kind of confusing, and we're left with question marks over our heads. You know, kind of why was he relegated to the Sentinel role? He's such a fantastic duelist, as indicative of his performance in the second map on Split, where it was a completely opposite story of what happened here in Ascent.
I mean, he looked phenomenal. Just the rounds he would win for his team alone was amazing. And we can see some of the stats, the head-to-head right now. Case in point, you know, Silver with a Jet, 2.2 KDA, 353 combat score, and the other side, Godowers with a 397 combat score, despite only winning 6 rounds. A really amazing performance from... Yeah, isn't it insane?
Crazy.
They are insane players.
Yeah.
It's just that Empire, for that one map, were able to pull themselves together and almost in the very last one.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's just... You know, people are starting to realize now in Valorant, of course, yes, it's an FPS and it's really fun, but you can't just pick up players anymore. You have to think about what your team composition needs, what's actually going to fit with your playstyle, how the players are even in terms of personality. And I feel that might have showed today in Empire's match that you can't pick up just amazing players. You need to pick up amazing teammates.
I agree. I agree completely. And it just goes to show. And you can't just swap out people like, I think, willy-nilly. And that is, I think, one of the big question marks here. The presence of Bat Ghost was, I think, and this is probably unanimous when we were talking about backstage, very much missed on the side of Empire. Bat Ghost on the Sova, I don't feel like, you know, Nexi, I don't feel like he really made an impact on the Sova, whereas he always stood out on the Sentinel and giving, it just didn't fit. So you put Silver on the Cypher, which doesn't make sense. Nexi's already really good at it, and you make Nexi play, you know, the Sova, and he's honestly just a little underwhelming on it too.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you that, Illustrato, it's just, we talk about how we value consistency so much here on the analyst desk. Consistency here, consistency that, time and time again, week after week. But one surefire way to not be consistent is if you keep switching around your players. Imagine if I had my own Valorant team, if I were coaching a Valorant team with a bench of like 10 players. I guarantee you I will not be a top team. If it keeps switching around.
Yeah, I mean...
See how ridiculous that picture is?
I 100% agree. I mean, the funny thing, this is the only day that we have not seen Young Pork in the roster of OG, and this is the most consistent we've seen them. Maybe it has to do with the fact that they're really sticking with their core 5, or maybe it's, I don't know, even on Ascent, which is where we always see
You always see Young Pork, and we didn't see Icebox today, so maybe that's probably why. But yeah, I do agree. Maybe they're honing in on their strengths, and perhaps we saw them try on some new agent compositions earlier as well.
And you know, it worked at the end of the day. The no duelist lineup actually did work in their favor. But let's talk about the MVP. Who was it at the end of the day who shined the most here? And without surprise, I'm pretty sure Godowers, you know, we all know he's just
what a good-looking man.
We all know that it was going to be Godowers, right?
I mean,
it's either he's on fire.
Yeah, it's just he just changes the game. That's just his presence alone.
When he's on fire, he's really, really like super hot.
Yeah,
in game. But
like Phoenix.
Yeah,
super hot.
Yeah,
fire.
High level tactics.
But again, when he doesn't come online like that, and when he doesn't really make that huge of an impact, then of course his teammates step up.
Yeah.
But you just know when it's Godor's good day.
Yeah. One more player I did want to point out, and I think we didn't talk about too much, is Ripper. Holy moly, he was hot today as well. Just the shots and the clutches that he's had, the impacts he's had on those games, despite him being on a controller, was really rather amazing. And, let's take a look at their journey as they go further and further into the tournament itself, the semifinals tomorrow. So the bracket coming up on your screens. TFO versus OG tomorrow, and that's, yet again, a blood feud.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, it's the
Round
rivalry of
2.
rivalries, I think.
Now this is something that I would really, really love to watch. I'm very excited for this matchup.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about that tomorrow because that's all for tomorrow. But definitely am going to be looking forward to it. No love lost between the both of these teams here, TFO and OG. That rivalry goes way back. And DreamFyre Archangel will be up next, and then the very last match will be tomorrow for the quarterfinals, and that is DR versus Hashira. And personally, of course, I'm looking forward to that as well. Whether the new kids on the block and then the little bit of a couple of oldies on that squad showing their veteran side will be able to carry on over to the grand finals. And I wanted to talk just a tad bit more on this TFO OG match. What does it mean to take that victory on the semifinals for either of these teams?
It probably means I think it's gonna mean a lot more than they're willing to admit, honestly. No, kidding aside, I know they're good friends, of course. A lot of us here are friends of the VALORANT PH community, but definitely them being sister teams in the same org, of course, that's gonna mean a lot.
I agree. I mean, you have to prove that you were the right choice, of course, in the end for that final roster in OG. But let's talk about the game that we have on our hands. We're pulling up right now the roster of DreamFyre. Take a look at what these guys have got. It's the 5-man roster, the 5-man squad, the Radiant stack of Eman, Urza, Georgie, Vindic, and Waytopia. I'm not sure if Waytopia is Waytopia still playing.
There was a guy who swapped over in in place of Waytopia.
Right. But yeah, so just to be clear, Hopeless is actually going to be playing instead of Waytopia. So pardon us, Howblast, excuse me, sorry. Howblast is staying in for Waytopia, exactly. And they will be just sort of, we'll be adjusting that graphic very soon. So don't worry about that, guys. On the other side, though, it is going to be the squad of ArkAngel. But in the meantime, let's talk about this. Georgie, he's always been the standout player here, 100%. Can he keep the pace going? So just real quick, players to look at, that's going to be it. But now, Trix, I'm going to ask you, in this ArkAngel lineup, Jing, Josh S, Carl Modsky, Johan, who should we be looking at today?
I'd say look out for Josh S today.
Okay.
There was one I'd say.
I mean, we're always kind of looking at Josh S, but
yeah, but look forward to it. Look forward to it.
Okay.
He's synonymous to ArkAngel at this point in time. Josh S, I think of ArkAngel.
And Carl.
And Carl, yeah.
And Johan, yes.
And Modsky and Jing.
Yeah, these guys have been
all of them. So.
I mean, these guys have been in the community for so long.
Yes.
Like, we all know and love them. Like, especially Josh S. He's such a nice guy. Like, one of the nicest guys in esports.
Very charismatic team, I'd say.
I'd say. I mean, that's why they have such a good fan base, I guess. Like, you can't. They're not just players. They're like personalities too. I mean, that's kind of what we want to see here, especially after we interviewed Johan that last time.
I remember.
Search for that clip if you're watching it now. Search for that clip of Johan's message to Bren Esports, and you'll know why we're fans of ArkAngel. So, let's go ahead and talk about this matchup right now. Okay, DreamFyre.
Okay.
Do they have a chance? And if so, what would their win conditions possibly be against a team like ArkAngel? I'll start with you, Viminal, because you might be a little bit more of an outsider perspective in this.
Okay, here's the thing. DreamFyre, again, very, very impressive. I'm really impressed by DreamFyre. And I've been saying this a lot. I tell you guys this a lot backstage. I really enjoy watching DreamFyre and the way they showcase their mechanical skill. But again, mechanical skill is not the end-all be-all here in this level of VALORANT. And you really need that extra dimension of synergy and utility economy, etc. And that's what I think they're going to lack. And their win condition is if they overcome that extra layer of skill, then they can defeat someone like ArkAngel.
I'm going to be a little bit honest, man, say that they got a little bit unlucky in the draw. Because I think DreamFyre may have a pretty good chance at defeating literally anyone else except for the most experienced roster in this tournament, because you can catch people by surprise with your playstyle. And don't get me wrong, they're so exciting to watch on DreamFyre side, but you're not going to surprise a team like ArkAngel.
True.
I would admit that I feel it's a little harder to make a team like ArkAngel get caught off guard. It's, you know, they've been through other titles, they've been through other types of games, and they've approached them in a similar fashion, which is instant reaction.
And it showed, especially in their matchup against Hashira, where whatever Hashira threw at them, they were ready for.
Yep.
So let's find out if this trend can continue. Where is the veto? Where is that? We're going to be pulling it up on your screens. And sorry, before the veto, it's the head-to-head, rather, excuse me. Seeing which of these players we're going to be taking a closer look at under this microscope. Georgie and Ching, no surprises here, as the two duelists, the two stars of the squads right now. I mean, Josh S aside, also Ching is also there, who's also a phenomenal player.
Yes.
Which we have not touched on very much. We haven't really talked about him. He's been settling into his role as well, a little bit more on the squad. So Trix, tell us a little bit more about Ching and his performance.
Ching is just always performing very well, especially when he's on the duelist, especially on Jet. He's got this whole confidence to him, which helps allow him create space for his team as that duelist role.
Yeah, I mean, Ching on that Jet makes it seem like he's so comfortable on that role and allowing him to shine and basically unleash his full potential.
I mean,
as a player.
There's something about being a player that you have to be bloodthirsty if you want to be a duelist, and that's exactly what Ching...
You have to have the right mindset.
You do have to be
Not everyone has the right mindset, you know what I mean?
But there's also a double-edged sword, because I know on Hashira's side, our bloodthirsty duelist can be a little bit too bloodthirsty, you know what I mean? And they,
like lacking the
right
discipline kind of
yeah,
bloodthirsty.
exactly.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of, you know, there has to be a precision to that mix, so, you know. But before we go and talk about the players any further, let's find out where they're going to be facing off. We got the map veto up next, and we'll find out which battlefield we'll be landing on here today. So it's gotta be, you know, Icebox Bind, and then followed up by Haven here. So, you know, Icebox is, you know, a map which both of these teams can be comfortable on. We already know that ArkAngel beat Hashira on Icebox, and that was their map pick. DreamFyre have been successful on it. They beat Affinity on Icebox as well. And this is basically the same three maps that we saw these guys, you know, fight on.
Yes.
It just in a little bit of a different order here. Do you think this is going to make any difference? Who do you think won the picks out here?
I would think that maybe ArkAngel won the picks out here, just because in terms of being more confident and having more experience under their belt, they've played all of the maps. I think DreamFyre, though, has an amazing Icebox, and we've seen them do very well on that map, so I'm expecting very good things from them today.
I think that perhaps DreamFyre will bring something new to the table. You know, they did show that they're not that one-dimensional sort of pug-style team that we thought they were during that previous week, but now I'm excited to see how they evolve further than that.
Yeah, they have been showing signs of growth, and you know, whether this is a good thing for the team or a deterrent coming into the later stages, maybe playing structure doesn't work for them at all. Who knows? We'll only find out once we get into the game itself. I know one thing for sure: you do not want to play 100% structured against ArkAngel, because they will read you.
Yes.
And so you have to catch them off guard, which is what DreamFyre excels at. So it's going to be... It's just a little bit tough for me to find a solution. If there is a win condition, I'm going to ask you guys, what is that win condition? And give me your predictions for this game.
I think, you know, asking that question, it's super hard to answer, because putting it on paper, you know, on one hand, you can't play super structured, or you can't play too one-dimensional either. You can't play, you know, because ArkAngel is so good at reading the opponent. They have so much experience under their belt. So honestly, I think go with your gut feeling, DreamFyre. Play it by ear.
Play your comforts.
Play your comforts,
Yes, you have to play comfortable all the times.
And what is your win condition if you see one for DreamFyre?
Just doing more homework than ArkAngel ever does, because there's a lot to catch up on.
And ArkAngel, we know for a fact they do their homework. Okay, before we go to the casters, real quick, predictions.
ArkAngel 2-0.
Okay,
I'm gonna have to echo that. ArkAngel 2-0 this time.
I'll say 2-1. I'll say 2-1 ArkAngel this time. because I feel like DreamFyre will be coming in a little bit more prepared. But let's see whether that's going to be true or not as we hand over the floor to our amazing casters. So casters, tell us the story because it's all yours.
Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat, and we are your shoutcasters, Ray and Ahmed Taylor, and we are casting Valorant Challengers Week 3 presented to us by PPGL. So Taylor, ito na naman yung laban na ikakast natin, DreamFyre versus ArkAngel.
Nako, excited na ako makita yung Viper ni Johan. Yun lang naman yung gusto kong nakikita pagdating sa Icebox, especially on the Icebox map. ArkAngel is really onto the Viper pick. Kanila to parang signature move nila to. And sabi nga, kung nakinig kayo sa panelists natin, no, if you play against ArkAngel, tapos yung laro nyo ay masyadong structured, mababasa at mababasa kayo. But kung iisipin nyo, DreamFyre, nung nakilala natin sila, tinanong din tayo, ano bang storya nating mga casters? Tinanong natin ng ating mga co-panelists, co-casters natin, ang storya ng DreamFyre ay 5-stack Radiance. Diba? Na pumasok dito sa VCT. And nag-wonder tayo na, wow, seryoso, nakakarating. Andito na sila ngayon. And they are on to, papunta na sila sa Masters. Alam mo yun? Onting hakbang lang, papunta sa Masters. This 5-stack Radiant is just proving themselves. And hindi na sila yung dating 5-stack Radiant lang. Talagang nag-workout na sila as a team.
And at the same time naman, we have here ArkAngel. A lot of people, syempre, are expecting for ArkAngel, mga big fans. And at the same time, alam naman natin na second to Bren Esports ang ArkAngel.
Well, nabiguman sila. Natalunin ng Bren Esports onto the finals nung week 2 natin para makapasok at makakuha ng slot sa ating Valorant Masters. This time around, malay natin, ito na ang panahon na sila naman ang aakyat o sila naman yung makakakuha ng slot. Pero hindi natin kailangan i-discount yung ibang mga teams, ibang mga players na kasali dito sa VCT. Dahil nga, at this point, nawala na yung Bren Esports, nawala na yung mentality na, uy, Bren Esports yung susunod makakalaban, parang laglagan na agad. Una pa lang ang Bren Esports na, parang wala nang ganun So, nakita naman natin, doon pa lang sa matches natin kanina, yung kinas ni Vil, tapos yung kinas din namin ni Vil, yung pagkalapit ng mga score, nagkatuwan kami, 'di ba? So, nagkaroon ng parang di mo na malaman kung sino ba yung mananalo sa dalawang teams.
And
pantay-pantay.
And at the same time, nakita naman natin kung ano yung naging improvement nila coming from week 2 to week 3. And especially with these two teams, nagkalaban na sila ng week 2. Sila ulit may kita natin ngayong week 3. Kaya nakita naman natin yung last time sa Icebox talagang ArkAngel was crushed by DreamFyre. But this time, na pinili ng DreamFyre once again ang Icebox, ano kaya yung merong baon ang ArkAngel against them?
Naku, maraming baon yung ArkAngel. Mukhang alam ko prepared tong ArkAngel Toos-tusang pag-coaching session ang nakikita ko at nahahagilap natin. At dito natin makikita na i-implement nila kung ano yung bago sa gusto nilang gawin for this team, no? And with regards to that, ArkAngel hindi natin matatanggal na very strong team to. Pero ang nag-iisang kalaban nila ay ang kanilang sarili. Yun talaga yung main problem ng ArkAngel na once na parang, oh my God, ano nangyayari? Ang kalat, ang daming nangyayari. Ganito, sobrang sunod-sunod na rounds, natalo na tayo. Doon sila nawawala Pero once na bumalik bigla yung disiplina, expect a comeback. Or maybe, hindi na sila ganun parang mag-iisip na makalat o masashock. Baka tuloy-tuloy na, di ba? Baka tuloy-tuloy na this time around. ArkAngel, puntahan muna natin yung picks natin. Johan, of course. Viper. Modski on the Sage.
On to Sage. And dalawang initiator, Carl and Josh S. and Ching as
Select
Omen.
your agent.
Okay, so wala silang duelist setup. Unlike here at DreamFyre, the usual na nakita na, it seems like they changed Emma Reyes, and right now, may kita naman natin si Georgie still lingers with his Reyna. So, alam mo itong inabangan ko din sa DreamFyre. Very unpredictable ang team na to.
Well, yun nga yung dapat abangan natin. Kasi sabi nila, pag sa ArkAngel, pag masyadong structured yung laro mo, mababasa ka. Paano kung unpredictable yung galaw? Parang Interesting. So, very exciting ang matchup na to. Nakikita nyo na sa inyong mga screens yung mga agent selection nila. And I think ArkAngel is gonna go for Modesky being a battle sage.
And
siya yung duelist dati.
So yan yung mga bagay na kailangan nating abangan ngayon sa very first map pa lang sa
unang mapa.
Icebox.
Oh, I'm so excited. Johan, especially on the Viper. Dati, double-edged sword yung Viper picks natin. But this time around, sa tagal-tagal na ginagamit ng ArkAngel to, nakikita mo pag naglalaro ka ng Icebox, lahat ng tao nagva-Viper na, mga kaibigan. Naka-Viper na sila.
At mukhang sabi nga ni Georgie, HF. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng HF? Have fun. Happy.
Have fun na. Have fun lang. Okay, starting on the defender side nga ay ang ArkAngel. Onto the attacker side naman ay syempre ang ating side ng DreamFyre. Naunahan na nga makapick off dito ni Ching ang DreamFyre at wala na silang Sova. The information is not there anymore. Eman, the Mr. Showstopper, pinatay at kinuha ang frag against Ching.
At now, look at Urza. Nakapag-plant na sila sa wakas. So, hihintay na lang nila ang magiging retake against ArkAngel sa kanila. So they're just waiting with that lineup. Georgie once again, naghihintay lang. But then, Urza, we have here. But now, looking at that recon bot, identify nila kung nasaan. Now, they will be able to use their smokes in, pangharang lang para pang-abang against ArkAngel. But then, hindi binibitawan ni Yohan ngayon ang pag-defuse ng spike. And the pros don't fake. And speaking of,
isipin mo 4v4 pa yun. Wala akong pakialam, basta magde-defuse ako. Ito na yun. Tapusin na natin. Yohan with the defuse dahil nga sa skill niya din yung smoke ng Viper. Hindi na nila mahanap. Tapos nangengelam pa yung ibang miyembro ng ArkAngel. So, Yohan, chill na chill lang. Defuse lang tayo. Parang easy 1-0 lang muna. Parang ganon.
Kamuntikan ko nang hindi mapansin na parang hindi binibitawan ni Yohan at all ang pag-defuse. And seems like it worked sa ArkAngel 1-0 without anyone almost dying out sa each team ngayon.
Recon bot. Wala sa side ng DreamFyre. One-way smoke na din. Dahil nga kanina ay napitas. Ching, nakuha na naman ng isang duelist ng DreamFyre dito. Siya ang tagapitas. Napitas Lord is here. Meron siyang nakita pumasok ng smoke. Andiyan na rin yung ating wall from the Sage. Sisirain agad-agad pero kinulang dahil tumigas na ang ating wall. Nag-line up pero hindi sapat. Urza gets the kill on Cheng. How Blast as well para naman kay Carl. 3 versus 3 situation ang nangyayari. Wala pang plan.
Wala pang plan. But then remember, low parehas. And si Vindic na lang natitira dahil nakapag-lurk in si Josh S sa kanilang likod. Coming from pipes and ArkAngel wins that round once again. Seems like so far, sa first few pa lang, someone did their homework. And that's gonna be ArkAngel. But then, ito yung ng DreamFyre. Ito yung hindi may na-expect sa DreamFyre. Hinahayaan nilang manalo ang ArkAngel. But then, kapag si Georgie talaga together with Emma nag-init, that's gonna be dangerous sa parte naman ng ArkAngel. But then, masyado pang maaga para sabihin na nasa kamay na to ng ArkAngel since 2-0 pa lang. I'm sure merong plano pa itong DreamFyre against us.
The Flank is doing it kanina para kay Josh S. Now, gaya ng sabi mo Ray, no? Georgie, kapag nag-init to, nakita ko na maglaro sa Icebox to. Every inches, every centimeter ng isang pixel o kung ano man, masilip niya lang na may kalaban, mapipick off niya. Yohan nakakuha ng isa battery frag mula kay Georgie and nandiyan na rin. Overhealed na rin siya and with the one soul orb left, dismiss o devour, isa lang ang pwede niyang gamitin.
But now, seems like they will be pushing towards B. Hintay na lang nila ang pag-set and with that smokes coming from their brimstone. And speaking of, nanguna na din dito kagad with the paint shells at inaabangan nila. Kaso nakabantay na si Modesky. Open na si Eman sa kanyang angulo at papangalawang pa ba siya? Nag-heal muna siya. He prioritize with that. But then Josh S goes with a good flash from his bridge at baka makakuha, kaso out na sa open once again si Modesky sa angle ni Urza. And then Georgie naabangan na naman. And speaking of, makakuha niya si Carl sa ilalim ng tube. And then Ching na lang ang natitira. Kaso inaabangan na siya kagad ni Urza. And that's it. bawing-bawi na ulit ang DreamFyre against ArkAngel.
Too much smoke. Wala nang makita. At the same time, wala siyang information. It's just a matter of time, kumbaga, na mapapatay at mapapatay rin siya ng DreamFyre dito. A good take, though, para sa side ng DreamFyre on that B side. Pero gusto nila ngayon na mag-A ulit. Na hindi papayag. Di ako papayag 2 rounds. Di natin nakuha yung A. Baka sa pangatlong try natin. Baka ito na yun. And Georgie, he's doing great. Baka sakaling makuha na ulit niya yung mga pixel na mga peak niya.
And at the same time, si Urza, naka-battle stage ata, took out 3 kanina ng ArkAngel. And once again, at ko ine-expect ni Ching it, he will always be seeing out Georgie or si Eman coming from DreamFyre. Pero ngayon, nag-clear in with the good flashes coming from Georgie. Nakapasok na nga sila ngayon with a slow orb din. They don't want to go naman away sa angulo ni open kay Ching si Eman. But then nag-revive na kagad si Urza. Kailangan na mag-all-in against ArkAngel ngayon.
Grabe naman yung alagang Urza. Modski gets Urza. And right now, Ching with a very low HP. Nakita na rin ni Vintic and the blind or the flashpoint is here. Pero merong sumasagot. Andyan si Eman. Vintic to get a kill and another one for Eman para sa triple on this round. Ilan yung skills na nagamit ni Eman? Dalawa. Dalawa lang, guys. Dalawa lang. Easy lang kayo. Eman lang to.
And speaking of easy lang to, Eman lang to, alam naman natin na mayroong lumalurk in na, alam naman natin na nagpa-flank na yung isa, galing na naman sa likod nila. But then, ang ginagawa ng DreamFyre dito, ine-expect nila parate na meron.
Pero alam mo kung sino yung totoong hero doon?
Sino?
Si Urza. Alagang Urza si Eman eh. Kanina, natamaan siya ng Marshall ni Ching, hinilagad ng Sage. Namatay si Eman, nirevive ng Sage.
Ganun ang tunay na teammate, no? Talagang all-in para sa support na.
Hashtag alagang Urza. Hashtag alagang Urza. The Aldro, nakita na rin. Si Carl. Stations coming in.
Sisimulan na naman ng DreamFyre.
Sabi ko naman sa'yo, pixel lang. Ang kailangan ni Georgie na masilip. Makukuha niya agad yung mga kills.
But then ngayon, sino ang mauna? Si Georgie pa rin, mapipitas na si Yohan on that side. At isa na lang natitira si Modski na lang na nakashare. Nag-save kasi sila ngayon eh. Kaya most likely, it might go, it definitely went to the hands ng DreamFyre. And speaking of, after that 2-0 na momentum coming from ArkAngel, ngayon naman ang DreamFyre ay nakahabol into making it 3-2. And looking at that, I think maganda pa rin yung lineup. I definitely can say sa inyo na ang lineup ng ArkAngel, even if walang duel, is very workable pa rin against DreamFyre. Imagine, unlike before talaga na isa-isa sa lang. Ngayon, they also went with the flashes against DreamFyre. Ayun yung maganda ngayon.
Toxic screen, right on the middle. Nakakita ng isa si Urza. Ching goes down. Malaking disadvantage para sa ArkAngel. No smokes, wala na rin paranoia. Wala silang kahit anong line na litera maliban na lang sa ating breach. Na si Josh S. 3 versus 4. Gusto pa rin nilang mag-A side. Naglapag na rin ng smoke dito ang brimstone natin. And finally, the Rolling Thunder. Hindi tinamaan si Modski. May slow pa siya. Vindic. Georgie. Kuha ng kills. Pero nakita ni Josh S. Dumaan yung tatlo. Wala nga lang siyang natamaan. Johan goes down in the hands of Urza. 4-2 ang ating score in favor ng DreamFyre dito. Ano sa tingin mo nangyari doon, Ray?
Alam mo kung anong meron ang ginagawa ng team ng DreamFyre against ArkAngel sa what I've been observing? Kahit na utility sila ng mga taga-ArkAngel, biruin mo may dalawa initiator. Nakakabawi sila through Georgie and especially with the cover smokes coming from Blast. Actually, yun ka lang nakita to si Blast sa
naglalaro rin siya for DreamFyre before. Isa lang eh, simple lang sa tingin ko yung nangyayari. Nakikita naman ng ArkAngel kung nasaan yung DreamFyre. Kaso nga lang, ang bilis mag-react. Sobrang bilis mag-react ng DreamFyre na meron lang sila isang bullet na marinig. nagre-react na agad sila. Tingnan mo si Johan, easy double kill sana dahil nga blinded yung isa pero hindi tumama. And now, with that, Georgie nakatakas pa sa ating Hunter's Fury. Georgie gets another kill. He's just popping off, ready for action. Naghahanap pa rin ang susunod na mapapatay. And Eman, the Mr. Showstopper, kills off Josh S, 5 HP. Meron pa siyang mga soul orb. Nag-line up para kay Carl. Oh my God! 1 versus 2. Still, DreamFyre manages to get that round. Sila pa rin ang nakapag-secure. Nakuha pa yung plant. What is happening right now? Sobrang bilis mag-react ng DreamFyre. It's just amazing to see. Look at the score. 832, KDA 844. Lahat gumagana.
And at the same time, Taylor, looking at sa DreamFyre, they make sure that they get those trades. Yun yung importante para sa kanila. Although, ang ganda nung lineup na yon coming from Carl with the Spectre, take out 2 from DreamFyre. Talagang, yung reaction time nila, yun yung kaya mo sabihin sa amin. At the same time, nafe-feel mo kung gaano sila kaligalit maglaro tong DreamFyre. And at the same time sa Archangel, I'm still waiting for that perfect opportunity kung kailan nila matitake down ang momentum na pinapakita ng DreamFyre against them.
Nowhere to run!
Hunter's Fury, nilabas na. May Vindic pero walang tinamaan. Ang iniisip ko lang ay usually, kasabay ng Hunter's Fury ay yung pag-push ng team. Pero hindi nangyayari to ngayon. So ano ang plano dito? Dahil si Johan, Viper's Pit na yung meron siya. The smoke comes in, pero relax na relax pa din yung DreamFyre. Georgie on the other hand, sa harap ni Modski, nagkagulatan. Naghahanap ko saan magte-teleport. Nakita, sayang. Okay. Ready for paranoia.
But then, Eman,
30 seconds left.
And right now, looking at that, ang ganda ng pagka-orbital strike right now ng DreamFyre. Pero dalawa na lang. We still have the Viper's Pit coming in. Pero si Blast nakapag-plant na. Hintayin na lang nila yung retake galing from ArkAngel. Now Blast makes a move already. He needs to take out at least one. And speaking of Vindic, takes out Josh S. At si Johan na lang natitira para sa ArkAngel. At naghihintay na lang si Erza together with Blast. Dahil na-plant naman na spike na kami magpapakita, yan namin na si Johan ang maghahanap sa amin. At out in the open, kung nasaan sila, tries to go with a fake plant, pero
double peek! The double peek is real mula sa DreamFyre. In sync, hindi na to 5-stack Radiant. This is a freaking team for you guys.
And Taylor, kitang-kita mo kung gaano sila kasi price dun sa pag-pick nila kayo.
Parang nagbilang 1, 2, 3, labas!
Bawal umentry, nandito kami. And look at that, natin yung replay galing from the previous round. So he tries to defuse. Ayan, sinabay talaga nila. Nagbilang talaga sila ng 1, 2, 3 to take out Johan. And DreamFyre still leads with 6-2 and a 4-round difference against ArkAngel. But then Ching, talagang he needs to be aggressive na sa pipes, pushing with his Sheriff in. And one-tap na si Georgie! Sayang! Naku, open sa iba ka nakatingin, Georgie. That's why makakuha pa siya ng free Vandal ngayon. That's great for Ching. What a great start naman for ArkAngel ngayon. But then Eman, as he takes out Josh S, nag-lay lang siya together with Johan and Modski. Magkakapit kamay ngayon ng dalawa to take them out. And now, ArkAngel, bumagsak kayo ng DreamFyre sa kanilang kamay. And it's a 6-3. Yun na yung hinihintay natin lahat for ArkAngel. To just capitalize on the open areas ng meron na ang DreamFyre on their mistakes, especially if nakaltas na si Georgie. They know that they have an opportunity to get to retake ang side dahil nga si Georgie lang ang flasher nila sa parte ng DreamFyre. So it's a great advantage for them.
Oo nga no. Na-realize ko lang na si Georgie lang yung meron dalawang Lear na pwedeng gamitin. Kaso, Ray, kung iisipin mo, kung tinitignan mo kanina, nung time na previous 2 rounds na meron tayo, nag-lurk si Georgie. Hindi siya sumasabay sa teammates niya. Baka yun yung kailangan baguhin ng team dito. Georgie, on the other hand, kasi nagpa-pop off naman siya eh. Kailangan lang niya ng suporta ng team members niya. Kung sino yung nasa likod niya, kung kayang ma-revive, bakit hindi?
But then, agad na ng lineup ni Ching ngayon, nabawasan lang niya. But then, just some trades. Sabi ko nga, yun yung gusto, yung ginagawa ng DreamFyre. Sigurado sila sa magiging trade sila against ArkAngel. At speaking of, si Johan na lang ang natitira. Hinaharap na siya most likely. But then, a trade, once again, coming from Eman. Finishing them out 7-3.
It works! It works! Georgie talaga kailangan, basically yun na yung sagot sa tanong, okay? Kailangan lang sumama ni Georgie sa kanyang teammates. It works. Kapag hindi siya sumasama, kapag naglo-lurk siya, hindi nakukuha ng DreamFyre yung round.
And alam mo yung pinapatunay na ni Georgie right now is that kahit na-nerf/buff si Reyna, workable pa rin kami. We will work together as a team. Di lang kami aasa sa Reyna namin as of now. But then we have the Algon getting that information. Pero binawian right now ng Hunter's Fury ni Carl. And mukhang nagbigay-pugay para kay Josh to take out Georgie actually. But then na-tradean lang siya ni Vindic. And now Urza will just be reviving once again his teammate. Alagang Urza na naman once again.
Alagang Urza indeed. Na-revive na nga si Georgie. Up and online na ulit ang ating DreamFyre. Pero Urza and Modski. What? How is this team taking the side?
Last round
Hindi na nga
in the
sila
half.
nagpa-plant eh. Nauubos na lang nila yung ArkAngel lang sabay-sabay.
And dun sila ka-confident sa magiging aim battle nila against ArkAngel, Taylor. Talagang hinahabol nila. Kung nasaan ang ArkAngel, dun din kami pupunta. We'll battle you head-on, fist-on. And that's a DreamFyre for you. But then, let's see paano mangyayari later on kapag nag-switch tayo ng sides. But the dangerous thing here is that kung nakuha pa to ng DreamFyre, it's gonna be a long way. But then, Vindic starts with Hunter's Fury in. Wala nga lang siyang makukuha.
Maaga-agang Viper Spit para sa A-side. Siya lang ang natira dito. Gusto niyang pilitin na hindi pumasok sa A-side yung mga players ng DreamFyre. Pero kung titignan mo, ayaw nilang umalis. Dito lang sila. Ayaw namin umalis. Wala kaming pake sa Viper Spit mo.
Kasi meron naman kaming smokes. At meron din naman kaming recon balls.
Ito ang interesting panoorin, Ray. Paano mo papasukin ng isang Viper Spit? The wall is in. Si Johan lang mag-isa sa ating A-side. Parotate pa lang ang ibang members. Pero Johan gets 1 kill. Eman on the other hand gets a double. And now, the Rolling Thunder. With that pain shells, nabawasan ng iba. Lahat concussed na. Wala nang makita. Lahat ng mga players natin. 3 versus 3 situation. Josh is outland. Gets a clear shot. He's gonna go for another one. Very low on HP. 51 HP. The spike hindi pa napaplant. But he has the chance. Ching, kailangan niyang umatras ng kaunti. Kailangan niyang pumuwesto ulit.
Pero
umaalis ba siya? Oh!
Umaalis siya.
No! Magpa-flank siya. Magpa-flank si Ching.
Eh, yan yung opportunity para kay Ching na bumalik. Now, Blast will be planting.
Narinig.
Ay, naku po.
Oh no! Na-outplayed! Dahil sa footsteps, hindi na mag-plant. Well,
Ching.
Giveaway. Parang giveaway na lang. Pero sayang, no? It's supposed to be a sure plant.
But then, sa ArkAngel, okay lang ang 8-4 with the lead coming from DreamFyre sa first half. Wala silang problema dyan. Kasi I'm sure meron pa silang plano, right? Especially ngayon, na makikita natin, is this gonna be most likely a battle sage and a battle omen? Let's see if ano yung magiging output ng ArkAngel ngayon against DreamFyre, knowing that they're gonna be sa attacking side.
Swap is here. Smoke para sa mid natin at sa long B. Gustong mag-A site ng ArkAngel. 4 na rounds ang kailangan nilang habulin. Dapat agad-agad from the moment or the get-go pa lang with the pistol round, makabawi na sila kahit paano ng ilang rounds. Dahil pahirap na ng pahirap ang laban dito. Pahirap na ng pahirap.
Tandaan nyo, these teams are really smart when it comes to utilities. And speaking of blinded, si Georgie, yun ang magiging sagot para makapasok sila kagad. And speaking of, that blind really helped. But then, trades lang ang nangyayari between ArkAngel and DreamFyre. But then, bumagsak na ulit si Georgie sa kamay ni Moski. Isa na lang natitira, that's gonna be Blast. And 1v4 with the ghost in at inaabangan siya in all corners. Kailangan niya pumitas isa-isa. Meron pa nasa likod na, which is gonna be Carl. He's just going through the walls and baka sumakto pa sa kanya right now. Nabawasan na nga siya. Tulusubin na siya kagad ni Johan. But Carl finishes him out sa kanyang likod. Na backstab pa nga. And ArkAngel definitely gets the first round sa second half against DreamFyre.
Gaya ng sabi ko, kung gusto ng ArkAngel na makahabol pa or magkaroon pa ng room for error kahit papano sa mga rounds na meron sila, they should get the first 2 rounds or 3 rounds lalo na sa ating pistol at sunod na half buy, no? Kailangan nila makuha to para madikit lang yung score. Kasi kagaya ng mga matches natin kanina with Oasis Gaming, nahirapan sila makahabol kasi pagdating ng 4 na rounds na lang yung kailangan nilang habulin, hindi nila mapaglapit. Wala nang room for error, kumbaga. Nasa 10th round na, 2 rounds na lang imaginein mo, wala nang room for error. So ito kailangan ng ArkAngel makuha.
Cover going out.
But then ito, yun yung the paranoia in salong mga blinds na nanggagaling. Urza bumagsak na kay Ching. 4 pa rin ang DreamFyre pero nakapagplanta sila. Waiting na lang sila. But uy, mayroong magandang one-top shot coming from Eman. Pero good trade coming from Carl. Speaking of Chick. Ooh, takes out 2 agad sa tube. At isa na lang titira. That's gonna be Georgie. And he doesn't have much left sa kanyang kamay. He only has his back in. Hinihintay lang niya lumabas. Actually, nasa tapat niya. Hinahanap na siya ngayon ng mga
exit frag, kaso walang i-exit. Yun lang.
Kailangan niya magabol. Kailangan siya matuto magabol ngayon.
Kailangan niya lang makakuha ng isang player. Kaso ayaw magpakita. Susunod na lang siya. Tara, alis na tayong lahat. Sama-sama na lang tayo. Narinig na yung baril niya. And now, he's gonna die. Doon sa ating spike, the discipline from ArkAngel na huwag na natin tapatan. Sayang yung meron tayong mga baril. Sayang yung Vandal. Sayang yung ating Spectre. Tago na lang natin.
But looking at sa kanilang buy round, meron ng Phantoms at meron ng Vandals ang DreamFyre versus meron ng ArkAngel. Pero bumili na kagad si Johan with his Vandal together with Ching. So nakapag di nila nagastos, di nakuha bale ng DreamFyre ang ginastos ng ArkAngel. But then 8-6 and the gap keeps on getting closer as we can see yung perfect execution ngayon ng ArkAngel. And speaking of, Georgie wants to go with a very pushy push against ArkAngel pero Ching was able to take him down. 4 na lang para sa DreamFyre at kailangan nila mag-execute carefully and surely against them.
Sova, walang nakita towards B side. Quietly going to A ang team ng ArkAngel. Konti-konti, sinisilip. And the fault line is in. Bubot, nilabas na rin. Pain shells as well. Eman, left to right. Tinitignan niya. Pero Ching gets the kill. And the toxic screen. Wala silang makita sa labas o walang makakapasok. Walang makakasilip. Boatski, nilapag na rin ang kanyang wall. Pero agad-agad na binasag ng team ng DreamFyre. Urza, our battle sage. Oh! Ching! With a flick! A clean headshot, going for the 4th kill, and for the ace! Ching is doing it! 7-8 ang ating score. Nagtikit na ang laban. And ito nga yung sinasabi ko, Ray. Kanina ko pa inuulit sinasabi na this is what ArkAngel needs. Kunin nyo yung first 3 rounds. Kahit pa paano magkakaroon ka ng space for error.
But then, looking at that sa replay natin, how did Ching got that ace 1? Pipitas pa ulit. Pipik pa to si Urza. He will be picking out again as to where Ching is. At he's just holding his angle and getting that good ace against DreamFyre. Alam mo, may tawag ako, triple in. AA ace. Ang galing, diba?
Ang galing!
Ang galing! AA ace.
Big brain! Bright kaayo! Sabi nga nila, di ba? Bright kaayo. Tactical pause mula sa hindi ko alam na team. Pero kailangan mag-usap ng DreamFyre. Sa tingin mo, with the position o yung aggressive play na ginagawa ng ArkAngel dito, anong kailangan ng DreamFyre?
Tingin ko, kasi the fact na lugi sila when it comes to the dalawa lang ang chance nila para makapag-blind na kalaban, that's gonna be here. I think ang kailangan nila focus nila si Georgie on heading on against Ching, which is yung nauuna usually, and entry, bale, sa ArkAngel. Kasi usually si Georgie pinapahuli nila. But then, parang siya blinded out din ng ArkAngel. And yun yung napaka-importante sa games natin. On how you will utilize your flashes, your paranoia against your enemies.
Utilization nga nung kanilang mga utilities. Eman! Nakakita ng isa, pero Ching is on fire. Paranoia goes in.
Naka-sheriffs lang ngayon ang DreamFyre. The toxic screen is gonna be so helpful once again sa parte ng ArkAngel. So wala silang choice kundi push out as to where ngayon ang DreamFyre.
Aftershock! Palayo ng palayo ang mga miyembro ng DreamFyre dito. 4 versus 5. Hablas gets Motski na nagpa-plant lang naman. Anong ginagawa mo dyan? Walang pwedeng mag-plant. The smoke ulit para mula sa Omen. Para lang makapag-plant! Ang ArkAngel! Finally, nakapag-plant na sila. Kailangan umatras mula sa yellow.
But then, low ngayon si Ching. And 4 pa ang buhay sa DreamFyre. But then, just some mga stuns coming in from their bridge. But that's a good high IQ play coming from DreamFyre. Pero di magpapabaya ang ArkAngel sa ginawang wall ngayon. Pinutasak agad nila. At Charles was able to take out Blast. Ang ganda ng wall. Kaso nga lang, they only have sheriffs dito, Taylor. Kaya iba pa rin pag may advantage ang inyong kalaban sa baril.
Despite the aggression na pinakita ng side ng DreamFyre, no? Kita naman natin, while ayaw nilang pag-plantin Ayaw nilang makapag-plant yung ArkAngel dahil alam nila, once na maging post-plant yung sitwasyon, mahihirapan sila na makabuelo. Mahihirapan silang makapatay, makapitas, basically, no? They try their best, but it's just that yung setup ni Johan nung ating toxic screen, tapos lalagyan mo pa ng smoke ng Omen, wala ka nang makita lahat. Alam mo yun?
And remember, tayo na ang scores and wala pang nakuhang point so far ng DreamFyre on the defending side. But speaking of, Vindic was able to take out Josh S. Blinded ngayon si Vindic and Motski takes out 2! Nakuha pa nga na good shot. But syempre, he will be focusing on Josh S. Alagang Motski at 2 na lang natitira para sa DreamFyre. Nakakapag-plant na din si Johan. Grabe daw, but Ching, bubagsak na Urza. Also takes out Motski. 2 pa ang natitira para sa DreamFyre, but Johan nakaabang na lang ngayon. So after sticks Urza in, and Georgie na lang ang nag-isa. At kailangan ng makapitas siguro with the exit frags, pero doesn't have much of a choice left dahil gamit na gamit ang ArkAngel ang ganda ng mga utilities. And speaking of, Josh S picks out Georgie in.
Grabe.
That's it.
Ching on the Omen is so good. Wala akong masabi. Ching, ano yung role ni Ching dati, 'di ba? Hindi ito yung role na Ching na nakikita natin. Hindi ito yung usual. ArkAngel lang pala makapagpabalik sa kanya sa Omen. It's finally here. 19-12 for KDA. Everyone's working. And isa-isa yung mga players ng ArkAngel nagiging online na din. Nakukuha nila yung confidence boost na kailangan nila, yung moral na kailangan nila dahil kanina nga ay naghahabol sila this time around. Sila yung hinahabol.
Take flight.
And the earlier Taylor from a 4 to 8, ngayon 9-8 na in their favor. So napaka I'm really amazed sa ginagawa ng ArkAngel ngayon against DreamFyre. But then we have the ults coming from DreamFyre. Meron showstopper ngayon si Eman. But then may opener na naman sila going into A. And magpa-plant na kagad si Johan and they will just be waiting for that retake coming from DreamFyre. And speaking of, kailangan nilang gawin ang kanilang best para makapush. But then nag-halfway lang sila ngayon at naikutan na kagad sila with Ching and Carl. Eman goes with a good headshot sa kanya Sheriff. But then look at that advantage na meron. The weapon advantage ang meron sila Ching. Ang meron ng ArkAngel gives an upper hand against DreamFyre. Speak up, bumagsak kay Vinland.
Last play remaining.
Prepared na prepared ang ArkAngel. Ginawa nila ang homework nila. Ready sila sa flank na pupunta. Nandoon si Emma nakakuha ng kill. The communication is there. Kompleto lahat. And aside from that, Ching is just popping off. Wala na akong masabi kay Ching. Talagang malakas lang. Wala eh. Yun talaga eh. Nakakakuha siya ng kills eh. Ilan ba kills na kukuha niya? Minimum 2. Imagine that. That's amazing. And with DreamFyre naman, despite the efforts of doing flanks, yung mga effort ng pag-ikot, especially with Georgie kanina, doon sila natatalo sa mga flanks na yan. Minsan hindi nila nakukuha, minsan nakukuha nila. The double-edged sword, ang kailangan nila tapatan, harap-harapan itong ArkAngel.
But then the spike carrier has been killed pero may Viper speed pa. Kaso si Jotas gagana na din ngayon. Rolling Thunder and goes in also with Bliss using his orbital strike. Pero nalikuran ni Johan ngayon si Georgie. Pero natradean lang ngayon si Carl. And isa na lang natira. That's gonna be Ching. Pero Urza finishes him.
Wow! Si Ray, kakasabi ko lang, ginawa na agad nila. Tapatan nyo yung ArkAngel, harap-harapan. That's how it's gonna work. Kumbaga, labanan ng tutok yung mangyayari, di ba? Even though na nakuha si Georgie kanina, napitas siya ni Johan. Paglabas pa lang niya papunta sa snow pile, it doesn't matter. Kasi yung ibang mga teammates, nakikipaglaban dun sa ArkAngel harap-harapan. Nakakakuha sila ng picks, nakakakuha sila ng patay, nakakakuha sila ng kills. Pakunti na pakunti, nakukuha nila yung round.
Slow steps, ika nga for DreamFyre, and at the same time, hindi na sila super heavy relied on Georgie. All of them, they need to step up, diba? Kitang-kita nyo naman, without Urza and Eman moves for their team, that's really a game changer coming from DreamFyre. But Vindic takes out one from ArkAngel. Si Modsky nakuha na kagad. And then, sumunod si Johan sa kamay ni Urza. Tatlo na lang ang natitira sa ArkAngel. But remember, meron pang Hunter's Fury ngayon si Carl that he can use, but Vindic uses right now is Recon Bolt para ma-identify kung nasaan pa ba ang tatlong miyembro ng ArkAngel. Pero ngayon so far, kalat sila ngayon sa mid. Kailangan nilang maging sure sa gagawin nilang step dahil 5 pa itong DreamFyre. Meron pang revive coming from Sage and Showstopper nga na hindi tayo na magamit against ArkAngel. But then slowly but surely nasa yellow na sila, behind yellow na sila, and goes with a paranoia most likely. Pero nasa magandang angle na si Blast, pero Georges naunahan siya sa pagtutok.
Urza with a clear shot, pero bumaba siya sa snow pile. Carl napitas nga. And now, the post plan para sa side ng ArkAngel. Tinamaan ng blast pack sa mukha si Carl. Namatay. 3-2. Isang nasa yellow. The retake coming in. The showstopper goes in. Pero tumama ba? Yes, tumama kay Ching. Josh S on the other hand. Ready naman para sa refrag. That's a blind mula kay Josh S. And a kill mula doon sa nagde-defuse. What is this? ArkAngel. ArkAngel is doing it. Comeback is real para sa kanila. That was an amazing play mula kay Josh S. The flash point is just perfect.
Talagang wala na ding Lear bang gagamitin si Georgie up against him. And he has that ability. Yes, meron pa para to get in against that good clutch. Pero mo, tamang-tama, saktong-sakto. Perfect na perfect ang flash the Joshes against the remaining two ng DreamFyre. Good clutch, and this is gonna be crucial. Remember, naka-sheriff na lang ngayon ang mataga DreamFyre, and if they lose that round, it's gonna be over kasi match point ng ArkAngel. Pero I still believe that they can still work on something with this. Kailangan lang nila maging slowly but surely. Now, Eman. Very confident si Eman talaga with his sheriff, but at the same time, ArkAngel may weapon advantage na naman. And speaking of, nasa ilong na sila. Usually kasi sa bilong talaga nakakapag-set sila ng maayos eh. You have that open areas where you can just definitely use your flashes against your enemies. Yun naman talaga inaabangan eh. Molly, pinevent nila pa magtanim, pero they still have that gap on where they can plant. And speaking of, Modski was able to plant. The chain takes down last. 4 na lang ang nasa DreamFyre. They need to take this round as much as possible. So nag-revive na kagad si Urza, but Modski sees them out in the open.
Vindic on the other hand, nakuha na rin ang pitas mula kay Ching. Modski is popping off with a triple on this round. At naghahanap pa siya ng isa. Mr. Showstopper, anong ginagawa mo sa baba? He goes down, and now, for the ace, lalabas at lalabas ka din. Wala kang choice. That's an ace para kay Modski. A clear round para sa ArkAngel. It's just amazing to see kung gaano sinusuportahan ng players ng ArkAngel ang isa't isa, especially when it comes sa post-plant situation.
And this is what we've been all waiting for. Ito yung iniintahin natin. Kung ano yung magiging plano ng ArkAngel, especially kapag nasa attacking side na sila. And speaking of, look at that ace. Pangalawang ace ng ArkAngel at si Modski naman ang gumawa. Battle Sage ka naman indeed.
It just works kasi yung playstyle ng ArkAngel is aggressive. Now, pag nasa attacker side sila, obviously, kung aggressive ka, ikaw yung kailangan pumunta sa site eh. So yung aggression na yun, gumagana. Kanina, with DreamFyre, yung ginagawa nilang aggression, labanan ng aggression, gumagana. Nakakakuha sila ng maraming pick-offs mula dito sa ArkAngel. Kaso nga lang, ilan ba yung tao na nasa B-side mula sa kanila? Isa? Then kailangan mag-rotate from mid ng dalawang players natin, si Eman, tsaka yung Sage natin, si Urza. So, ang meron lang dito is si Brimstone.
And nakuha sila sa toxic screen actually ni Viper. Kaya parang siguro naniisip, maybe they might go from mid to A. Pero that will be possible. Pero look at that one-way smoke coming from Blast. Takes out two, pero hindi magiging possible dahil makakapag-revive pa nga si Ching. Revive na ulit by Modski, and they still have the opener to go into the B-side. Pero nga lang, nakapag-response ka agad. Eman out sa tube sa angulo ni Josh S. Nakakapag-bad sila. Pero there's a good boost coming from the wall. Takes down Modski 3-3. Pero Josh S. pinabagsak sa Urza. Natrida ni Georgie. Remember, meron pa? Will he go for another one? Yes! He will definitely go for another one.
That's the last orb. Carl! 1 versus 1 situation. Very low on HP. Andiyan na yung recon bolt natin. Pero Georgie nagtago lang. Snowman lang. Relax lang. Ako lang to. Georgie lang this. Secures the kill. Gets the point. And secures the round. 12-10 ang ating score. Match point na para sa ArkAngel. Pakiramdam ko, Ray, nakakaramdam ata ako ng overtime
Sa tingin ko parang nakakaramdam ako ng overtime talaga sa Icebox
Taghirap ngayon ang ating DreamFyre, no? Half buy, broken buy para sa team na ito. We have the Bulldog, some Spectre. Let's see kung paano nila papaganahin to.
But remember, tatlo yung ult ngayon. Napaka-importante, Rolling Thunder together with the Hunter's Fury. Ang ganda ng magiging set ng ArkAngel if naging perfectly executed to.
Nowhere to run!
Hunter's Fury! Iniiwasan na tamaan si Vindic.
At the Ching?
TV mula kay Ching. May nakakita. So, cancel muna tayo. The wall is there. Na kailangan siraan ni Vindic. Habang sinisira niya, ay nakita na rin siya ni Carl. Georgie, naka-empress. Nilabas na nga. And right now, ay nahanap kung sino ba ang susunod. Natatamaan. Rolling Thunder. Hindi siya nakita dito dahil nga pag naka-empress ka, nagiging invisible once na nag-dismiss. And now, Johan and Modski versus Georgie. yung ating star player mula sa DreamFyre. He goes down and finally, ArkAngel secures the round. They win game number 1. Look at this, guys. Yung changes na ginawa ng ArkAngel sa kanilang lineup. With Josh S. na nagpalit ng kanyang role. Dati duelist siya, no? So ngayon, si Josh S. naging Sova na. Tapos nakita natin yung mga players ng ArkAngel, yung aggression, yung aggressive plays na meron sila. At the same time, sa side naman ng DreamFyre, nakita rin naman natin on the first few rounds, di ba, na it just works. Kaso nga lang, tapatan na lang talaga ng dalawang team. Sinong mas magaling? Yun na lang yung problema. Sinong mas magaling tumutok sa dalawang teams na to? Sinong mas magaling mag-setup?
And at the same time, gusto ko lang i-add kung paano din nanalo ang ArkAngel with that great difference between their scores on the first half. Alam niyo kung ano yung naging kinala? Yung pag-set nila ng mga utilities. Look at that toxic screens. Look at that shadows coming from Omen. Yun, very perfect. On point ang meron ng ArkAngel. But at the same time, commended ang DreamFyre remote. 13-10, that's actually a close match between these two.
Especially kay Urza. Urza lang sa kalam, di ba? Yun yung masasabi natin. Alagang Urza, kung pwede pa, gawing hashtag yan. Grabe to sumuporta sa kanyang teammates, especially sa mga duelist natin na si Georgie and yung isa pa nilang duelist na si Eman. Sobrang alaga. Urza is just the best sage out there, guys. Ready to the rescue na agad para sa kanilang teammates. This dalawang teams na to, parehas magaling. And the thing is, sinasabi natin na ArkAngel, sila yung pangalawang team. Pero DreamFyre, kita mo naman, malapit yung score. Humahabol sila. Game number 1 pa lang yan para sa ating best of 3 series. 1-0 na nga ang ating score in favor of ArkAngel. Malalaman natin sa susunod na match kung matatapos na ba ang araw na ito o meron pa tayong third game. Kami ang inyong mga casters, huwag kayong aalis dahil muling magbabalik ang VCTPH. See you right there.
Dear Mother, light of the home. Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow? May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
dance together. We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me, I promise
To make it up to you. And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child. I love you, Dad. Mimi.
Please, babe. Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng MyFi ko.
Ubus na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found!
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
guys! At nagbabalik ulit kayo dito sa week 3 ng Valorant Challengers Tour presented to us by PPGL. At kami ang yung shoutcasters. I am Rady and I'm with Taylor.
Hello sa inyong lahat. Kanina Eliza ako, ngayon Taylor na ulit, no? Ewan ko ba sa mga co-casters ko, bakit trip na trip nila akong tawagin sa lahat ng pangalan ko na hindi ko ginagamit sa live stream. pag nag-host kasi ako, Eliza Taylor.
Pag nagka-cast ka, Taylor.
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 Oo.
Kasi diba,
pag magkakausap tayong magkakaibigan, Taylor.
Marami siyang pangalan, guys.
Minsan nagiging Robbie din ako, guys. Hindi nyo alam yun, no?
Minsan, ano tawag niyo sa kanya, diba, Julia Montes.
Visit na yan. Scarlett Johansson pa nga. Pero mga Scarlett Johansson. Anyway, guys, welcome back sa VCT. Sabi nga ni Ray Ray, syempre, presented sa atin to ng PPGL, organized by Mineski Philippines and Globe. And right now, it's a 1-0 in favor of ArkAngel.
In favor of ArkAngel. But alam mo, Taylor, isa to sa mga cast na sobrang natuwa ako. Alam mo kung bakit? Both of these teams, nakita ko sila kung gaano sila nag-grow from week 2 and now nandito na sila sa week 3. Ay, sa week 1, yes. From week 1 to week 2. And they are now here at week 3. Napakalaki ng pagbabago ng mga teams na to. And it was a fun match. Even though if ArkAngel, syempre, they won against DreamFyre, nakita ko din yung napakalaking potential sa DreamFyre talaga on taking that sa Icebox.
Meron akong nakausap ko yung mga co-casters natin. Syempre, every after matches, guys, kwento ko lang, no? Share ko lang sa inyo na every after matches, nag-gather kami. Parang, anong nangyari? Ganyan. Anong nangyari dito? Maririnig lang yung mga thoughts ng isa't isa. Well, according nga sa mga naipon nating ebidensya, na ang DreamFyre, kinulang lang sa setup, kumbaga. Kung ano yung setup na meron ng ArkAngel, especially pag sa nagpa-plant sila, 'di ba? Yung lahat ng smoke, yung post-plant, perfect talaga lahat. Yun ang wala ang DreamFyre pa right now. That's right now, 'di ba? Along the way, along the years, or along the months na meron tayong VCT, ano yung potential na kayang idala ng DreamFyre sa lamesa ng VCT?
And that's really something. I mean, marami pang tournaments upcoming. This is gonna be a really long tournament sa mga teams ngayon. Kaya sa mga teams, aspiring teams dyan, I think baka yun na din ang next, di ba? Makakapunta towards Masters. But at the same time, focus tayo sa DreamFyre against ArkAngel. And look at how they're really doing their best against yung mga meron silang strats ngayon. And now, going into Bind, alam naman natin na parang Ascent din to eh. Everyone's familiar with Bind.
Sabi nga nila sa panel, yung Icebox daw yung bagong Ascent. Dati kasi laging first pick, Ascent. First pick, Ascent. Ngayon, nagiging Icebox na. Diba? So, this time around, yung Bind na lang yung nagiging deciding map. Hindi na siya nagiging parang second choice. No? Pero, anyway, guys, back to the game. We have ArkAngel. Si Ching, hindi na siya mag-o-omen this time. Ilalabas niya na yung Jet, Modski, on the other hand, with the Cypher.
Okay.
Josh S. magtutuwilis na ulit. At si Carl back to the Sova.
And looking at DreamFyre, Georgie with Jet, Urza with Brimstone, Blast with Killjoy, Eman with Breach, and Vindic with Sova. This is definitely nakakapanibago sa akin.
Nakakita ko yung itsura ko sa screen.
Nakakapanibago para sa amin, especially with both of these teams. Talagang, usually, kung ano yung kaya naming agent, kung duelist lang kami, duelist kami. Pero ngayon, they're actually spreading all over. Ibig sabihin nun, parang kung kaya nila mag-duelist dati, kailangan maging expandable na tayo. Kaya na din natin ngayon mag-controller, kaya na din natin ngayon
Flexible.
Flexible, yun
flexible.
yung word. Hinahanap ko kanina.
Tumatumbling na sila, guys. Dati, duelist lang. Ngayon, tumatumbling na hanggang smoker. Dumarating na rin hanggang sa mga flash natin, di ba? Nagiging flexible and kailangan yun ng mga teams natin talaga. Especially yung mga key players ng isang team. Especially like ArkAngel. Anyway, going into this, Bind ang ating mapa, defense ang una para sa DreamFyre. Itong mapa na to ay pinili ng ArkAngel. So, ibig sabihin yung Icebox kanina, pinili yon ng DreamFyre. Natalo sila. Ano kaya mangyari this time?
Especially ArkAngel ang pumili nito. Nag-expect ba tayo ng clean 2-0? Or maybe magkakaroon tayo ng tiebreaker? And here it is. Ang ArkAngel ay once again mapupunta sa attacking side while defending side naman ay magiging DreamFyre.
On to the pistol round. We have the first round of our second game. Karoon ng boombot action towards hookah pero hindi naman tinuloy at babalik lang sila para pumunta sa ating A short. Meron na ring nasa showers but ready ang turret ng kill. Smoke para kay Half-Blast. Nandiyan na rin yung Aldrone. Pumasok na at nag-dash in yung jet natin. Ching!
Bomb grenade killed my bot.
Identify na din kung nasaan sila, but then pumusha sila and now Ching was able to take out the duelist also of DreamFyre, si Georgie. At ngayon, itong napaka-importante, you hold the U-wall or the lamps. And speaking of, may mga trades lang na pangyayari pero tatlo na lang ang natitira para sa DreamFyre and they see it out in the open. Johan takes down Urza. Bumalik na si Johan sa pagiging Omen. At isa na lang natitira, si Emma na lang nasa tower pero talagang kinosfire na siya ni Josh S. and Carl. And this round goes to ArkAngel. Very, ano pa naman guys, first round pa lang, sabi ko nga, wala pa ganong nangyayari during the first 3 to 5 rounds. It's just the matter ng magbabay sila, they will just win those rounds. Ang kailangan nyo talaga tignan is kapag nasa round 8 na tayo or round 9 during the first half. But then, great start for ArkAngel. Kita nyo naman yung mga nagbabalik na ine-expect nyong gagamitin nilang agent. A well-defined lineup for the both of the teams.
Scanning ahead.
Recon to Recon ng Vindic. Alam niya na merong tao sa long B. Nandiyan na rin yung paranoia. Ginamit na din. So, nakabang dito ang ating Sova. He gets a tag pero hindi niya matamaan si Ching. Half-Blast gets a kill and Johan getting the refrag. Pasok na naman ang ArkAngel sa ating side. From A kanina, ngayon B side naman ang pupuntahan nila. The post plant coming in with the Stinger or rather Spectre na gamit nilang barrel. We expect na kaya nilang matapatan itong natitirang dalawang players. Aldron, nakita yung dalawa. Now they know, they have the info. Nagsasalitan-salitan pa sila. Walang choice dito si Georgie kundi lumabas. And with the shorty, I don't think na makakapatay pa siya dito. Maliban na lang!
Okay, we have that advantage talaga ng ArkAngel upon their hands. Nakabili na mga Spectres. And looking at that, nakabili na din ngayon ang DreamFyre ng kanilang mga Phantoms and Vandals against ArkAngel. So definitely, kailangan na lang to make the most out of this round. Dahil kapag nakuha to ng ArkAngel, kailangan na naman nila mag-eco save and then bibili na naman sila and it goes on.
At your
pero
command, Brimstone.
Still too early to say that sino bang mas lamang na team. Sobrang ganda ng pinapakita nila sa Vine. But Vindic, may lineup ngayon ng napakahabang Recon Bolt tries to see if meron siyang makikitaan. Wala. Dahil nakapag-Aldron ngayon si Carl pero na half inch now with that Molly Patching. They were able to take out Urza.
Deploying drone.
Drone mula kay Vindic para lang mas patan kung meron bang mga kalaban na nasa paligid. Nakakita siya ng isa towards showers. Although ArkAngel prepared para sa refrag at the retakes mula naman sa side ng DreamFyre. And nangyayari na, Georgie getting some kills and the Vandal. Hindi tinuloy yung pagplant. Inantay mo wala ang Cyber Game. But there's a new one! Monski securing the kill. Fake planting pa ulit-ulit. Pero Vindic finally gets the tag at natapos ang laban dyan sa round na yan. 2-1 ang ating score. ArkAngel still in favor. Interesting to see na isa sa mga paraan talaga na makalaban mo ang ArkAngel or magkaroon ka ng chance is harapin sila, bakbakan. Kesa yung isa-isa kayong napipitas.
And alam naman natin na DreamFyre has really a good... talagang alam naman kung gano'ng ka-responsive yung mga aims ng ng team na to ay very unexpected, unpredictable rather team na meron tayo ngayon. And now, they want to push over here at Showers. Pero si Johan nakaabang sa kanila. Kailangan niya mag-reload. Baka siya makuha. Nakakuha mo na sila ngayon ng orb para pandagdag sa kanilang ults. Look at that. Meron na ngayong si Georgie na kuha na ng kanyang Bladestorm at nakita out in the open si Carl. Nalikuran ni Georgie. At 4 na lang ang natitira para sa ArkAngel. Pero si Georgie, look at that. Talagang magpa-flank siya. He will continue to push. Malamang kapag nawala ni smoke, pupush na si Georgie on short. But Josh S, kailangan niya makakuha dito ng good entry point. And speaking of, anong tinitignan mo dyan? How blast! Kitang-kita kita. Pero Eman was able to trade out his teammate.
A good entry nga mula kay Josh S. But the trade mula kay Eman at nakita pa na nag-TP si Johan sa harap and very low on HP. Modeski, Eman with a triple kill on this round. Ching na lang ang naiwan. Nakita niya na rin with the Bladestorm off and online. Gamit-gamit na. This is a Jet versus Jet. Sino ang unang makakapatay sa sino? Georgie versus Ching. The Jet diff. Sino ang mas magaling? Hindi na nila malaman kung saan sila pupunta. Kailangan makapag-plant ni Ching. 15 seconds remaining. And ayaw siyang payagan ni Georgie dito. 58 HP.
10 seconds.
He needs to go back. O kung ano ba na gusto niyang gawin. It's just a matter of playing the game. Out freaking played.
And look at that. Sobrang funny. Sana makita natin yan kung paano nilaro ng dalawang
The mechanics of Jet 101.
Ayun na, tutorial. Look at that. Okay, si Georgie. Tapos nilaro ni Ching nag-cloud burst. Talagang,
may Bladestorm pa. Isipin mo nag-Bladestorm pa silang dalawa.
And now, just look at how these two talaga are really committed when it comes sa paggagamit ng Jet. Hindi namin masyado hitters. We played slowly but surely. Great plays coming from Ching together with Georgie. But now, talagang nakakapag-info lang sila as to where ang kanilang kalaban. You have that good stun coming from Eman and a flash. Pero tatlo ang nakatingin sa'yo. Babak ako dito, nakakatakot. Now, Josh S with his paint shells. Makakuha ba siya? Wala. Nabawasan lang niya.
Josh S with the Sheriff. Atras na muna. Regroup muna para sa ArkAngel. Pero bawas na ang dalawang players ng DreamFyre. Very low on HP yung killjoy nila. Pati na rin yung breach.
But then, ito mga kailangan, they need to make the most out of it para sa DreamFyre. Naka-phantom sila, naka-operator na din. Kailangan di sila dito magpapatalo. Pero look at that, may sheriff na din ngayon. Sheriff lang ngayon. And Ching has his marshal in, but is currently stunned. Talagang ginagawa dito ng DreamFyre. Hindi nila hinahayaang makapag-ulti.
May ulti si Carl.
30 seconds
Ito
left.
na yung Hunter's Fury natin na towards the city side. Pero walang tinatamaan dahil nawala na yung Aldrone right before. But Georgie misses the shot. And the one-tap mula kay Modeski. Erza on the other hand para naman sa ating B-side. Nakakuha na siya ng frag. Josh S now planting. 10 seconds remaining para sa kanila. The Concuss is there. And the Rolling Thunder. Carl with a shock dart. Killing one person. Modeski on the other hand. Tagging another one. It's just a clean round para sa ArkAngel. What a play!
Knowing that they only have mga sheriffs, knowing na meron na sila mga stinger out, look at how well executed it is. Hindi porket 50, hindi porket tag-half pile lang tayo, hindi porket na-sheriff lang tayo, di na natin papanalo to. Kailangan natin to go slowly but surely at the same time natin gamitin yung mga utilities natin ng maayos. And the fact that Carl was able to put out yung kanya mga shock darts. Imagine, took out Vindic tapos at the same time kanyang recon bolt. This is really amazing coming from ArkAngel. A good execution coming from this team.
Georgie with the Bucky. Habang yung isa naman, which is si Erza, ang ating tagapangangalaga, ay sa tingin ko magkakaroon ng technical pause dito in just a few moments.
Okay.
Actually, right now, naka-technical pause na, no? So, if hindi bibili si Erza dito ng kahit anong baril, siya ang mag-iipon para kay Georgie para sa operator. Kung sakali, gusto niya mag-operator. Pero knowing na defending side nila, Ayun ang siguro ay yun ang plano.
Naagaw pa nga yung operator ni Georgie sa one-tap sheriff.
Sayang.
Sayang yun.
Nag-miss yung shot. Siguro nakatingin siya sa minimap. Hindi ko alam kung bakit
Caution
ganun
here.
katagal
Caution
yung
here.
tinake na malaman niya or mapansin niya na may kalaban na sa harap niya.
There.
This teams na naglalaro ngayon, DreamFyre versus ArkAngel. Sa mga kaka-tune in lang guys, paalala ko na meron tayong 1,500 plus VALORANT points giveaway. Sa tingin ko, nakapin sa comment section ng ating Facebook Live kung paano manalo. Kung hindi man nakapin, i-check nyo lang yung PPGL Facebook page para malaman nyo kung paano yung mechanics para makasali sa ating giveaway. And I think kasama doon ay ang paggawa ng TikTok. Agad-agad na napitas si Eman by Ching.
And talagang Ching, look at that. Very on-point shots coming from it. But at the same time, the Sheriffs, knowing DreamFyre has a crazy amount ng aim din ang meron ng team na to. I'm sure they have this potential. But then, Vic, babagsak kayo, Han. Tatlo na lang ang natitira sa kanila. Slowly but surely, we still have 3 members left para sa DreamFyre, pero pinush na siya ngayon ni Modsky. Dalawa na ang kumit kay Howblast. Dalawa na lang. Bali, isa na lang natitira. That's gonna be Georgie with his bucky in. Okay, pero tinapos ni Shing si Georgie with his operator and leading na ang ArkAngel against DreamFyre.
Baki ba naman, tapatan mo ng operator sa malayo. Lugi ka talaga. Pero kung iisipin mo, kung yung operator, tatapatan mo ng Baki sa sobrang lapit, lugi si Shing.
Yung sheriff nga ni Modsky, nakakuha si Georgie.
Naagaw pa.
Naagaw pa, yun nga eh. Hanggang ngayon, nasa kanya pa rin.
Op na, naging bato pa.
And really, these two teams, nararamdaman ko yung how amazing they are. And at the same time, yung kailangan mo is to have fun, di ba, while playing. At syempre, seryoso ka, pero yun ang kailangan mo gawin eh. Not only really competitiveness, pero yung you need to have that sense of joy while playing VALORANT. Ngayon, Ching, ganda ng ball ni Ching ngayon.
Parang minsan di ko nararamdaman yan pag naglalaro ko ng Valo. Parang minsan nasa-stress ako
Ako din, 5% lang yung kasiyahan ko. Kasi
parang platinum lang ako, pero yung mga kalaban ko parang immortal to Di ba? Mas-stress ka. Hindi ko nararamdaman yung joy.
Mga 5% lang.
Anong joy sinasabi mo? Ang alam ko lang, yung pagsabot sa... Anyway, moving forward sa ating game, sa ating match, kinuha na yung orb. Alam nila na merong showstopper in! Para lang kay Urza. Para lang mamatay si Urza. Josh S gets a kill. And the Hunter's Fury. Wala nagawa ang Hunter's Fury. Napatay agad ni Johan. Although, nakakuha ng refrags dito ang DreamFyre. Isa na lang ang natitira. It's all up to Georgie. He sees one, but Ching just secures the kill. Unfortunately for Georgie, it's not enough.
Wala lang mag-isa and it's quite hard if that happens. Ngayon, ArkAngel leading by 3 rounds against DreamFyre. And ang DreamFyre, ganun parate, same process ang nangyayari. They gonna be echoing, gagastos sila, then echo once again. Pero alam mo kung ano nga nakikita ko dito. Ito, DreamFyre, I'm sure na merong round na mananalo sila ng thrifty against ArkAngel. Inaabangan ko yun. They just need to be slowly.
Ito, hula ko, makaka-triple kill ang isa sa mga players ng DreamFyre. The refrag is there, agad-agad. Hindi natatamaan ni Eman. Hindi tumatama yung shot. And Carl gets a double.
Dalawa na lang natin.
Pagdesisyonan na lang nila na pumush sa bilong.
Siguro dahil naka-sheriff lang sila, gusto nila
Hindi ba sayang?
Yun nga.
Kung iisipin natin guys, parang sayang. Sayang yung sheriff. 800 din yan.
Spike planted.
And we know na kapag ikaw ay naka-headshot, kung sobrang tutok na tutok ka naman at balong-balo ka, sheriff is such an amazing gun to have.
Pero si Howblast na lang ang natitira. At top guy, pinagsabay na siya ni Josh S. Together with Carl. And again, leading ang ArkAngel. But then, inintay ko lang masira lang ng DreamFyre ang momentum ng ArkAngel. It goes upon their favor. But then right now, ArkAngel, lalo na sa bind, we've seen a lot ng matches ng ArkAngel against other teams na malalakas. So, they actually took out also kalaban na si Bren dito together with Hashira and other known teams. So they really need to work well sa buy and top, especially na ito yung pick nila, di ba?
And aside from that, attacker side to ng ArkAngel. This is a defender side map.
But Georgie takes out Josh S. Wala na silang isa nga sa mga duelist nila at 30 HP na lang si Ching. But Vindic tries to take out. Uy, makakita siya with his angle. Very smart. Good information. So alam na lang ni Urza, i-hold na lang niya to. Ihintayin na lang niya pumunta action.
Paano kung napag-desisyonan niya sa buhay niya na gusto ko mag-orbital strike dito ngayon na? Oh, the right click, the dash out, it didn't work out for Georgie. Johan, on the other hand, nakakuha ng 2 kills and the smoke para sa ating bats. Lipat na tayo, guys. Punta na tayo sa ating teleporter at pumunta ng B.
And the quick response calling sa ArkAngel. Kaso may tatlo pa, may orbital strike pa, may lockdown pa, pero tinahapos na kagad ni Johan si Vindic out there at the B-holes. Ngayon, magsiset na lang sila ng traps. Mahihirapan nata nila ang pag...
Mahirap talaga. Mahihirapan talaga pumasok ang DreamFyre. Parang 6 yung kalaban nila dito, Ray. Or parang 4. Kung 3 man sila. Dahil may camera pa, may traps pa. Paano ka papasok?
And wala siya na lang mag-isa, pero most likely, hihintay na lang siyang lumabas ng mga taga-ArkAngel. May small mahirap pang cage. Talagang tinatrap in siya ng ArkAngel. And now Ching finishes that round 7-2. And really, DreamFyre, ano kaya ang magiging plano ng team na to? We need na mag-pop out din talaga si Blast together with Vindic. And lalo na si Urza. Kanina with the previous round, kita naman natin yung battle siege by Urza. But right now, kailangan talaga mag-pop off ni Georgie together with Eman. Sila talaga yung key players dito, knowing na isa lang ang kanilang duelist.
The thing with DreamFyre, kung iisipin nyo, sa kahit anong team, hindi ka pwedeng mag-rely sa iisang tao lang. Kailangan lahat kayo gumagana. Para kayong cog sa isang machine. Kailangan gumagana lahat. Hindi pwedeng si Georgie lang ang gagawa ng lahat. Hindi pwedeng mag-isa lang. Now, with How Blast. Dahil sa sheriff na yan, nakakuha siya ng 2 kill. Nakapitas siya.
Johan, inaabangan. Magiging audition ba to?
Isa-isa.
Hindi papayagan ni Georgie na may mag-audition. But then, 2v2. At remember, planted. So, meron pa ngayong Hunter's Fury si Carl na pwede nang gamitin against them. Now, tayo na lang. Wala na si Georgie. Isa na lang kailangan na maging pag-asa, and that's gonna be Vindic. Pero time is running. And now 1v1. Sova versus Sova. But then Carl takes him out. 8-2. ArkAngel.
Nakita ko na to, Ray. Nakita ko na to sa game 1 eh. Pero isipin mo naka-comeback yung ArkAngel. Paano naman ang DreamFyre? I think once na mag-swap, do you think na once na mag-swap tong ating sides, possibility na makahabol sila? Kung iisipin mo, sinabi ko rin naman kanina, na pabor sa ArkAngel ang attacker side dahil nga sa aggression na meron ng team na ito. On the defender side, which is mamaya, ganun din ba?
Let's see. Especially kapag si Georgia ang nag-entry together with Eman, di ba? And at the same time, looking at that, nakakuha nga lang ng information ngayon si Carl. May makakuha kaya siya? Wala din siyang nabawasan at all. And maybe it was a too early Hunter's Fury. Siguro gusto nila i-take out yung mga nagiging aggressive sa bats. Kaya na kinamit ka agad ang kanyang Hunter's Fury. Pero alam mo kung anong magiging advantage dito ng DreamFyre is that kapag kahit 8-4 lang eh, kaya pa nila eh. Especially alam naman sila how workable they are sa attacking side din.
ArkAngel ay isang team na attacker side talaga ang isa sa mga lakas nila, no? Yung strengths ng team na ito is the aggressive plays na kaya nilang gawin. Lalo na doon sa mga tutok na meron sila. Now as we look into how the team will play. Nakakita si Georgie. Josh S. na ating duelist ay wala dito. Houndblast on the other hand, napatay na rin si Ching. Refrag kung refrag mula sa magkabilang team. 2 versus 2 situation. Ang labanan, pinulot na rin ang ating spike. And now, the spike will be planted. Pero the recon bomb.
Pero di nila ginamit na nila sabay ang kanilang ult. Blinded ngayon si Johan. And that actually buys time. Pero naka-out pa ngayon. Pero they only have 7 left. Pero Carl nag-commit out here. Fast moves by him. Great recovery yun in a way na talagang sinacrifice na si Johan para makapunta ka agad ng B-side. Very great response. Pero out in the open na si Carl kay Emma.
Malayo-layo.
At nagde-defuse sila kagad. Nakakalati pa. Ay, kita-kita niya.
Oh, the cancel.
Nabitawan pa.
Na-cancel. Na-clutch pa nga. Johan takes the kill. Hindi pa na-defuse. Sabay pa silang nakatingin doon. Tinitigan si Johan sa buka, sa mata. Oh my God, seryoso.
Na-picturean sila ni Johan. Nag-audition pa sila. Kitang-kita nyo how it declutch that. Okay na eh. Nasimulan na ni Emma na took out Carl kahit nakapag-plant. Pero di pa niya tinuloy-tuloy. At yun na nga, nakapag-audition na isa. Then,
imagine, if ginamit niya yung recon bolt doon sa hookah, papasukin ba agad? Papatayin yung ano, at least alam nila kung nasan. Kaso hindi nila ginamit yung recon bolt towards hookah. That's what happened. A mistake has been made, but still fighting ang ating DreamFyre. Houseblast gets a kill kahit na naparanoia siya, pero nakuha rin siya ni Josh. S dito, Neurodet, ginamit na. And another kill, nope. Vindic gets one. They go down. Isa-isang nauubos ang member ng DreamFyre dito. Isa-isa silang namamatay. ArkAngel doing a landslide para sa side ng DreamFyre. 10-2 ang ating score. And yung ating Easter egg na may bago tayong agent. Guys, it's out already.
Look at that. Ina-expect ko after 2 weeks, most likely, may kita na natin sa competitive scene ang si Astra. Na nung ginamit ko ay sa spike rush na hindi ko bakit ganon.
Buti nga nakakapaglaro ka no? Busy tayo guys, busy tayo.
Busy kami, busy kaming nanonood ng mga matches nyo. Yes, talagang
trabaho lang.
Trabaho.
Hindi ka nakakapag-Valorant dahil sa Valorant. Yun lang yung sagot sa tanong nyo. Early out drone.
Pero nabit ng Aldo. Si Modesky into looking into that. Sinabayan na ni Georgie. Johan goes to the paranoia in. And remember, if this goes well sa kamay ng DreamFyre, makakabawi sila with that 8-round defeat. That's speaking of Georgie. Takes out Johan. And takes out Carl. Mais pa kaya? Lumipat pa sila. Pero di niya pinabayaan ni John S. Yung ace pa yan. And Georgie goes to his hands. Dalawa na lang natitira. But Ching takes out
no! Hindi nagko-connect yung shots ni Ching doon. 1 versus 3. Josh S na lang natitira. Going for a clutch. 30 HP. Kaya niya bang gawin? Merong turret. And ayaw lumabas ng lahat ng tao. Alam nilang may pake yung turret na to. Hahayaan nilang mabarel. Isipin mo, 2 shots lang ng turret. He's dead. Sasabayan lang nilang pumik. That's it. Para kay Josh S. First round ng ating pistol ay napunta or ating second half ay napunta sa side ng DreamFyre.
And a great start for them. I mean, magiging long journey to. Biruin mo, 7-round difference between these teams. Pero once na itong DreamFyre nakakuha ng perfect momentum, unstoppable talaga sila. And speaking of nag-start na nga, imagine, 3 pa ang natitira kanina para sa kanila. Kaya pwedeng makapaghintay. Just slowly but surely sa part na DreamFyre going up against ArkAngel. Si Vindic, makakita na naman. So taking good report as to where they are. Dadaanan kayo ng agron ko. But Georgie with a Spectre in takes out Modesky kaagad sa lamps. Baki, mag-ingat ka Georgie. Umalis ka dyan. Dahil puro Baki yan. Good hold ng Molly coming in from Urza. 3 pa ang meron from ArkAngel with the frenzies in coming from them.
DreamFyre, 5 pa sila with the plant. ArkAngel, paano nila iti-take to? Meron pang mga ibang... Uy!
One enemy remaining.
A good crossfire mula sa DreamFyre. Well, obviously... Uy!
Nakailag na ako isa pa. Okay, spotted na siya. Nasa 8 tower ka lang. Pero with a 5 HP in, pagsasabayan na siya most likely. And looking at that, okay, sinashock dart siya. And nabendik. Takes out Carl in a flawless round. Goes to DreamFyre.
No choice para sa player natin kay Carl. This time around, guys, buy round na tayo. So, that means bibili na yung mga players natin ng kani-kanilang mga baril. Although with ArkAngel, half armor muna ang meron sila dito.
And talagang nag-all-in sila kahit wala na matitirang credits sa kanilang pockets right now. I mean, alam naman nila kasi may round advantage naman sila, so they don't have anything to worry about. Good lineup. Alam nila na merong isa coming from the garden. Then Georgie, kamunti ka na makuha kagad ng paint shells. Pero ginagamit talaga ng ArkAngel ang lahat ng kailangan na gamitin na utilities para lang ma-prevent ang pag-plant ng DreamFyre against them.
Ready na nga yung ating flashpoint mula kay Eman at gusto na nilang pasukin itong ating B-side. Pero Ching! And Josh S! Ching and Josh S connection para sa ating hukay. Isa-isa silang pumasok pero hindi sila makakakita dahil isa-isa silang nauluhan or na-headshot ni Josh S at ni Ching. Yun lang talaga yung connection na hinahanap ng ArkAngel kung magsasabay-sabay sila sa huka. Yung dalawang duelist natin, kita mo naman yung kill feed natin, umilaw, parang Pasko. Sunod-sunod
ang ginawa nila. And speaking of, alam mo, habang nagkakas ka ng connection ni Georges at ni Ching, alam mo, meron na ako naisip na nickname sa kanilang dalawa. Jing S. Yes!
Wow!
Jing S connection. Dahil nga itong dalawang song pa natin. Duelist.
Ching.
Jing S.
Joshing. Uy, nilabas na yung Blade Storm natin. Ang tanong, nakita siya ng Aldro, 20 HP na lang agad-agad. Paano papaganahin ni Ching to? The right click is there. Walang tinamaan dahil sa flash na yan. And DreamFyre, they wanna go in! All in na para sa team ng DreamFyre. May mga baril na. Blade Storm is up para kay Georgie. Naghahanap ng kalaban. Nakapag-setup na rin ang anti-flank.
Then, waiting na lang sila. 5 pa sila ngayon. Taking out against 2, pero that showstopper mukhang hindi na gagamitin pa ni Joshes. Oh! Sumakto pa! Pero tinahapos ka agad ni Georgie coming from New York. Takes Joshes down. And it's gonna be 11-5. Marami pang kailangang gagawin ang DreamFyre. Pero once that there's hope, talagang ito yung gagamitin na lang advantage against ArkAngel.
ArkAngel going sa ating mga buy ay bibili sila ng kanilang Vandal at Phantom at para kay Modesky ay siya ay mag-pistol nga o yung ating Ghost.
Time for a field test.
Okay pa naman eh. Okay pa maging lucrative sa gastusin pagdating sa ating match na ito dahil may mga rounds pa. Ito yung mga rounds na pwede ka pang magkamali. Mahaba-haba pa yung hahabulin ng DreamFyre. So kung...
Josh S talagang all-in sa paggamit ng utilities para lang hindi makapag-push. Kasi alam mo, yun yung nagiging problema ng ArkAngel eh. Pag nakapush ka agad ang DreamFyre sa short, especially sa U-Haul, may U-Haul control na sila, that's it. Makakapag-plant ka sila, but no, Johan secures how bliss. At 4 na lang ang manggagaling sa DreamFyre.
Modesky dito. Parang naamoy niya, something's fishy. Ayoko na. Atras na lang ako.
Pero si Georgie ngayon, going up against the 2 duelists ang
Here,
Jing S. Pero kita niya si Jing. Oh! Takes him out. Sa itaas kaagad ng tube in. Pero sabay-sabay na silang pumush. And speaking of, nakapag-fade sila ngayon ng path. Nakapag-fade lang ngayon si Eman with his teammates. At isa na lang natitira. That's gonna be Modesky. Opportunity for them to plant already. Most likely.
30 seconds left.
At Especially naka-ghost lang ngayon si Modesky. Talagang may advantage right now ang DreamFyre against them. But Modesky still, there's a hope for him. Naka-ghost naman siya. Just a good headshot will be perfect para sa kanya. But then the time is running at kailangan na talagang gawin lahat para makuha itong round na to at magiging match point na. But now, just slowly but surely, Modesky. Pero, kinuhaan kagad siya ng Cloudburst right now upon him. Hihintay lang siya. Nasaan ka na, Modesky? Sabi ng DreamFyre, huwag kailan ka magpapakita. Talagang most likely makukuha na to ng DreamFyre. Doesn't have that much left. Magsisave na lang siya ngayon ng Vandal. And that's it. 11-6 ang score natin right now in favor of ArkAngel.
ArkAngel, nahayaan lang nila na sige, for this round, for a few rounds, magpo-full buy ako, itatry hard ko na baka sakali makuha na natin yung round. Pero nakukuha na ng DreamFyre yung kanilang momentum. Yung momentum na inaantay nila, ito na yun eh. Para maka-comeback at para mahabol yung 11 rounds ng ArkAngel. But a save finally. This is a save para sa ArkAngel.
Like that, talagang kailangan na naman Johan. Kino-commit ang boost niya ngayon sa short. Kailangan niya mag-abang. Pero, masastun siya right now. But still, dito lang ako. Matatag lang ako. Unstoppable ako sa posisyon ko ngayon.
Johan, bumagsak pa. Nabawasan pa nga siya ng HP now with 45. Merong Hunter's Fury ang DreamFyre. Very slow play mula sa mga teams natin on both sides. The aggression from ArkAngel. Gusto nilang forward. Even with an eco round.
But then, bigil out na si Johan. Anong plano kaya ng DreamFyre?
Bibiglain nila. Gusto nilang biglain. Once na nilapag ng smoke, papasok na kami. Isa-isa na nga. Pero tripwire is there. Makikita ni Johan. Ayan na yung ating Hunter's Fury. Si Carl may tinamaan. Isa. Going for another one. And right now, Georgie naghahanap pa ng natitirang players for ArkAngel. 2 versus 3 situation. Up pa ang ating Hunter's Fury mula kay Vindic para sa ating post plan. Isa na lang ang natitira for ArkAngel. Just do note na itong round na ito is an eco round para sa side nila.
But then, great opener coming from DreamFyre. Pero mo ngayon, ano na sila, meron silang something na gusto nila ipakita sa bind. Speaking of, binigla nga talaga nila ArkAngel. And hinahanap na lang nila si Carl right now. We have Georgie coming in. Uy, natama pa siya na shock dart. Pero bailing out na sila most likely. Alis na kami. Bye-bye. Sayonara. And this round once again goes to DreamFyre. And remember guys, wala pang match point. Wala pang 13 ang score ng ArkAngel. And the gap keeps on getting closer and closer.
7-11. Parang ano lang. Kalaban ng mini-stop. 7-11 ang ating score this time around, Ray. Complete buy na tayo mula sa ating mga players and from ArkAngel. Importante ang round na ito para malaman natin kung makakahabol ba indefinitely ang ating DreamFyre. O kaya naman, magtutuloy-tuloy ito papunta sa ating match point.
But then, the Recon Bolt has been destroyed. At ngayon, co-commit talaga ng DreamFyre to going here sa B-site. Remember, meron tayong Rolling Thunder together with the Hunter's Fury that they can use bilang opener for them to plant the spike. And speaking of, we already have Georgie in, taking on the first move. Si Modesky, may camera. Kita! Nakaboost ka pala dyan. Hihintayin kita right now. But then, ginamit na ngayon ang ulti killjoy. And Georgie takes out Ching. Kitang-kita niya sa anggulo niyan. Dito na lang ngayon si Carl. Medyo di nabawasan at all with the nano swarm in. At planting na si Vindic. At hihintayin na lang nila to. Pero nagpaka-aggressive na kagad si Eman. At nabawasan na sa isang bumagsak ang Archangel. And a flawless round is executed by DreamFyre against Archangel.
Oh no! Unti-unti nang nahahabol, unti-unti nang nakaka-comeback ang DreamFyre sa match na ito. The momentum, nakuha nila all throughout the past 4 rounds. Importante yan para sa team. Now with the tactical pause, kailangan mag-regroup ng Archangel. Kaya kailangan nila mag-isip, reset the mind, ano yung ginagawa ng DreamFyre? Basa na ba natin sila? Nababasa ba natin sila? O kailangan pa natin silang basahin? Yun yung kailangan nilang malaman as of the moment with this tactical pause. What's the plan? What's the P? What's the P?
And pero remember Taylor, lockdown lang ang nagamit kanina ng DreamFyre. Ngayon, meron pa rin silang Rolling Thunder together with Hunter's Fury. But at the same time, 11 na ang score ng Archangel. Just one mistake coming from DreamFyre. The little mistake na mangyayari later on, yun yung something na masisira ang momentum nila, and then Archangel takes over with the match point. But then, as the gap, sabi ko nga, keeps on getting closer, and ngayon, marami pang pera ang DreamFyre. Pwede tong magkaroon ng overtime or maybe 13-11. We don't know. Marami pa pwede mangyari. But
guys, game 3!
Game 3. Anong oras na? De, joke lang. 9:17.
Hindi. Ang mga Valo players, sanay sa puyatan yan. Meron at merong manonood niyan, di ba? Comment kayo, para maniwala yung PPGL. Napapanoorin nyo pa rin yung Valorant kahit anong oras, kahit madaling araw na. Anyway, back to the game. Hindi nila titirahin yung Recon Bolt para lang mawala sa isip ng Archangel na walang tao. May tao sa bilong kasi merong bumasag ng Recon Bolt.
11-8. At slowly, ang tahimik ng round na to. Parang wait lang. Kaya
ito na yung crucial round eh. This is very crucial para sa side ng DreamFyre to get the setup right. Na makuha nila yung setup. Dahil once na makuha nila to, malaki yung difference na magagawa nila sa economy side.
There they are.
Sa economy side ng Archangel, wala na namang magiging pera ang Archangel kapag nakuha nila ang round.
Out of charges.
But then, remember, naka-Spectre lang ngayon ang mga taga-Archangel with a Stinger also.
Cage triggered.
Talagang naghihintayan. The tactical pause gave, parang tumigil ang mundo, pero at the same time, we need to be really just smart when it comes sa pag-edit. Speaking of Omedi, Moski takes out to 1.
No way!
Happening. Oh no.
No way!
But then, Pain Shells, wala nga lang nakaltasan. But Georgie takes out Moski. Nakasheriff niya si Ching. At nakita niya, niliparan. But then, 2v1. May lineup pa ngayon si
Oh my God. 1 versus 1. Bobot. Nilabas na nga. And finally, just up above, Josh is with a triple on this round. Match point para sa kanila. Ano nangyari doon sa match na yun, Ray? Sa sobrang tagal nilang nagpupush. Sa sobrang tagal at dahan-dahan at tahimik ng lahat, ano yung nangyari?
I mean, okay na sana nakapag-plant na sila, but then di nila in-expect si Josh S coming from their backs with that lurk coming in and flank nga na hindi mo in-expect coming sa kanya. Yun ang nangyari, Bucky in, nahuli ang mga nasa window, and at the same time,
tactical pause ulit.
Tactical pause ulit.
Mapapaisip ka na lang talaga. This is the final match point. Kung makuha man ito ng Archangel, it's over para sa side ng DreamFyre. Ito na, yung final round nila. Kumbaga, this is the moment of truth. And gusto ko lang idagdag sa sinabi mo, Reyno. Prepared sila na once na may pumasok, nakuha rin or na-pick off din ng, with the Stinger kanina doon sa ating hookah. Kung hindi niya na-pick off yun, possibility makakapasok sila. Kaso, meron silang plan B, which is yung pumasok sa teleporter. Nabinaril din sila galing sa likod. Kaya hindi nakakuha ng refrag yung ating breach, or rather, tama, yung ating breach during that time. Hindi sila nakakuha ng refrag. Yun na yun.
And looking at that, yung Boobots talaga yung nagbigay ng way para tapusin ni Josh S yon against Vindic eh. Pero yun mo, yun yung talaga magiging priority ni Vindic and nagbigay po para for Josh S to go in. No, Georgie! Nakuha ni Ching. Bawas na ngayon.
The showstopper is in! Aggression mula sa ArkAngel. They wanna end this. Gusto nilang tapusin ang laban na ito. 12-8 ang ating score. 3 players remaining para sa side ng DreamFyre. Carl, nakakita ng isang player mula sa ating link. And now, tahimik na buhay para sa lahat ng players.
Pero kompleto pa ngayon ang ArkAngel. But still, meron pa ngayong Hunter's Fury na kanina pa natin hinihintay actually. Nagagamitin ni Vindic against them. But that hold coming from Ching, di na bibitawan yan. Pero ngayon, they don't have much time left. 47 seconds. At hinihintay lang sila with the clocks coming in from Modski. Pero sisimulan ni Eman. Now, kailangan nila i-commit ngayon ang A-site. Wala pa namang nasa U-wall, but Ching! Nakalipat na kagad! Takes out the Hopeless! At isa na lang natitira, blinded pa! Eman takes down Ching! Goes up against 3. Magfe-fake plant, pero kita na siya ngayon. Nilalaro na lang siya ng mga taga-ArkAngel. He only has 19 seconds left. And now, he actually takes out Modski. Nilipat pa siya, but Carl!
Defenders win.
No way! Gusto lang naman niya lumipat ang B-side pero hindi siya pinagbigyan ng ArkAngel. AA securing the second round, getting the win, and now advancing sa ating semi-finals. What a game. What a team.
Ang ganda ng laban between these two teams. And congratulations syempre sa ArkAngel for definitely winning this round against DreamFyre once again. But then Taylor, ang ganda ng laban. Wala akong masabi. A good comeback coming from DreamFyre. Yun din talaga yung inaabangan ng mga tao. But at the same time, #lipad ArkAngel.
#lipad ArkAngel indeed. But gusto ko lang i-comment ng sobra. Grabe rin si Georgie. Si Urza, especially si Urza, I commend that guy. Yung support na binibigay niya sa teammates niya, it's just incredible para sa kanila. And hindi malabo na one day, isang araw, one day, na makakabawi sila sa ArkAngel. DreamFyre is such a team, kulang lang ng konti pang structure. Structure lang ang kulang sa team na ito. And once they get that, like I said, perfect formula.
And at the same time naman for ArkAngel, si Ching na nag-omen kanina sa Icebox. And right now, together with Josh S, talagang ang Jing S tandem na meron ng ArkAngel. Definitely, ang mga walls na makakatapat mo yung dalawang to sa mga susunod pa na matches now. They will be advancing to semifinals. Sino kaya ang makakalaban nila between DR versus Hashira?
Grabe, napaka-intense and napakaganda ng mga matches. Gaya nga ng sabi mo, Ray. And again, congratulations to ArkAngel for getting the win, for getting the W. Kanina sabi ko, what's the P? Ngayon, what's the W? And then, anyway, joke lang ang corny nun. Anyway, thank you so much for being with us. Kaming ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor at kasama ko si Ray Ray. Maraming salamat, guys. Huwag kayong alis dahil may player interview pa, tapos may panel pa tayo pag-uusapan natin ng matches. Kaya maraming salamat and see you guys later on.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Mac!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na data ng MyFi ko.
Post na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found! Yeah.
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
resounding victory for Archangel with a decisive 2-0. Not much surprise all across the board, as especially Trix and Viminal here on the panel predicted it. I saw it coming as well. I think I'm the only one who predicted a 2-1, but in the end, it was a victory for Archangel nonetheless. And we get a chance to speak to one of the not up-and-coming players, one of the players that have been around for quite a while, and one of the top players in the country, none other than Josh S himself. Josh S, are you there? What's up, man?
What's up, Ilustrado? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great. Okay, first of all, so happy to be able to talk to you because, you know, I've known you from the scene like since forever, from your days way back when in CS. But this is the first time we're seeing you come into your own on Valorant. And first thing I want to ask you, how do you feel, especially after being able to play Raze again?
It feels good to be back. That's what I can say.
I think we all missed you on the Raze. Like, this panel has been talking about put Josh S on Raze, put Josh S on Raze. And it's so good to see you again.
I've been hearing a lot from you guys that you want me from Sentinel to Duelist back. So we tried to adjust things. We made role changes, just minor role adjustments. So the team wouldn't be so hard on adjusting.
Yeah.
Sorry for my English, guys.
You're doing absolutely great, man. Honestly, one of the best raises in the country, and we finally get to see it. We're so happy to see it. Let's talk about Icebox and DreamFyre real quick. It was their map pick. You ended up winning with a double controller strat. Is this something that you've been preparing for a while? Because it looked really good, especially on the attacking side.
Actually, about that, our coach, as of now, Trix, she taught us about that lineup because we also saw that lineup on NIP, I think. They don't have any duelists. The double control is really good because you can have a lot of map control, especially on T side. You can smoke both boiler and bottom mid. In any case, you can also have the wall for Viper in either A or B. That's why it's easier to fake sides and it's easier to make really fast plays with Breach.
Yeah. You guys, a couple of last questions. You guys looked really, really coordinated and much better. You guys seem to be getting better every time you come back here. You think? Why do you think that is? Do you think it's time for you guys to take this second spot for the Masters?
Sure na sure yan. Kukunin namin yung spot na yan, guys. Kukunin namin yan. Yan ang pinaka kailangan namin makuha sa taon na to. Gagawin namin lahat ng makakaya namin para makuha yung spot sa Masters.
So glad to hear that. You guys looked so driven and a lot better than in every single week, and it's very much a pleasure to see that happening. One final question, of course. Who's your best friend on the team and why?
My best friend on the team, pili ko sila lahat eh. Pero para sa akin, best friend ko talaga is si Bao. Kasi siya yung katuwa ko everyday pagka nagka-competitive kami and everything, pati sa pagkain, pati sa bisyo. Yeah.
All right. So last thing, any shout outs you want to say to all the other, fans of ArkAngel, to all of your fans and friends and family, and of course the teams that you might be going up against tomorrow?
Okay, first of all, salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin, guys. ArkAngel fan, salamat talaga. Tapos sa family ko, sa supporters ko, sa friends ko, everyone. Kay Mama, lalo na kay Mama. Number 1 fan ko yun si Mama. Shoutout sa'yo, Ma. Nandito na ako, Ma. Tapos, sa mga makakalaban namin soon sa Masters, maghanda na kayo, guys. Kasi gagawin talaga namin lahat para makuha yan.
Wow, okay, straight to the Masters. I love it. He doesn't even think about the grand finals. Congratulations again, Josh S. You've been amazing today, and we're looking forward to seeing more from you soon. All right, that's been it with our correspondent from the ArkAngel side. Heard from the man himself, Josh S. Definitely proving why he is still one of the top players in the country, someone to still look out for. But on top of that, on top of the reaction from Josh S., I want to get the reaction from the coach of ArkAngel herself. And of course, my co-panelist, Viminal, but nobody really wants to hear that.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I am kidding here. So, Trix, let's start off. You wanted to bring in this double controller setup for ArkAngel. Talk to me about why, and honestly, we can see why. It was really effective. But what was your thought process through that?
The thought process was really that ArkAngel, we've seen shine with aggressive plays, and I wanted them to utilize that. But on a map like Icebox, it's so large, there's not enough control for them to take when they have the duelist on there. So I figured just remove the duelist, put in that Sage, and let the Sage run around and battle it out.
And it clearly worked out here. On the side of DreamFyre, though, they did have a little bit of a struggle in their own map pick, and that's something that plagued them, and I felt like carried over to the second map where they might have been building a little bit more steam. It got a little bit it got a little bit hairy, especially towards the latter half of it. As we take a look at the highlights right now, we'll show you the play-by-play of what happened. You already saw this, but we'll take a look at the highlights anyway. What do you think went wrong here for DreamFyre, Viminal?
Here, in this map, Icebox, this was the pick for DreamFyre. And I think what went wrong here was them basically relying on what worked in their previous encounter, to not really innovating, building upon what they learned from that previous encounter with ArkAngel in the past. You know, they know damn well that they were able to convincingly take Icebox away from ArkAngel during the first time they met. Not the same second time around, and pretty much that is the narrative for their playstyle throughout the whole series. It's the lack of innovation to overcome an opponent that's always conversely innovating. Like
I would definitely agree. DreamFyre has shown us what they're good at on Icebox, but I feel like it's a matter of them also building on it and fighting teams that are going to punish those mistakes that they probably don't see sometimes.
Yeah, I think so too. And
yeah, so I just think moving forward, DreamFyre really just needs to understand that it is a grind. It's going to be difficult, but it's not going, you know, it's going to be worth it in the end. But it's a matter of working together, and it might feel uncomfortable at first since a lot of them are like high-level puggers. But the more they practice this kind of teamwork, the synergy, being on the same page, the easier it'll get.
I mean, they should be really proud of how far they've gotten so far, right?
Yeah.
It takes a lot of time to get to that level of where a team like ArkAngel is right now. It takes a lot of time. You can't really fast track that. It's not going to happen within a week or two. It's going to take a very long time.
Yeah.
And they just definitely have to understand that.
I mean, playing against a team like ArkAngel is definitely a good metric. It's a good start. And it goes to show how far they can go or how far they've actually gone. But the question is, how can they break free of that barrier if they're facing the same team and losing in pretty much the same way? The answer, I think, to that question would be maybe scrim with other teams from different regions, maybe get a better picture, learn a little bit more, especially if you go in other regions and learn about their playstyles, like the Koreans, like the Japanese. Even the rest of Southeast Asia can teach you a lot because each country, as we said earlier on this desk, has a very different playstyle. But let's take a quick touch on the stats right here. Excuse me, ArkAngel versus DreamFyre, and you can see Eman and Ching as the MVPs of this match.
Yeah, Ching just doing very well on that Omen and actually playing it more aggressively than I expected.
Who knew?
Ching on an Omen?
What? Playing more aggressively as if it were a duelist, which surprised me a little bit. Relax, panelists.
Fair enough. I do think he was very good on the Omen. It just shows that he's just so used to it, I guess. Because for you guys who don't know, Ching was the Omen back when he played for Bren as well. But now he can play Omen. Apparently, he's still really good at it. So who knows? Maybe he'll stick to it. Only time will tell.
Ching might cry, but Eman also doing an amazing job. But honestly, not on the board there was the player of Reina on DreamFyre opening up the sights. I believe it was Georgie. Just really able to walk up to that ArkAngel defense, open up the sights, get like 2 to 3 kills.
Yeah.
And that was amazing. That's really what helped DreamFyre get into that lead early on.
Yeah. They were able to build up a huge momentum earlier on, but during the second half, they just faltered towards defense. It seemed like, you know, Icebox is a very attack-sided map from the narrative of what we've seen recently here at VCT.
100% agree. I mean, just the nature of the structure of it just works out for them. But we'll talk about this one right here. It's Bind 13-8. Could have been a 13-4, could have been 13-5. I felt like ArkAngel honestly forced bot themselves into this scoreline.
On multiple occasions.
On multiple occasions, they should have bit the bullet. And it got quite scary up to a certain point that we thought we might be seeing a game 3 because ArkAngel kept force buying. Fortunately, they called a tactical pause and said, guys, stop, we're not going to do this anymore. And then they picked themselves up and put themselves back together, and they won the match.
Yeah, I think looking at that match, DreamFyre, we definitely see how they are a good team. But as I've mentioned over and over again before, it's about also being malleable. It's about reading your opponents, but also knowing what you and your team are good at and fine-tuning that.
It's the next level stuff that you need to win at this level of VALORANT. It's not, you know, it's not the ladder anymore, but obviously.
The big question, however, lingering in our minds is who exactly is going to be the MVP of the day. And right now, we're going to have it manifest right here and see which one of these players is going to be the #1. And it's going to be Josh S. No doubt about it, the MVP of the series. I think it's pretty much, I think we all agree on this, how good he was.
Yeah.
I mean, Ching was great on game #1, but I think Josh S had so much impact all throughout all of the games. Average kills is 12.6, 177 ACS, and on that raise, honestly, who can top him? I mean, let's just face it, he's one of the best, probably, quite possibly, the best raise player in the country, and it's so nice to see him finally back on it.
Yeah, the way he uses his utility and how he matches his teammates while on a raise, I think that's the important factor of why Josh S is so good with that agent.
I mean, if there's anyone, I don't think there's any duelist I'd rather see him on than the raise. I mean, he can probably play other stuff, but if it were another duelist, I'd say just let Ching play it anyway. But if it comes to raise, if Josh S, just stick to that because it definitely works out. Yeah, maybe we'll see those changes in the future. Who knows? Only time will tell. But again, that was the recap of what just happened over that last match. Now, let's talk about the journey, the storyline of where we are in the tournament itself. We got the bracket coming up for you, and this is where we stand. We just saw the quarterfinal finish, but we still have one more quarterfinal tomorrow, and that is going to be DR versus Hashira. And that's going to be one, I think, probably the closest fight that we're going to have all tournament long.
I've heard little stories about, DR and Hashira and how they're being coached. Respect both of their coaches. So I'm actually excited to see how the teams have evolved from the last week they were here, because we've seen changes on both teams either way. So I'm wondering how it's been molded and fine-tuned now as they're on the 3rd week of stage 1.
And as we know, teams tend to evolve very, very fast in these phases. And of course, we've heard that they've been preparing really, really hard behind the scenes.
Here's the thing, DR. Let's talk about DR real quick. They've got Coach Carter, Coach Retrak. He is a legend, absolute legend. I mean, he goes way back, more back than I think anybody. I'm not calling him.
Mad respect, Coach Carter.
I'm not calling him old or anything like that. Just much respect to the guy and the way, and the way that he will shape, I think, the minds of these young players.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it. I mean, I'm coaching Hashira right now, and I'm going to straight up say that honestly, the experience that Retrak will bring, it's incomparable. I am excited and afraid of what he's going to be bringing to the table tomorrow, because, Trix, you've also been on the receiving end of the coaching from Carter. Like, he's crazy. He's amazing. He's amazing,
yes.
and that's going to shine, I think, tomorrow when they go up against Hashira. Much to my dismay, honestly. But let's talk about happy things now. And the happy thing is going to be we're finally ready to announce the winners of the giveaway. And all those people who straight up duetted, Aserai rather, or maybe dueled, you get yourselves, we're going to pick 10 out of all of you to win some Valorant points. And these are the winners here. So we got Seboy. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Conwy, Red Problems, Mengui, ZZ Soaps, Vincent1194, Jelly Gamit, Lewis _143, and Farmer Sanchez. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Got some interesting names on this. Congratulations to you guys. You just got yourselves 1,500 plus Valorant points, and an amazing effort from you guys to go with some of the best casters in the country to hang out with Aserai and, stoop to his level. No, I mean, go to his level, excuse me. But it has been a fun day, unfortunately. So I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to ask you, panel, any last thoughts for today and for tomorrow?
Speaking of happy thoughts, as always, it's nice to end on a very good note. And I just got to say, mad props to ArkAngel and Josh S. Watching that interview, you can really sense his drive, his passion, and along with the rest of his team, to really go for that master slot. So, if anything, if there's a team that I'm rooting for now, it'd be ArkAngel. And I think they have a very inspiring story. They came from a long way, losing out to Empire on the first week, and then coming back, sort of their triumphant redemption arc.
Well, I'm just excited to see all the matches. I see the TFO OG match again, which I always look forward to seeing. And I'm excited to see who ArkAngel is going to face, because they are both formidable opponents. So, Exciting day tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm so excited for tomorrow as well, and I know you guys are too, so I'm not going to delay any longer. It's time for us on this panel to bid you adieu. So for the very last time, for Viminal, for Trix, and for me, Illustrato, good game and good night. See you all tomorrow.